Chapter 214, Thousand Emperors Gate. 2. Is there really no other way to become close with their ancestors again? A cultivator couldn't help but ask. Regarding this question, many old elders of the great powers were unable to answer. Finally, the old turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake stated a method with soft words: there is a way to meet one's ancestor. It is to perform the honoring ceremony in the legends. How does one perform this honoring ceremony? The demons right next to the old turtle monarch quickly inquired. I don't know. The turtle monarch shook his head and continued, I have lived for many years, but I have only heard about this method and have never seen it before. I'm afraid there is no longer anyone in this world who knows of this ceremony. At the ferry, other cultivators also recognized the few treasure lords and earth immortals appearing at this place. Over there, isn't he the last gate master of the Thousand Emperors Gate? An old ancient saint of the heavenly devil race from the eastern 100 cities asked in extreme astonishment after seeing an emotionless earth immortal standing next to the river. Thousand Emperors Gate. Hearing this name, many grand characters were in awe. Even immortal emperor lineages lost their colors after hearing such a name. It was as if it was a forbidden taboo. Is the Thousand Emperors Gate that frightening? A junior noticed the shock on his master's face and curiously asked. One gate, for emperors in a row. The enlightened beings and ancient saints of the previous generation, with dignified expressions, explained to their disciples, Thousand Emperors Gate, for immortal emperors originated from this sect. Moreover, these 4 immortal emperors came one after another consecutively. No other sects were able to successfully break through and steal the heavens will from them. For 4 generations in a row, the heavens will was held by the Thousand Emperors Gate. Having heard such a tale, countless younger disciples all lost their colors. As your mysterious ancient kingdom, one sect with 2 emperors. This was already enough to shake the entire Grand Middle Territory. It was an untouchable existence in contemporary time. One gate, for emperors, this was simply unthinkable. The even more horrifying part was that it was a sect with 4 immortal emperors consecutively. This was truly a miracle. A miracle never before seen, and a miracle that would never happen again. One gate, for emperors in a row. Such an invincible lineage like this, how come they still met their end? A junior, after hearing such a legend, couldn't help but ask his seniors. A senior lamented with a sigh before gently answering, there was an even more extraordinary character who appeared after the 4th immortal emperor of the Thousand Emperors Gate. Her name was Empress Hong Tian, Vast Heaven. In the end, even the Thousand Emperors Gate that was feared by the gods and devils was still destroyed by the hands of Empress Hong Tian. Legends told that the Thousand Emperors Gate was really going to have a 5th immortal emperor. Unfortunately, the person lived in the same generation as Empress Hong Tian. Ultimately, the powerful Thousand Emperors Gate eventually embarked on a journey towards destruction. Hearing the name Empress Hong Tian, this left an unerasable mark on all of the younger generation disciples. An empress destroying a 4 emperors lineage, how heaven-defying was this? How invincible was this? After so many powers had left for the underworld ferry, the calm Li Qiye finally started his departure. Everyone, stay back in ancient Sky City. As they entered the burial ground, Li Qiye told the juniors. Li Qiye, this time, did not want to bring along the juniors, not even the group of 2 Buyu. Only Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao came along. How about we cancel the transaction with the War God Temple and directly go back to the cleansing incense ancient sect? Even though she was 100% confident with her young noble, but once he was on the ship, even a larger amount of confidence would turn into nothingness. To everyone, going on an underworld boat was the same as dying. Only the dead or the dying would be willing to do it. If one could still live for several more decades, they would not want to get on, for the chance of picking the right boat was minuscule. Don't worry, I will come back alive. Li Qiye confidently smiled as a reply to his 2 maids' goodwill counsel. Seeing his determination, Li Xuanyan no longer advised against it. She looked at him for a while before finally asking in a soft tone, "What do you want to do on the underworld boat?" Li Qiye couldn't help but look at the deepest part of the burial ground, then he gently touched his sect-protecting treasure before finally responding, "I intend on going to a place. Only by using the underworld boat would I be able to reach such a place." At this point, he became preoccupied with his thoughts. He had been to the deepest part of the burial ground more than once, but there were still some locations at that place that didn't have easy entrances. Coincidentally, he recently figured out something with an item in his possession. That night when the underworld river fell down, Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao's words recalled some of his memories. There were still some mysteries inside the burial ground that he wished to dispel. "Be careful, make sure to come back alive." In the end, Li Xuanyan could only let out words of caution. Compared to the heaviness in Chen Baojiao and Li Xuanyan's minds, Li Qiye, on the contrary, was very relaxed. He smilingly spoke, "I still have 2 maids with supreme grace. With such charming and lovely ladies around, how can I be willing to die so early? Wouldn't it be a crime to myself if I didn't enjoy such good blessings first? In your dreams." Hearing this, Li Xuanyan's arrogant and icy expression turned red as she angrily glared at him. As for Chen Baojiao, she simply chuckled. 2 supreme beauties, one was as arrogant as the apricot flowers in the snow while the other exuded charmingness with her misty eyes. Each had their own appeals that would make spectators lose their minds. Li Qiye did not meet many cultivators along the way on his chariot. In fact, the group of Li Qiye could be said to be the last group. It could be because all of the earth corpses headed to the ferry, or because of the appearance of the underworld river, but the corpse poison along the ancient road was extremely weak to the point of being negligible. Even weak cultivators could still walk on the ancient road without being affected by the poison. On an ordinary day, they would have turned into earth corpses. When Li Qiye was about to arrive at the ferry and when he could see it from the distance, they were stopped by someone. A person blocked the path above the ancient road and clearly aimed for the group of Li Qiye. This person didn't stop anyone else, only the Tetrawar bronze chariot. It was a young girl with peerless elegance, but she also had a sky-piercing murderous aura. Anyone who saw her would not notice her beauty, for they were horrified by the murderous intent on her body. The young girl was dressed in black while hugging her black sword. She stood above the ancient road just like an unsheathed bloody sword as killing intent filled the air, painting a sanguine scene. Anyone who saw this scene would certainly run for their lives. 1 or 2 cultivators who were lagging behind wanted to follow Li Qiye's Tetrawar bronze chariot, but after seeing the young girl blocking the road, they immediately ran away in shock. Bai Jianjun, descendant of the sword god Sacred Ground. The owner of a peerless and elegant beauty, but no one had ever cared for her looks before. Bai Jianjun suddenly blocking the way of Li Qiye garnered a lot of attention from other people. In just a moment, many cultivators at the ferry suddenly came to watch Bai Jianjun. Seeing the girl dressed in black, the geniuses from the heritages all lost their colors and didn't want to mess with this goddess of death. To many cultivators of the younger generation, Bai Jianjun was not the most powerful genius, but she was absolutely the most terrifying genius. The moment her sword was unsheathed, it must taste blood. Her frightening murderous intent was capable of casting all away. Chapter 215, Bai Jianjun's 3 Swords. 1. Due to Bai Jianjun blocking the path, it suddenly brought a big crowd, especially the younger cultivators. They were excited and secretly glad to see Li Qiye mess with such a death goddess. Recently, Li Qiye's name became too well known. Not only did he humiliate Dao child Xingtian, but he also slayed him. He provoked the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, so, all of a sudden, his fame was thunderous with a presence comparable to any young genius. How could the great sects and countries not be annoyed by this? At this moment, Jewel Pillar Saint Child, young King Nantian, and Princess Xiao Sei. All the famous geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory were all clamoring to watch in the distance. The descendant of the sword god Sacred Ground found someone to compete with in sword arts. Seeing Bai Jianjun blocking the way, a person murmured. In just a second, many people were whispering because recently, Bai Jianjun had been finding people to test her sword. No matter if it was an ancient saint of the last generation or a young genius, as long as they had some achievement on the sword Dao, she would go to their doors. As for the geniuses who didn't cultivate the sword Dao, she wouldn't even give them a glance. Bai Jianjun was indeed worthy of being the descendant of the sword god. Her sword Dao was invincible and had a merciless offensive style. The majority of her opponents were always wounded or even died under her sword. Very few people could escape unscathed from her terrifying black sword. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes at the Bai Jianjun who was blocking their path. He was all smiles as he said, "There is a really good proverb, a good dog does not block the way. I don't care if you are a giant character or a descendant of whatever. Roll to the side instead of blocking my path." Li Qiye's rude words silenced many of the nearby spectators. This little brat was truly a little devil, he was always arrogant no matter who he was speaking to. Bai Jianjun was the sword god's descendant, but she herself was even more terrifying. A goddess of death whose hands were stained with blood. An emotionless sword along with a merciless offensive style that would make all spectators speak to her with respect for fear of provocation. However, this brat's first words immediately offended Bai Jianjun. "Be more of a gentleman. Your words are too vulgar." Chen Baojiao gently scolded Li Qiye with an enchanting charm. As for Bai Jianjun, she didn't have the slightest bit of reaction. Icy as a sword and cold as steel. Like an unsheathed sword with a chilling murderous intent, she had the intention of devouring humans. She looked at Li Qiye as if he was a dead man, not knowing that she resembled one herself. "Take out your sword," Bai Jianjun coldly said. Her initially pleasant-sounding voice was now as cold as a heartless ice that entered the hearts of others, causing them to shiver. Her beautiful jade-like eyes chillingly glared at Li Qiye as she mercilessly spoke, "I will let you pass if you can block 3 of my swords." Li Qiye glanced over towards her and replied, "If I take out my sword when you tell me to, isn't this a loss of face? Who the hell are you? Why would I want to take out my sword? Don't you consider yourself invincible? So, today, you suddenly don't dare to fight? Is it because of your lacking abilities?" At this time, young King Nantian, who was observing on the sidelines, sneered and slowly urged. The atmosphere became strange as everyone nearby heard what he said while giving him a glance. Young King Nantian was handsome and elegant with a pressing aura. He originated from a royal family and was truly the proud son of the heavens. Even though he was not as famous as Dao Child Xingtian, he was still renowned within the Grand Middle Territory. "This brat is crazy, he even dares to make presumptuous comments about the Dao of an immortal emperor," a person quickly murmured. Another young genius sneered with disdain, "He's only an ignorant brat who doesn't know the vastness of the sky and the range of the earth. An immortal emperor's Dao, this isn't something that he can comment on." Trinity Sword Art. Bai Jianjun glared at Li Qiye after hearing the name. Her eyes immediately exuded sword intent as glint after glint of blades appeared. She was performing a supreme sword Dao and, in just a flash, there was a sword move of a genius that existed in her eyes. A sword of the heavenly Dao, a sure kill sword. Using her eyes to perform the Dao. Seeing Bai Jianjun's situation, everyone became astonished. She had not seen Li Qiye's complete swordplay, yet she was able to envision his sword Dao after just hearing its name. This person was truly frightening, it was as if her eyes were able to deduce all the sword Dao in this heaven and earth. Seeing such a scene within her beautiful eyes, no matter whether it was Jewel Pillar Saint Child or young King Nantian, they couldn't help but become alarmed. It was absolutely courting death to compete with Bai Jianjun on the path of the sword. Impressive. Seeing the Tao in her eyes, even the always arrogant Li Qie had to praise her as he nodded his head approvingly. No wonder why the old monsters of the sacred ground picked you as the descendant. You were born for the Tao of the sword. Unsheath your sword. Bai Jianjun emotionlessly spoke, 3 swords will do. Her heart could not wait any longer, for she wanted to witness Li Qie's entire Trinity swords. Regarding his own Trinity sword art, Li Qie was completely confident. This was not his first time being enlightened in the Tao, and this sword art was not something he created either. It came from the supreme Tao of the 6 Tao lotus along with the evil Taifa tree. It was such an incomprehensible sword art that even he would place it in the top 10 sword arts of this world once he becomes an immortal emperor. Li Qie narrowed his eyes while looking at Bai Jianjun, then he calmly said, I am not very interested in a duel. I only kill my enemies. However, you and I have no grievances with each other. Therefore, I am not very interested in killing you today. It sounds like you are certain of defeating Goddess Bai. Young King Nantian, standing at the side, sneered and said, regarding the sword, no one can compete with Goddess Bai. Even though this statement was quite debatable, many people secretly agreed in their minds, for the murderous sword of Bai Jianjun was indeed terrifying. It's none of your business. Li Qie glared at him and asserted, when I, a grand character, am speaking, do not interrupt on the sidelines. Don't bother people by gossiping all day. Li Qie's words resulted in young King Nantian quaking with anger. His pale face glared at Li Qie and coldly spat out, brat, your end is near yet you are still blustering. Li Qie ignored him, then he looked at Bai Jianjun and calmly smiled, since your sacred ground is so confident with your sword Tao. Fine, I will play with you this time. However, I have one condition, what if you lose? The sharp glare of Bai Jianjun pierced straight through Li Qie. Her cold stare resembled cold steel, causing others to be stung with pain. Many were afraid to look straight at her eyes. She chilling proclaimed, you will lose. You have enough confidence, I like it. Li Qie burst out in laughter and met her sharp gaze, then he spoke in an unruffled manner, how about this, if my Tao is lacking and I am killed by you, I have nothing to say. If you lose, then just submit to me. Coincidentally, I am missing a maid by my side to warm my bed. Even though you are as cold as a block of ice, but out of consideration for your natural-born sword Tao, I will reluctantly take you in as a maid to warm my bed. Li Qie finished in his never-changing nonchalant manner. He made it sound as if it was a trivial matter, as if Bai Jianjun was a daughter from a common household and that he would take her in as a bed-warming maid on his whim. Naturally, this immediately rendered everyone speechless. Bai Jianjun was the descendant of the sword god on top of being a cultivating genius. Her cultivation alone was plenty formidable enough. However, this little demon before them opened his mouth and immediately wanted her as a maid to warm his bed. This was too insane. Chapter 216, Bai Jianjun's 3 Swords. 2. A lot of people gave Li Qie strange looks, especially the cultivators from the previous generation. Their countenances were even more bizarre. This brat was only 15 or 16 years old but already had 2 supreme country-toppling beauties next to him. Moreover, they were both older than him. I didn't think that this little demon actually liked mature women. A previous generation cultivator burst out in laughter. Another old cultivator movingly said, being young is such a nice thing. Arrogant and free without any restriction. What nonsense are you all talking about? Hearing some old cultivator's emotional revelations, Li Qie was speechless. At this moment, countless eyes gazed at him with perverted implications. Li Qie felt especially wronged. He couldn't wash away this misunderstanding even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Even though Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao had followed him for so long, he really hadn't done anything to them. A bunch of perverted old men. Seeing the odd eyes of these older cultivators, Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan immediately understood. Li Xuanyan maintained her cold demeanor, but Chen Baojiao began to blush. As for the younger cultivators, they stared at Li Qiye with both envy and jealousy, especially the young geniuses. They considered themselves dragons amongst men and were absolutely compatible to the beautiful Chen Baojiao and Li Xuanyan. However, at this moment, both of these girls chose to follow this brat. How could they not feel apprehensive? A toad wanting to eat the meat of a swan. Finally, a genius with an unconvinced heart declared with disdain. As for Bai Jianjun, her gaze remained cold and piercing. It was still as menacing to spectators as before. So, are you not completely confident in yourself? Li Qiye leisurely said. Seeing her steaming murderous intent, he suddenly felt an urge to tease her. He then smilingly spoke, furthermore, I am the one suffering here. You are as cold as a block of ice, I'm afraid you can't even warm my bed. A girl lacking feminine charm will have a hard time finding a marriage. I am sacrificing myself here to take you in. Listening to these words made the others curse at Li Qiye for pretending to be a good person. Even Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao couldn't help but scowl. Bai Jianjun was the descendant of the sword god Ah. A contemporary renowned genius with an emotionless murderous sword. No matter whether it was her origin or cultivation, no one from the younger generation would dare to tease her like this. This brat. Arrogance and boldness are part of his nature. Even the older cultivators smiled wryly. They thought about it for a second, and they wouldn't dare to tease Bai Jianjun like this even if they were younger. The sword god's sacred ground was a group that killed people without blinking an eye, who would dare to provoke them. As for the victim, Bai Jianjun, she did not become angry, for she was as calm as a tranquil well. Her cold, murderous expression along with her sword-glinting glare seemed as if it wanted to penetrate Li Qiye's heart. In the end, she coldly replied, why not? She didn't even bat her eyelashes while answering. There was no change in her mood, as if the topic was not a major event that concerned the rest of her life. Dumbfounded, this was the reaction to Bai Jianjun's answer. In just a second, everyone glanced at each other. This didn't make any sense. No one would think that Bai Jianjun would actually agree to such a condition. As a toad, my favorite thing to do is to eat swan's meat. At this time, Li Qiye lazily looked at the person who sneered at him earlier, and leisurely continued, a dragon or phoenix eating a swan, this is not skillful at all. But a toad eating a swan, this is true ability. Your uncle doesn't have any other skills, but my ability to leech off women is absolutely peerless in this world. So. Not convinced? Ah. Come bite me then. Ah. The young genius who openly ridiculed Li Qiye earlier immediately turned livid with anger and snorted. For the rest of them, they could only stay silent. To cultivators, they all looked down on such shameless leeching, but this brat actually announced his leeching with such pride. As for Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao, who knew Li Qiye well, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If their young noble was a leecher, then what words could be used to describe the rest of the men in this world? Nonsense, unsheath your sword. Bai Jianjun coldly spoke as her murderous presence rose like a cheetah watching her prey. It seems like this girl is in a hurry to be my bed-warming girl. Li Qiye clapped his hand and laughed, then he said, sword, come. Clank. Li Xuanyan, who was hugging the 6-dao sword, did not take any action. The 6-dao sword left its sheath and fell into the hand of Li Qiye. The moment the sword was in his hand, Li Qiye immediately had the presence of a master. The flirtatious and bodacious expression from earlier towards Bai Jianjun was nowhere to be found. Grasping his sword, he stepped out of the Tetrawar bronze chariot and glared at Bai Jianjun with a serious expression and vast momentum. Clang! At this time, Bai Jianjun also unsheathed her sword. Once she accepted a battle and once her black sword came out, her presence suddenly changed. A murderous light covered her entire body, causing others to shiver without feeling cold. Each wisp of murderous light was very vivid as they rotated around her body. Each wisp was completely ruthless and capable of cutting through all things in carnage. The black sword, free in the air, exuded a biting sensation as if it was not a sword, but an infernal death. Clasped in her hands, no one was able to discern the sword of Bai Jianjun any longer. It turned into a black glow filled with murderous intent and death. It was as if this sword could harvest all living beings. At this time, it appeared as if she disappeared completely. The only thing left for all to see was a vast and merciless sword intent from hell itself, full of cessation. The sword god Sacred Ground's murderous sword Tao. Seeing this type of sword intent, the previous generation shockingly exclaimed, while the younger generation, such as Jewel Pillar Saint Child, young King Nantian, and Princess Xiu Sei, all lost their colors. Worthy of being immortal Emperor Yi Ti's sword during his youth, it is capable of slashing all existences. Seeing the released sword, countless people felt the chills on their spines. This was the terrifying strength of the sword god Sacred Ground. Their murderous sword Dao's aura was so frightening that their opponents would become fearful even before the start of the fight. It truly has a presence just like the old Yi Ti in his younger years. Seeing Bai Jianjun's battle state, Li Qiye praised without any reservation. With a buzzing sound, the sixth Dao sword in Li Qiye's hand immediately illuminated and encompassed Li Qiye with a black and white ray. The black and white ray rotated around Li Qiye's body like a winding yin-yang fish. The movement of the black and white ray initiated two strands of supreme Dao, majestic and imposing. This Dao was able to reach the immortals and the endless underworld prisons where the pathetic screams were bellowing. Two supreme grand Dao, one was the Dao of the sixth Dao lotus and the other belonged to the evil Taifa tree. This sword contained their most profound powers. Most of the people here knew their stuff. After seeing Li Qiye's sixth Dao sword that controlled yin and yang in black and white, they became shocked and realized that this was a great treasure. Pang, with a soft sound, Li Qiye's Fate Palace appeared above his head. The runic outlines of the Fate Palace began to move as a Kuan-Peng jumped out from within. Universal laws began to pour down and turn into Supreme Emperor seals. These seals resembled the limitless ocean, and the Kuan-Peng found itself to be a fish back in the water. Emperor Law, seeing the Kuan-Peng, many people were astonished. Some were also envious. An older cultivator murmured, in the legends, the Kuan-Peng's 6 variants was one of immortal Emperor Min Ren's strongest arts. The heavens is emotionless. Li Qiye roared and, right when his words ended, a sword appeared amidst the sky, one of the Trinity swords, heaven. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Dao sword created the endless heavens Dao and used the heavens as the sword with boundless righteous yang energy. Countless white lights torrentially poured down and turned into many heavenly swords. Each heavenly sword was hanging high above the 9 heavens. Any of these heavenly swords were able to slice the mountains and rivers by itself. However, the power of Li Qiye's one sword move did not stop here. In a flash, there was an infinite, exalted ocean behind Li Qiye as the rolling waves made their mark. This colossal ocean drowned the sky and turned the heaven and earth's essence into its own. The Kuan-Peng Sea transformation turned into an immense ocean that absorbed the world's energy and power of the Grand Dao. With this, the power of Li Qiye's sword doubled. The heaven was heartless and the righteous yang was impartial. The Trinity sword was a supreme Dao. One sword carried the tremendous power of the 6 Dao. It was capable of slicing the celestials and ending the sun along with the moon. This one sword jolted even enlightened beings, let alone royal nobles. Such a sure-kill sword with the utmost lack of emotions. This sword would surely taste blood and amaze all spectators. Zhang. In this instant, Bai Jianjun made her move. Within this constraint of time and space, there was no Bai Jianjun nor the black sword, for there was only a flashing sword brilliance. Just this sword brilliance was enough to cause everyone's hearts to jump. This sword pierced through the 6 Dao to annihilate all existences. This sword actually struck the weakest part of Li Qiye's heaven sword. In between the explosions, Bai Jianjun used an unfathomable speed to grasp the incalculable gap within Li Qiye's sword technique. This was truly the ultimate genius of the sword Dao. Between the flashes, Li Qiye was surprised. Everything happened so fast and he used the most unthinkable quickness to change his sword move. This sword dimmed the stars as time stood still. Pluff! Bai Jianjun's sword pierced the entire sky as blood spilled out. Li Qiye flew backwards as his chest was met with the sword. Boom! 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 Li Qiye took several steps back as blood stained his chest. This sword drilled through his chest and nearly went through it completely. One had to know that Li Qiye had the hell-suppressing godly physique. Ordinary attacks essentially could not destroy his fortified flesh, but under this sword, there was still a gaping hole in his chest. Chapter 217, Sky-Shaking Truncheon, 1. Such a sudden variation greatly changed the expressions of Chen Baojiao and Li Xuanyan. They didn't think that Bai Jianjun's sword was so terrifying. Everyone trembled from the sight of Bai Jianjun's sword piercing through it all, penetrating Li Qiye's defenses. It was not because Li Qiye's sword art lacked profundity, but because Bai Jianjun's sword was too formidable. They shivered at Bai Jianjun being able to see through the weakness in another person's sword Dao in an instant. Such a person was born for the sword Dao. Everyone witnessed the power of Li Qiye's sword. Not to mention ancient saints, even heaven restoration saints and Dao restoration saints would not be able to find Li Qiye's weakness amidst all the commotion. This heaven sword was truly peerless and profound with its righteous yang. It was easier said than done to defeat such a sword. However, Bai Jianjun was able to do such a thing. Her understanding of the sword Dao had exceeded countless people, including cultivators of the previous generation. Humph, you don't know your own capabilities. Just try and brag now. Regaining their wits, a cultivator gleefully said with a smile. However, Li Qiye didn't care for such a person. He stared at Bai Jianjun as a smile bloomed. It seems as if I have underestimated you. You are walking on the Dao of breaking, not the Dao of the murderous sword. The blade nearly pierced through Li Qiye's chest and blood stained his outfit red, but Li Qiye didn't even frown. It was as if this sword had penetrated someone else's body. Bai Jianjun, while tightly gripping her sword that was dripping blood, remained as emotionless as ever. Good, I want to see just how you will break this. Li Qiye smiled and stepped forward. Boom! The earth itself trembled. The hell-suppressing godly physique came out to suppress the gods and devils as well as the heaven and earth. In an instant, Li Qiye's entire body exploded with a dreadful aura. One step forward sunk the grand earth and split the mountains. Although the earth was vast, it was still unable to handle this body. Heaven is heartless. Li Qiye slashed again. It was still a heavenly sword, one of the Trinity swords. Momentarily, the Kunpeng fell down to the ground. An endless thick ground appeared above Li Qiye's sky. An immense earth with immeasurable weight. It fell down from the sky with the Kunpeng on top. The earth could not handle such a burden. The Kunpeng's 6 variants, earth transformation. This transformation was massive and unstoppable. Bang, dash, with an immenseness that this world could not handle, Li Qiye's body unleashed thunderous explosions as it seemingly changed into heaven itself. At this time, Li Qiye channeled his physique to the limit and its weight to the peak of the heaven and earth. This was still a heavenly sword, but there was no profound transformation. It was majestic due to its simplicity. It was only a straight slash with all of the strength focused within. The previous heavenly sword was a heartless heaven sword with impartialness. However, this current heavenly sword accepted the weight of heaven and the boundless love and adoration. Simple and natural, only one slash to divide black and white, to separate yin and yang, then to transform into the heaven and earth. There was nowhere to hide from this sword, although the world might be vast, all was beneath this sword. In a trice, Jewel Pillar St. Child's expression greatly shifted. His gaze did not stop on Li Qia's sword, but rather, his treasure body. He had fought against Li Qia's physique's power. At this moment, his heart was in horror, for he understood that Li Qia was cultivating the hell-suppressing godly physique that he had always sought after. With this sword, everyone lost their colors, including Bai Jianjun. She was skilled in the sword Dao throughout her life, but seeing the trajectory of this sword swinging down, she knew that this sword reached the extreme limit of simplicity. One slash without any technique or style, it was completely indiscernible and unbreakable. Zhang, ultimately, Bai Jianjun still shot out a soaring sword. Under this murderous sword, all living beings trembled. A sword that frightened even the immortals. If there were immortals in this world, they would still bleed under the might of this one sword. Boom! Following a huge explosion, fissures tore apart the ground. Bai Jianjun was knocked flying away by this sword. Even her sword that was capable of scaring the immortals was not able to stop the power of the substantial heavenly sword. Boom! She flew 1,000 miles away while shattering mountains. The blood she sprayed out painted her black dress, resulting in a particularly striking scene. Within the sword Dao of this world, the murderous sword is only a stroke lean towards the extreme. Li Qia wielded his sword while standing and indifferently spoke, the Yang sword combined with the heartless heavenly Dao, the extreme sword adored with the heaven's affection. This is the grand boundless Dao. Li Qia posed with his sword while slowly explaining with indescribable profundity. At this time, everyone was silent in contemplation. Although Li Qia borrowed the hell-suppressing godly physique to defeat Bai Jianjun with his sword, his one heavenly sword, favored by heaven, contained the essentials of the sword Dao. After floating through millions of years, he had learned and created countless amounts of grand Dao. Today, his Trinity heavenly swords qualified him to say such words, let alone commenting on an immortal emperor's sword Dao. But in this very second, Li Qia suddenly felt unease and thus, he shifted his body. However, it was too late. In a flash, a soundless and invisible palm struck his back. Bang! One palm that contained 3 strikes. This penetrating and shrouded palm pounded Li Qia's back and knocked him crashing into a mountain, resulting in a deep crater. Grand Destruction Palm. Momentarily after this palm pummeled Li Qia, a person shockingly exclaimed, the heavenly southern kingdom's Grand Destruction Palm. Everything happened so fast. Li Qia, who had just thrusted Bai Jianjun away, was sneak attacked by someone in an instant. Young King Nantian was the person who attacked right when Li Qia defeated Bai Jianjun. He immediately surged his blood energy and performed the heavenly southern kingdom's devastating Grand Destruction Palm and aimed to kill Li Qia with one blow. Despicable. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were both angry and worried at the same time. Everything transpired in a split second and they didn't think that someone with a great status like young King Nantian would actually sneak attack Li Qia under so many watching eyes. The victors will become kings and the losers are mere bandits. Young King Nantian sneered. Right when his words came out, he summoned a treasure and threw it straight at Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao who were on top of the Tetrawar bronze chariot. Today, I will absolutely kill you. Li Shuangyan, in her fury, raised both of her hands up above and the heavenly sky plate suddenly appeared. In a flash, a dimensional door appeared. Before Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan could regain their wits, young King Nantian's treasure suddenly covered both of them and the chariot. The next second, Li Shuangyan, Chen Baojiao, the chariot, and young King Nantian's summoned treasure all disappeared. Everyone was stunned for a moment while witnessing such a strange scene. No one comprehended their sudden disappearance. Boom! Debris flew all over as Li Qia soared to the sky. There was still a palm print behind his back, but this palm was not fatal to Li Qia. His godly physique was tough enough to withstand this one Grand Destruction Palm. Fragment Realm Spatial Disc. Li Qiye's eyes became cold after bursting out of the crater while staring at young King Nantian. He immediately knew the treasure that made the group of Li Xuanyan vanish. Fragment Realm Spatial Disc. The Fragment Realm Spatial Disc in the Legends. A spectating enlightened being from the previous generation shockingly exclaimed in horror after hearing this name. The Fragment Realm Spatial Disc in the Legends was created by immortal Emperor Fei Yang using true mantras. This treasure had always belonged to the Legends. This was one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. It is even more precious than Emperor laws. The world had always believed that immortal Emperor Fei Yang obtained one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, and the Fragment Realm Spatial Disc was the best evidence. So you do know your stuff. Young King Nantian was secretly shocked that the one palm couldn't kill Li Qiye. He sneered and dominated over Li Qiye to coldly declare, "Killing my heavenly southern kingdom's disciples. Blood will be paid by blood. Today, I will decapitate you and use your head as an offering to my cousin." Young King Nantian's purpose was not only to kill Li Qiye for revenge, but also to seize his Techuar bronze chariot, for he had heard of this ultimate treasure from the cleansing incense ancient sect. To satisfy his rapacity for the chariot, he could only wait until Li Qiye was off the chariot before sneakily attacking. In order to smoothly obtain the chariot, he asked his clan for this supreme treasure, the Fragment Realm Spatial Disc. One had to know that this treasure was the defining treasure of the heavenly southern kingdom. Even though immortal Emperor Fei Yang originated from the kingdom, the truth was that he had no goodwill towards it. He left very few treasures for the kingdom, and the Fragment Realm Spatial Disc was one of them. The moment this treasure came into being, it would immediately banish its targets into a fragmented realm and would trap them inside. If Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao died inside the fragmented realm, then the Techuar bronze chariot would become an item without an owner. At that point, it would be as easy as flipping one's palm for young King Nantian to obtain the chariot. Humph. At this time, a cold murderous hum resounded. Bai Jianjun stepped forward with a killing air, encompassing the sky. "Goddess Bai, you and I should join hands to slay this wretch." Young King Nantian immediately continued, "This wretch is ferocious and ruthless. He is the enemy of the world. I will help Goddess Bai eradicate this guy, for the sake of the world." Zhang. However, the target of Bai Jianjun's murderous intent was not Li Qiye, but young King Nantian. When Bai Jianjun suddenly changed her target to him, it stupefied young King Nantian. If Bai Jianjun joined in, then his situation would not be optimistic. His pathetic dog life is mine. At this time, Li Qiye glared at young King Nantian and calmly said. Today, he had the urge to kill, and Nantian must die. No matter who else came to help, the result would remain the same. Li Qiye was not worried for Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao. He had confidence in his Techuar bronze chariot. It didn't matter that the Fragment Realm Spatial Disc was refined by true mantras, for his chariot had swept through countless eras alongside him. Chapter 218, Sky-Shaking Truncheon. 2. Bai Jianjun glanced at Li Qiye once without any emotions, then she went to the side without saying a word. "Make your move, I shall send you to hell to meet your cousin." Li Qiye stared at young King Nantian and said. "Since you are courting death, I will help you." Young King Nantian was glad that Bai Jianjun left. He sneered as he took out his weapon. Boom! The moment young King Nantian's weapon fell to the ground, the entire earth trembled. This was a gigantic 1,000 zhang tall bronze truncheon. At this time, Nantian's right hand became huge and easily picked up this gigantic truncheon. At this point, the life wheel appeared behind Nantian as his blood energy towered in the sky. Suddenly, his endless blood energy gushed for miles. It was extremely plentiful. It seemed as if it was boundless, like a flood breaking a dam. It shook the earth, causing others to lose their colors. Nantian was a natural-born saint wheel. His blood energy was too great and no one in the same generation could compare to him. Even though he was a royal noble, he had the endurance of an enlightened being. His blood energy was catching up to ancient saints. This was his formidability. Sky-shaking truncheon. Seeing Nantian wielding such a huge bronze truncheon, a previous generation cultivator recognized it and murmured, "A once famous heavenly sovereign true treasure of the heavenly southern kingdom." Heavenly sovereign true treasure. Hearing this, the younger generation cultivators were all stunned for a while. They all felt that a heavenly sovereign weapon was not worthy for someone of young King Nanshan's status. One had to remember that even Dao Child Xingtian used a virtuous paragon life treasure. Even though life treasures and true treasures were on the same level, a life treasure was far from being comparable to a true treasure. There are a few ancient saint true treasures that could even defeat heavenly sovereign life treasures. This particular true treasure has a great history. It followed a heavenly sovereign of the heavenly southern kingdom during his conquest. An older cultivator explained after seeing the weapon. There was a genius in the heavenly southern kingdom who was also a natural saint fate. He coincidentally obtained a true fate godly organ. This type of ore was the essence of heaviness, and after it was crafted into the bronze truncheon, it carried 1 million pounds of weight. Not everyone could use such a true treasure. Only those with powerful blood energy could wield it freely. This was the reason why this sky-shaking truncheon was passed down to young King Nantian. Even an enlightened being would exert all of his strength just to carry it, but it appeared to be nothing in young King Nanshan's hand. It goes to show just how exuberant his vitality was. "Eat this!" Nantian shouted with the sky-shaking truncheon in his hand. This truncheon struck down with an unparalleled speed. Although there was no technique behind it, the weight, along with the speed, created thunderous roars and crackling lightning. "Open!" Li Qiye screamed and swung his hands powerfully to meet the striking truncheon. Ignorant fool, seeing Li Qiye using his bare hands to stop the truncheon, Nantian sneered. The truncheon weighed 1 million pounds. His one strike was more than enough to destroy mountains and rivers. An explosive boom reverberated. The area Li Qiye was standing on immediately sank as the earth shattered, resulting in a crack as Li Qiye's body was smashed down into the earth. This power opened everyone's eyes wide. Such a weight would strike anyone into a pulp. Even an ancient saint would not dare to use his body to block such a strike. This little brat was too arrogant. He was only seeking his own death. A spectator sneered after seeing the exchange. Even the earth turned into small pieces, so everyone here assumed that Li Qiye was dead for sure this time. Rumble. However, at the same time, debris flew everywhere. Li Qiye got up from the pit. At this time, his hair was dusty while his arm was bloodied. Without a doubt, he was wounded by the sky-shaking truncheon. Impossible, seeing that only Li Qiye's arm was bloodied, young King Nanshan's expression greatly changed. He knew, very clearly, the strength of his earlier attack. Even an enlightened being blocking it with his flesh would be rendered into mincemeat, but Li Qiye only had a bloodied arm. Even his hand remained attached. What kind of unthinkable body was this? Seeing such a scene left many people breathless. What kind of physique must this be in order to be able to block the strength of millions and millions of pounds? This physique was too abnormal. Jewel Pillar Saint Child, who had fought Li Qiye before, couldn't stop staring. Even though he tried to suppress it, he could not hide his deep jealousy. At this moment, he understood that Li Qiye was absolutely cultivating the hell-suppressing godly physique. This was his goal, his pursuit in life. "My turn," Li Qiye resoundingly shouted. He spread out his arms that spanned to 1,000 miles and clung onto a towering mountain peak. He used all of his power to clench it and, after a snapping sound, the heaven and earth spun. The entire lofty peak was carried by Li Qiye's gigantic hands. Go! In a flash, the giant mountain was thrown by Li Qiye with the most dominating momentum. It was not a difficult matter to throw a mountain with his godly physique. Arg! With a shocked expression, young King Nantian shouted and powerfully swung his heavy truncheon. Boom! Mud and rocks cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall. Young King Nantian got knocked away like a fly for a very long distance. He heavily hit the ground and created a pit where the bottom was nowhere in sight. Everyone became dumbfounded. This was a little too ridiculous. Young King Nantian used a truncheon as his weapon, but Li Qie was even more tyrannical and used a mountain as his weapon. A while later, Nantian rushed out from the deep pit. He coughed up blood while his battered body was covered in blood. His physique was not as heaven-defying as Li Qie's. Even though his truncheon blocked Li Qie's attack, his body hit the ground and many bones were broken. At this point, young King Nanshan's true fate appeared and absorbed the world's energy to shower his injury. He was a royal noble, and his true fate had formed into the heavens will primal soul. As long as his true fate existed, he would still survive even if his flesh was destroyed. AAA, his advantages were his unparalleled blood energy along with his heavy truncheon. He didn't think that he would be knocked flying away, today, by Li Qie. How could he not go crazy? He furiously roared and the life wheel, like a full moon, appeared behind him. Finally, his body was pummeled inside the last mountain. Seeing such a domineering scene caused everyone to become despondent. Super strength and blood energy covering the sky, it couldn't become any grander than the current scene. Regardless of status or the kind of genius, anyone would feel threatened by such a display. Chapter 219, Grand Tao Saint, 1, You don't know your own limits yet you still dare to fight me. The sky-shaking truncheon in young King Nanshan's grasp heavily fell down to the ground, causing an earthquake as the surrounding 100 miles immediately sank. One blade of grass beheading the stars, one flower petal striking the sun and moon, there can't be another scene more befitting of this phrase. A saint will talent is not any weaker than a saint fate and saint physique. An old enlightened being murmured. There was a common misperception amongst cultivators that stated a saint wheel was not comparable to a saint fate and saint physique. Within these three saint aptitudes, people would value saint fates and saint physiques much higher. Today, young King Nanshan's exhibition made people more aware that the potential of a saint wheel was no less than the other two. Rumble. Just when many people thought Li Qie was dead, he climbed out from the mountain and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was entirely covered in blood, he was not seriously injured. This wound was not comparable to Bai Jianzhen's sword that pierced his chest. Motherfucker, what is this physique, it is too unbelievable. A previous generation cultivator couldn't help but swear after seeing how Li Qie managed to survive after such a blow that swept him away. Didn't someone say that this kid had a mortal physique? Can a mortal physique be this dazzling? A person couldn't help but question the rumors that Li Qie had all mortal innate talents. Could a mortal physique be this astonishing? Managing to survive after such a smash, this type of mortal physique defied logic. Young King Nanshan's expression turned ugly at this time. He realized that Li Qie cultivated a terrifying physique law. With a buzzing sound, young King Nanshan's life wheel crazily rotated. The vermilion bird flew up in the sky while flapping its wings, creating rising tides of blood with one wave higher than the previous. At this moment, young King Nantian exerted his saint wheel's extreme strength as his frightening 1,000,000-year-old longevity treasure fueled his blood energy without stopping. At this point, the vermilion bird soared upward and turned these bloody tides into an endless ocean of blood. Boom boom boom, momentarily, young King Nanshan's vitality could even devour the stars up in the 9 firmaments as his boundless blood energy covered half of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. At this time, each and every person at the underworld ferry was looking towards this direction, including a few treasure lords and earth immortals. Competing blood energy with me? Li Qie sneered and furiously screamed. Boom! A gigantic explosive noise resonated as the yin-yang sea of blood immediately appeared. In the blink of an eye, this endless sea of blood enveloped the heaven and earth. A bloody moon and bloody sun gradually rose up from the sea of blood. In a split second, Li Qia's life will constantly spun as the revolving crescent sun merit law pulled this endless vitality and exerted a frightening power. It did not matter that this sea of blood was endless, the law was still able to pull everything so that this endless blood energy would enter Li Qia's body. Clang clang clank. At this time, Li Qia's entire body issued out clanking noises as chain after chain of substantial universal laws locked up his body. The power of the yin-yang sea of blood was too tyrannical. If it was any other physique, it would absolutely burst into nothingness at this moment. However, Li Qia's hell-suppressing godly physique was capable of withstanding such pressure. Bang! Li Qia then stomped on the ground, and the earth below him shattered. The immediate vicinity turned into ruins as all of the mountains came crashing down. Bang bang bang! Li Qia's energy was endless for, at this time, the yin-yang sea of blood turned into a world of fresh blood as blood energy crazily poured out like a prehistoric fierce beast. In this moment, Li Qia's vitality covered the heaven and earth as his body immersed itself in the sea of blood that had a thick and undissolvable energy. This. What kind of longevity treasure is this? Could this be an immortal emperor longevity treasure? Facing Li Qia's terrorizing vitality, everyone became stupefied. Even ancient saints would not have such a logic-defying vitality like this. However, if this was an immortal emperor longevity treasure, not everyone could accept its boundless vitality and blood energy. Once one bears the burden, the insufficient body could explode, resulting in the life wheel's destruction. Boom! 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 Everything was spinning from the two enveloping gigantic seas of blood. Finally, Li Qia's eternal blood energy sent an all-encompassing sweeping momentum towards young King Nanshan's blood sea. With a shocked expression, young King Nanshan's heavenly bird longevity treasure maniacally spun. His personal saint will set off a huge quantity of longevity blood and turn them into a tremendous energy. The vermilion bird behind him risked everything to, once again, create bloody tidal waves in order to stop Li Qia's approaching ocean. However, regardless of his life-risking endeavors, young King Nantian could not deter the crushing force from Li Qia's sea of blood. Young King Nanshan's longevity treasure was indeed remarkable. His 1,000,000-year-old life ring, that was refined with an immortal emperor longevity law, was also inexplicably powerful. However, even a more powerful longevity treasure became insignificant before Li Qia's yin-yang sea of blood. The yin-yang sea of blood had a heaven-shattering origin. It was a supreme treasure seized from the deepest location of a burial ground. It was not something that young King Nanshan's heavenly bird life ring could compare to. Saint Wheel, there's not much to it. At this time, Li Qia cried out. His entire body was surrounded by a dense blood energy, and after the cry, it moved to his fist and lingered there, resulting in a bloody hand. Under his roar, he swung his fist fiercely forward. Li Qia ferociously used his body as a weapon with its endless lingering blood energy. This approaching hand was no longer a hand, but more like a divine rod. It incited lightning and thunder as strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Young King Nantian also cried out in response. All of his blood energy turned into pure strength that swung his sky-shaking truncheon onward. Clang clang clang. Both sides severely hit each other 3 times. The noise resonated from the collisions rang across ancient Sky City and deafened everyone's eardrums. Clank. After one last blow, young King Nantian was no longer able to stop Li Qia's berserk attacks. Even Li Qia's arms were bloodied from competing against the truncheon, but his third attack managed to force young King Nantian to cough up blood. Eat another one. Li Qia screamed and chopped with an invincible attitude. The hell-suppressing godly physique had infinite immensity. One arm carried the burden of millions and millions of Jin, Kati. Once strengthened by the blood energy of the yin-yang sea of blood, the terrorizing power of this one chop was incalculable. Boom! Young King Nantian could only use the truncheon to block this imminent chop. However, under this blow, he crazily spewed out blood as the heavy truncheon was knocked back into his body. Crack crack. The harsh sounds of broken bones echoed. In this split second, countless bones were broken. Bang! His body crashed into a mountain, breaking it into pieces. He became bloodied and battered as his blood decorated the earth. At this point in time, his entire chest caved in. His truncheon could not bear Li Qi's crazy attacks, it bounced back on his body and completely crushed his chest. Being bloody became his most discernible characteristic. By seeing such a scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the grand characters far away at the ferry had to take a deep breath to digest such a scene. This physique was truly domineering. Is he still a human? Seeing Li Qie use his bare hands as a weapon left everyone in horror. This person was 100 times more terrifying than a raging dragon. At this point, young King Nantian no longer dared to fight. He turned around and fled towards the underworld ferry. He was scared out of his mind and immediately looked for his sect's protection, otherwise, he would surely die in this battle. Where are you escaping to? Seeing the fleeing opponent, Li Qie coldly shouted and immediately took chase. Seeing young King Nantian defeated and having to escape, everyone was in disbelief. As for the younger generation, it was needless to say. Even the geniuses who considered themselves extraordinary and previously had animosity towards Li Qie were pale in fear at this time. As for Jewel Pillar Saint Child, his expression turned dark. He understood that Li Qie's physique had reached minor completion. Even if it wasn't at minor completion, it was not far off. What did it mean to have a hell-suppressing godly physique at minor completion? This was one of the 12 immortal physiques. One had to know that at grand completion immortal physique, no matter what their cultivation and rank was, they were completely capable of rolling over heavenly kings. Even virtuous paragons would have to think twice before messing with them. A hell-suppressing godly physique at minor completion, it did not matter whether Li Qie was a named hero or royal noble, he would be able to directly defeat ancient saints and even heavenly sovereigns. Even when he was a saint physique at grand completion, he would not have the least bit of advantage versus Li Qie's minor completion, not to mention that he was still a long way off from grand completion. If a virtuous paragon also had a grand completion hell-suppressing godly physique, then unless an immortal emperor came into being, no one would be able to stop him. To put it simply, he would be able to slay all the gods and devils that were in his path. Even if it was an immortal emperor, he would still be able to fight. Perhaps, a victory was not achievable, but he would surely manage to stay alive. Having thought up to this point, Jewel Pillar Saint Child gripped his fists with an ominous countenance. Once Li Qie reached grand completion, he would never be able to catch up. The hell-suppressing godly physique, this kid is surely cultivating the hell-suppressing godly physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. At this point in time, an older character from the previous generation realized something, and he murmured with a shocked expression. Hell-suppressing godly physique. Hearing this name, countless people were astonished with a disturbance in their minds. One of the 12 immortal physiques, this was something everyone dreamed about. From the immemorial times till now, how many people actually managed to cultivate an immortal physique law? This is not possible. I have never heard about the cleansing incense ancient sect having the hell-suppressing godly physique law. Chapter 220, Grand Tao Saint, 2, It was common knowledge that immortal physique laws were much more valuable compared to emperor laws. Some people even compared them to heaven's will secret laws. Momentarily, countless eyes became cloudy with thoughts. It didn't matter whether Li Qie was actually cultivating an immortal physique or not, they must assume that he was, rather than the contrary. Considering how heaven-defying Li Qie's physique was at the moment, the chance of him cultivating an immortal physique law was very high. Even a minor completion hell-suppressing godly physique was extremely frightening. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, their immortal physiques would become even more frightening. For example, two virtuous paragons on the same level, if one of them had a minor completion immortal physique, they would completely crush their opponent and kill them as if it was nothing. This was the terrorizing part about an immortal physique. In just one short passing, many cultivators assumed a serious appearance with glimmers in their eyes. Immortal physique law, it is more valuable than an emperor law, and even rarer than a heavens will secret law. Anyone would be salivating over such an item. Where are you escaping to? Young King Nantian escaped after his defeat and desperately ran towards the underworld ferry. He was scared out of his mind and didn't dare to stop at all. He mustered all of his strength and utilized his fast speed to run while Li Qie was shouting behind him as he chased. He would not stop until young King Nantian died in his hands. Both sides crossed 10,000 miles in just a flash. Young King Nantian was flying in the air while Li Qie was chasing on foot. Nonetheless, young King Nantian could not get rid of Li Qie. The Kuan-Peng 6 variants had a frightening speed. No matter how many methods and schemes Nantian tried, he remained unable to escape from Li Qie's pursuit. Countless people were shocked by witnessing such a scene. The descendant of the heavenly southern kingdom and a genius of the younger generation, young King Nantian was considered to be very promising by many people. Today, he was being chased by a little demon like a dog. This was so unbelievable. After much effort, young King Nantian finally made it to the underworld ferry and saw the base of the heavenly southern kingdom. He used the fastest speed to rush forward, and the experts from the kingdom immediately dashed out to greet him. They were prepared to drive back the enemy for their young king. Suddenly, at the underworld ferry, countless people were looking at this scene. Although their eyes remained closed, even the indifferent treasure lord stared towards this direction. After chasing to the ferry in one breath and seeing the boundless underworld river, Li Qie sneered and immediately followed Nantian, who escaped to his base. Before Li Qie could reach the heavenly southern kingdom's base, dozens of their experts met him and immediately shouted before surrounding Li Qie. Scram! With his towering blood energy and thick vitality, Li Qie roared and ruthlessly swung his hands forward when met by the heavenly southern kingdom's experts. The dozens of experts were alarmed and they all summoned their powerful life treasures. However, after a loud bang, regardless of what kind of life treasures there were, they all shattered under Li Qie's 2 hands. A group of experts crazily spewed out blood and rocketed outside as the earth was nearly crushed. Junior, don't be arrogant. Seeing so many experts unable to stop Li Qie, an enlightened being of the heavenly southern kingdom finally shouted and opened his mouth to take out a pagoda. The pagoda flew up in the air and immediately became as large as a huge mountain. With his life will moving, the yin-yang sea of blood set off a tide of blood thousands of zhang hai and submerged the heaven and earth in a second. The light in his inner physique was extremely bright as the hell-suppressing godly physique erupted wave after wave of divine aura. Scram! Facing the incoming suppression of the mountain-like pagoda, Li Qie didn't even bat an eyelash as he slammed forward with both hands. Such a domineering gesture attracted many gasps from others. This was a 5 celestials enlightened being, and his pagoda was a heavenly sovereign life treasure. It acted as a prison of the world, something capable of suppressing all royal nobles. Clank! His arms landed a heavy blow on top of this pagoda, smashing it back towards the enlightened being. Frightened, the enlightened being decided to use an incantation in order to stop his pagoda. Boom! The enlightened being was not able to stop his pagoda, and he was knocked away while spraying blood. Witnessing this spectacle left many masters at the ferry to be amazed. A 5 celestials enlightened being lost from just one blow. This was too heaven-defying and powerful. How could they know that under the frenzy of the yin-yang sea of blood, Li Qie's hell-suppressing godly physique exploded with power capable to stopping gods and devils? The hell-suppressing godly physique, the knocked-away enlightened being struggled to stabilize himself and screamed in horror. Suffering a great blow after this exchange with Li Qie, this enlightened being immediately knew what Li Qia's physique was. It really is the hell-suppressing godly physique. Earlier, many people had speculated this, but after hearing it, they all took a cold breath. The heavenly southern enlightened being had personally tested it before drawing this conclusion. This was no longer a question. One of the 12 immortal physiques. If this reaches grand completion, then even a royal noble would be able to annihilate a heavenly king. At this time, countless people lost their colors. Break. Stepping into the heavenly southern kingdom's base and seeing young King Nantian, Li Qia fiercely smashed with a blow that punished the heaven and earth, with a force capable of splitting miles of mountains and rivers. Boom! The extremely dominating strike of Li Qia didn't hit young King Nantian, for it was blocked by a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was very heroic. His entire body was covered by a vast aura, and he had a powerful vitality and youthful pressing power. It felt as if he was blessed and protected by the love of millions of existences. Nantian Hudu, the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom. Seeing this middle-aged man blocking the powerful strike of Li Qia, many people exclaimed in astonishment. Rumored to be an 8 palaces genius, a grand Tao saint. An ancient saint nearby was shocked to see this middle-aged man. Even a grand saint would be dreadful of such a person. 8 palaces genius, grand Tao saint. Hearing these words, even people who didn't know Nantian Hudu were still alarmed. Cultivators throughout their lives had 3 chances to open fate palaces. One was the provisional palace, the next was the royal noble mysterious fate realm, and then the ancient saint realm. However, at the ancient saint realm, experts capable of opening 4 palaces and up were no longer little saint, young saint, or grand saint. Even if their cultivation was within these 3 realms, ancient saints with 5 palaces were called heaven restoration saints, 6 palaces were called Tao restoration saints, 7 palaces were called heavenly saints, and 8 palaces were called grand Tao saints. 8 fate palaces. Countless people lost their composure after hearing such a thing. It was not an exaggeration to call people with 8 fate palaces a genius within geniuses. There was a saying in the cultivation world, 9 extremes to become a sovereign, 10 completions to reach flawlessness. A 9-palace cultivator will be praised by the world, but with 10 palaces, it was reaching the pinnacle of perfection. This type of cultivator had a stainless Tao foundation for the rest of their lives. Since the start of time, cultivators had 12 fate palaces in principle. However, 9 palaces was the limit of geniuses. 9 palace cultivators could be considered a genius amongst geniuses no matter which era they were in, the kings of geniuses. Since the start of time, cultivators that were able to open 10 fate palaces were fewer than few. This type of cultivator had the opportunity to become an invincible immortal emperor. As for 11 fate palaces, this could be described as a miracle throughout the ages. The people who achieved 11 palaces, since the beginning of all time, could be counted with 5 fingers. 12 fate palaces, this was not something people even thought of. Since the beginning, the world has never heard of anyone capable of opening 12 fate palaces. Its existence had always been a legend. 8 palace cultivators were already extremely exceptional. Nantian Hudu, the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom, was one of the very few 8 palace geniuses in this era. Rumors has it that he had cultivated for a very short time, only 5,000 years ago. Within 1,000 years, he managed to reach ancient saint and finally opened his 8th palace to become an 8-palace genius. Someone in the Grand Middle Territory had stated that if Nantian Hudu was not living during the difficult Tao era, he would have become a heavenly king a long time ago. Because he lived during the era where the heavens was absent, he couldn't successfully open his 9th fate palace. Even though this was the case, Nantian Hudu still fortified his position as the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom. Junior, enough is enough. With a righteous aura, Nantian Hudu looked at Li Qia and gravely said, "You should walk away, and my heavenly southern kingdom will not pursue this matter any further." Li Qiye looked at Nantian Hudu and leisurely smiled as he said, "Not pursue. Ha, even if your kingdom wants to let me go, I still don't want to let go of your kingdom. It is very simple for me to forego this, hand over the head of the brat, Nantian." Nantian Hudu, with a fierce glare, coldly replied, "Junior, don't be arrogant. There is always a higher mountain. The heavenly southern kingdom is not something a junior like you can provoke. Be smart and leave right now. Otherwise, this will be your burial." Nantian Hudu's words were quite aggressive, but as an eight-palace genius, no one thought that he was being arrogant. He truly had the qualification to say such domineering words. Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Li Qiye smirked and calmly spoke, "Can it compare to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom? Don't mistake your kingdom as if it is something great. In my eyes, the heavenly southern kingdom is not worthy to even be ranked as something prestigious." Li Qiye's words immediately rendered everyone speechless. So cocky, a person couldn't help but say. However, they thought about how this kid even dared to attack the ancient kingdom's heavenly grotto. This outlaw of a kid didn't care for the ancient kingdom, so how could he even consider the heavenly southern kingdom? Chapter 221, Pishio Treasure Jar, 1, Li Qiye coming out with arrogant claptrap left everyone speechless. The heavenly southern kingdom was a very ancient existence, and immortal Emperor Fei Yang originated from it. One had to know that immortal Emperor Fei Yun was absolutely one of the greatest immortal emperors throughout the ages. Legend has it that the appearance of his flying banner was capable of refining the world and suppressing a myriad of worlds. This brat is truly lawless, he doesn't not care about a thing. Even an older cultivator couldn't help but murmur. Nantian Hudu, as the national teacher, was definitely not a no-name. An eight-palace ancient saint, a grand Tao saint, how heaven-defying was this? This kid does not know life from death. At this time, a cold scowl emerged. A royal aura ignited as a person chillingly spoke, "Do you really think you are invincible just because of a few treasures on your body?" At this moment, 6 royal experts void-stepped on the air to arrive, followed by 6 cavalries as smooth as the flowing water. They were completely in sync as if the 6 cavalries were part of the 6 royal experts. The 6 experts were the heads of the dragons while the 6 cavalries were the dragon bodies swimming in the air. The 6 Jiangzhou kings, seeing the 6 cavalries smoothly following every little action of the 6 royal experts, a person emotionally exclaimed, "The 6 wise monarchs formation." Legend has it that the 6 Jiangzhou kings have the array map left behind by wise monarch Jiangzhou. Seeing these 6 royal experts, a person muttered. Many people turned pale at the sight of the 6 Jiangzhou kings. From an ancient saint's perspective, just one of them was nothing to be fearful of, but the 6 of them together was a different story. It signaled the coming of the 6 wise monarchs formation. This was the clan's defining formation that was created by an invincible wise monarch, extremely heaven-defying. Li Qiye had seen Jiangzhou host 6 wise monarchs formation before. Of course, Jiangzhou Ho's formation was not comparable to the 6 kings formation. Jiangzhou Ho's was only a minor formation at best while the formation of the 6 kings was the real 6 wise monarchs formation. Li Qiye glanced at the 6 kings and calmly exclaimed, "This is none of your business." Li Qiye's reaction left everyone without words. It seemed as if there was no one in this world that the kid wouldn't bluster against. "Brat, do you want to die?" The 6 kings became livid as their eyes immediately became serious. The 6 royal experts stepped out, and the grand formation also followed with a momentum that wanted to kill Li Qiye. It was not strange for the 6 kings to want to kill Li Qiye. More than 1,000 disciples, along with Jiangzhou Ho, were buried by Li Qiye, and their clan had always wanted vengeance. Today, they naturally would not let him go on this chance meeting. "Junior, for insulting my kingdom, it is not too late to bow your head and apologize right now. Otherwise, don't even dream about leaving this place alive." At this time, Nantian Hudu chillingly glared at Li Qiye with an oppressing aura. In his eyes, Li Qiye was already a fish caught in a net. Nantian Hudu's words left annoyance in the hearts of many cultivators and small sects, along with criticisms. Young King Nantian clearly backstabbed Li Qiye first, but he was not Li Qiye's match. Now, Li Qiye had to apologize. Even though they were agitated, they couldn't do anything. The big sects and powerful nations had always protected their own. To them, right or wrong did not matter. Death was the only option for their oppositions. Li Qiye then smirked and said, "It is not difficult to make me leave. Hand me little brat Nanshan's head, then I will leave without saying a word." Young King Nantian was absolutely livid with anger as he was being treated to the side while his entire body was shaking all over. An ancient saint from the previous generation exclaimed after seeing Li Qiye sucked inside the 8 palaces world. Against such a powerful opponent like this, even he himself couldn't do anything except run away. Trapped inside the kingdom, Li Qiye looked around to see the magnificent scenes with mountains and rivers, an endless vitality. It was as if there were countless living beings inhabiting and worshipping this expanse. "Brat, today is your funeral." At this point, the sound of Nantian Hudu echoed from above inside this world. His voice was extremely commanding. Inside this world created by the 8 palaces, he was the supreme existence, a god with unchallengeable authority. After his voice descended, a huge fist encompassing the sky followed and aimed towards Li Qiye. "Break for me!" Li Qiye roared and his life wheel rotated with the undulating yin-yang sea of blood. The blood moon and sun appeared as the Kunpeng traversed the sky. The 2 arms of Li Qiye swung out and were accompanied by the 2 Kunpeng's wings right behind them, just like 2 divine blades slicing this piece of world. Boom, boom. However, Li Qiye's fists that contained an immeasurable power were still not able to destroy the giant fist in the sky. If Li Qiye's power was able to split a sacred mountain, then this giant fist had the power of an entire world because this was the 8 palaces world of Nantian Hudu. Compared to an entire world, Li Qiye was only an insect. How could he compete against all the accumulated energy in this place? Rumble-ee. Under the grinding pressure of the giant fist, Li Qiye switched from offense to defense. His 2 hands pushed up against the sky and the oncoming giant fist, but even his hell-suppressing godly physique was not able to stop the kingdom's power. A burst of intense noises resounded as the earth below Li Qiye's feet began to fragment. Crank, crank crack. The splintering of the earth could even be heard by the cultivators outside. With Li Qiye at the center, a huge section of earth below his feet started to split open. Another loud boom. The giant fist's pressure increased, and half of Li Qiye's body was underground. His 2 hands were bent from the suppression as his bones throughout his entire body were rattling as if they could break into pieces at any moment. At this time, Li Qiye's face was flushed red. Even with a complete explosive exertion of his power, it was still not enough to stop this giant fist that was pressing down on him. This was the power of this world. Li Qiye had no way to stop it while being inside. Grand Tao Saint. How can anyone resist the power of the 8 palaces kingdom? Seeing such a scene, not to mention enlightened beings, even ancient saints turned pale like a piece of paper. Meeting a Grand Tao Saint, even a grand accomplishment Grand Saint would have to run for they were not a match. This brat truly cultivated a supreme immortal physique, he's still not dead while under the crushing power of the kingdom. Many cultivators were envious of Li Qiye who was still managing to struggle. A supreme immortal physique, this was a drool-inducing item to countless people. A younger cultivator sneered and commented, so what if it is a supreme immortal physique? He's still dying under the power of an 8-palace ancient saint. This foolish thing tried to oppose a Grand Tao Saint with such a shallow cultivation, truly not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth. Young King Nantian, after seeing Li Qiye's painful struggle, was quite happy. He also sneered and said, supreme immortal physique. He's still only struggling against his death at the moment. Junior, hand over your supreme immortal physique and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will slowly torture you until you hand it over. At that time, you will come to understand a fate where living is worse than death. Inside the 8 Palaces kingdom, Nantian Hudu's voice came down like the lord of this territory who reigned over the lives of all existences within. There was no doubt that Nantian Hudu was tempted by Li Qia's immortal physique and was not in a rush to kill. He chose to slowly grind down on Li Qia instead. Don't be so arrogant. Li Qia's face turned red. He was still powering his own fists, and he sneered and said, the outcome is still undecided. Chapter 222, Pishio Treasure Jar, 2, Naive little thing, I will first break all of your bones. The cruel voice of Nantian Hudu rang. In the blink of an eye, his giant fist shined with waves and waves of light as its power increased. Bang! Li Qia had a difficult time bearing the blow this time, he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Kid, surrender. Otherwise, you will scream many times until you accept your sin. Nantian Hudu's voice fell down once again. You're only in 8 Palaces kingdom, do you really think it will end me? At that time, Li Qia howled with laughter and no longer held anything back. In a flash, his entire body exuded a blinding brilliance. For just a moment, this bright and scorching light blindingly illuminated this entire world. Under this light, it seemed as if everything was bleached into transparency. What happened? The sudden explosive burst of light was as if it was the start of the primordial chaos, breaking out from inside the 8 Palaces kingdom. Many people couldn't help but become astonished from seeing such a scene. The heavens' will is mine. Li Qia let out a loud roar. Not to mention the kingdom, even the world outside suddenly dimmed down. It was as if the stars were falling, as if the supreme heavens' will was pouring down an endless energy. In a split second, it seemed as if all the lights in this world gathered on Li Qia's body. Boom! A deafening detonation destroyed the world. Finally, a crack was torn from inside the 8 Palaces kingdom. Li Qia flew backwards out of the kingdom. Even though there was still a smidge of blood on the corner of his lips as he had a distressed look, at this moment, his body was emitting an endless amount of light. At the present time, stars hovered around Li Qia's body. These stars were around the size of a thumb and floated around him along with an undulating sun and moon. These celestials formed into wisps of silver lights as they ceaselessly revolved. The even more frightening part was that there was a piece of blue sky with a profound and deep shade. The heavens' will was rooted inside as it was reigning over all the world's laws and the united myriad of Tao. Heaven's will secret law, seeing Li Qia's situation, someone drew in a cold breath and exclaimed in amazement, Immortal Emperor Min Ren's daylight sky immortal secret from the legends. Having heard this, everyone turned emotional. Heaven's will secret law, this represented the highest accomplishment within the life of an invincible immortal emperor. Although immortal emperors might create many emperor laws during their lives, in the end, the real invincibility was within the heavens' will secret law. It could only be created after shouldering the heavens' will because, along with its power, it contained the mysteries of the heavens. Some emperor laws were created at a young age, and they were strengthened by the emperor's Tao after achieving immortal emperor to finally become real emperor laws. However, without shouldering the heavens' will, it was impossible to create a secret law. There was nothing comparable to the most powerful secret laws in this world outside of the 9 grand scriptures. But to the world, the scriptures were only part of the legends. Nantian Hudu couldn't help but become alarmed after seeing the secret law. Come, open my eyes and show me just how powerful an 8 Palace ancient saint is. Even with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Li Qia seemed like a true king of the heavens, adorning the blue sky above with the stars hovering around him. At this point, many people from the heavenly southern kingdom were greatly dismayed, especially young King Nantian. He had reddened eyes from jealousy. This brat was already cultivating a covetous immortal physique, but he actually trained a secret law as well. Isn't the legendary heavens will secret law of the cleansing incense ancient sect lost? Seeing the secret law created by immortal Emperor Min Ren appearing from Wuxia, a person couldn't help but ask quietly. Heavens will secret law. Nantian Hudu's expression turned cold as he sneered, with your cultivation, even the secret law cannot change your fate. Only death lies in the end. Finished his jeering, he summoned a treasure pot jar. Divine Beast Protector, come out. Nantian Hudu roared and suddenly, all of his blood energy rushed into the treasure jar. In this second, an endless fierce beast aura soared from the jar. Bang bang bang. Bursts of thunderous noises resounded. The treasure jar sank into Nantian Hudu's 8 palaces kingdom. In a flash, the power of the kingdom, along with the blood energy, entered the jar. Ngao at this time, a loud roar of a beast appeared. This beast roar not only shocked the nearby cultivators, rendering their legs weak, but it also alarmed many of the tightly packed earth corpses in the far distance. A gigantic beast jumped out of the treasure jar, creating mayhem amongst the spectators. The body of this beast was even larger than a high mountain. Its frightening aura came from an ancient age, commanding respect from others just like a divine beast descending down to the mortal world. All of the weaker and insignificant beings felt a primal fear. Divine Beast Pishio. Everyone lost their colors when this giant beast leaped out. Pishio Treasure Jar, the Heavenly King life treasure that had always been passed down by the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Only a Heavenly King life treasure. This is the national teacher of the kingdom, though. Having heard this, a junior questioned it. The national teacher of the kingdom should be using a virtuous paragon life treasure. Why was he using a Heavenly King life treasure like this? The origin of this jar is heavenly shocking, but unfortunately, its master died at a young age. This royal lord continued his murmuring, the Heavenly Southern Kingdom seized it from someone else's hands. This jar was refined from the Tao bone of a heavenly beast Pishio. This treasure crafted from the Tao bone of a heavenly beast Pishio once belonged to a genius before falling into the hands of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Although the heavenly beast Pishio was not the real Pishio and couldn't compare to its divine beast heritage, it contained the bloodline of a divine beast Pishio and its strength was extremely formidable. This genius reached the Heavenly King realm but, in the end, he died to the hands of the kingdom, and this treasure also fell into their hands. Using his Fate Palace's kingdom to take care of the beast, and to even call it a divine beast protector. Grand Tao Saint, such an achievement like this already exceeds my entire lifetime's accomplishments. An ancient saint from the previous generation couldn't help but lament at such a sight. Nantian Hudu's divine beast protector was only for his own 8 palaces kingdom. He actually used his kingdom to strengthen this Heavenly King life treasure and groom the Pishio Tao bone inside his Fate Palaces. This was beyond anyone's imagination. There is no strongest life treasure, only the most suitable life treasure. A royal lord quietly stated. Even though people said that the higher the rank of a life treasure, the more powerful it was, however, this was only in principle. For example, one could be a royal noble but could only use 30% of a virtuous paragon life treasure, or even only 10 or 20%. They would also need a huge amount of blood energy to activate a treasure of this level. This Pishio treasure jar was a great match for Nantian Hudu and his 8 palaces kingdom. He could unleash an unthinkable power that was potentially more powerful than an ordinary cultivator wielding a virtuous paragon true treasure. Junior, accept your death. Nantian Hutu roared with his blood energy while controlling the jar. It flashed a blinding light as the Pishio growled, and its giant claw immediately mauled towards Wuxia. Activate as the Pishio's claw was approaching, not to mention other people, even Wuxia's expression dimmed down. He let out a battle cry as the high blue sky suddenly gathered the energy from the world, channeling it incessantly into Wuxia's body. At this moment, Wuxia seemed to have turned into a giant. The moment this avatar appeared, the blue sky replaced the firmament as each of the huge stars could sink the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Li Qie, like a bottomless black hole, devoured all of the world's energy like a flood. All of the grand Tao power also attached to his body. The worst part was that Li Qie's yin-yang sea of blood was endless like the blood energy of the gods. It poured into his body, causing his battle power to surge torrentially with a boundless vitality. At this second, Li Qie turned into the light of the sun and unleashed this power. Boom! Li Qie's avatar actually managed to block the Pishio's claw. Even though Li Qie's body thumpingly retreated, he still withstood the blow. This is impossible. This kid is clearly not even a royal noble, how could he stop a blow of this magnitude? Many people couldn't believe their own eyes. This was absurd, truly a miracle. Heavens will secret law. Seeing such a display caused countless people to go crazy. A heavens will secret law was truly insanity-inducing for many heritages. The peerless treasure, the yin-yang sea of blood, along with the secret law, this power was unimaginable. Beast raging against the world. At this time, Nantian Hudu finally revealed his killing blow and used his emperor law. In an instant, an emperor aura encompassed the sky as emperor runes fell down. Nantian Hudu turned into an immemorial fierce beast and had a sacred presence. In the blink of an eye, the Pishio became even larger as it exuded an emperor's breath. Beast raging against the world. A person was traumatized and emotionally exclaimed, an emperor law left behind by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Didn't people say that immortal Emperor Fei Yang didn't leave any emperor laws behind for the heavenly southern kingdom? How come it still has an emperor law from Fei Yang? An undying old man murmured at the sight of Nantian Hudu using his killing technique. The heavenly southern kingdom had a secret that it did not want anyone to find out. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang was one of the most powerful and exceptional immortal emperors since the beginning of time. Even though he came from the heavenly southern kingdom, he actually opposed them before. From a young age, he left the kingdom and never returned afterwards. Future generations did not know the reason why. In short, even though he came from the kingdom, he did not admit himself as its disciple. He didn't even leave behind his Tao heritage for the kingdom. Because of this, an ancient nation like the heavenly southern kingdom did not name itself an ancient kingdom, but only a kingdom. At this time, all of the great characters understood that vengeance and grievance did not matter. The only integral fact was that Li Qie carried a heavens will secret law and a supreme immortal physique law. Both of these were desired by anyone in this world, any heritage, any nation, including immortal emperors' lineages. Today, even if they captured Li Qie, the declined cleansing incense ancient sect would not have the power to save him. At that time, wouldn't it be an easy task to force out the secret law and physique law? In a trice, it was not just one or two people who were tempted. The hearts of many great sect masters and sacred lords were thumping. Even a few old undying beings had frightening glimmers in their eyes. Capturing Li Qie meant obtaining the secret law and physique law. However, this would also mean becoming enemies with the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. These great characters glanced at each other while contemplating about capturing Li Qie. Jewel Pillar Saint Child couldn't help but to look at his school elders, and he plotted with them. He wished to instantly capture Li Qie in order to obtain his lifelong pursuit of the hell-suppressing godly physique. On the sideline, seeing Li Qie fighting two enemies by himself, young King Nantian was maddened from jealousy. As the descendant of the heavenly southern kingdom, he still didn't have a heavens will secret law. No, their entire kingdom did not have one secret law, yet this brat in front of him had one in his possession. How could he not feel begrudged? He was slightly regretful at this moment. If the fragment realm spatial disc was still in his hands, he would have teamed up with the national teacher to capture Li Qie alive. How could both laws escape his grasp at that point? Unfortunately, his spatial disc was trapping Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao, along with the Tetrawar bronze chariot, right now. Before it could kill the two girls along with suppressing the chariot, he could not summon the spatial disc back. Junior, it is not too late to surrender to my heavenly southern kingdom. As long as you surrender, we will show mercy and not make it difficult for you. At this time, Nantian Hudu stated with a deep voice. Nantian Hudu naturally would not let the 6 Jiangzhou kings get what they want after he learned their aim. Thus, he began to persuade Li Qiye into surrendering in order to obtain the 2 laws. Do you all really think I am a fish on a chopping block? Li Qiye then crazily roared, open. The moment the word came out, a thunderous sound exploded. At this time, a terrifying thing occurred. Li Qiye's life wheel opened wide as all of the blood energy started to roll from the yin-yang sea of blood into Li Qiye's body. But at this time, there was a golden sun and a divine moon leaping out from the sea of blood. The revolving crescent sun merit law was initially fueling vitality and longevity blood into Li Qiye's inner physique, but now, there was a divine moon and golden sun from the yin-yang sea of blood connecting with the technique's crescent moon and sun. Boom! After a loud explosion, a flood of extreme sun spirit fire poured out from Li Qiye's body. At the same time, the divine moon hanging over the heavens while blue sky gushed out endless streaks of moonlight. Bang bang bang, the golden sun and divine moon harmonized at the same time, causing the energy from the yin-yang sea of blood to multiply several times while pouring into Li Qiye's physique. This caused Li Qiye's battle prowess to frantically soar. Boom! The mortal sword also resonated with Li Qiye's soaring battle power. It was initially one sword creating one world, now, it was one sword creating 2 worlds, and its power increased several times. Meanwhile, the blue sky above Li Qiye's head poured down even more stars all around Li Qiye's body. His body, at this point, exuded endless strands of circulating starlight that began to force open the dragon claw. Chapter 224, Physique Devil Devouring the Heavens, 2, Is this an immortal emperor longevity treasure? Many grand characters were alarmed after seeing the power of the yin-yang sea of blood. Bai Jianzhen's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Seeing Li Qiye's yin-yang sea of blood, she knew that Li Qiye was not using his full strength during their fight, he was holding back, just like her. She was also surprised since only an immortal emperor longevity treasure would create such a visual phenomenon. She was clear on this, for her longevity treasure was also of the immortal emperor rank. Bang bang bang. Wave after wave of explosions rang out as Li Qiye was about to escape from the entrapment of the Pishio and Azure Dragon. Junior, this is you seeking your death. Nantian Hudu shouted loudly. Buzzing sounds blared as a life wheel accompanied by thunderous sounds rose from behind him. A virtuous paragon longevity treasure floated up and down inside his life wheel, and it poured down blood energy at this time. In a flash, a virtuous paragon power immediately erupted from Nantian Hudu's body. Growl. The Pishio that was biting Li Qiye became even more powerful with the surging emperor energy. After some crackles, Li Qiye's one sword forming 2 worlds technique gradually became unable to support itself and slowly shrank in size. Boy, let's see how much longer you can hold out for. At this time, the Azure Dragon's entire body was also bursting with azure light along with formational runes. Its dragon's aura was rolling furiously as if it was a real Azure Dragon. Explosions resonated as the array of stars hovering around Li Qiye's body began to shatter from the dragon claw's thrashing. Boom! Under the pressure of both Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings, Li Qiye's 3 finesse sword and heavens will secret law were overwhelmed. The only things left were 3 feet of the one sword, 2 worlds, and the endless stars. The monstrous Pishio's jaw and the sharp Azure Dragon's claws were right next to his body. Pluff. Li Qiye crazily sprayed out blood as he was struggling to withstand the suppression of the Pishio and Azure Dragon. At this time, there were cracks forming all over his tattered body as blood stained his clothes. The sounds of bones cracking were heard very clearly. Li Qiye's bones began to break from the crushing power of the two beasts. It could no longer bear this burden even if the godly physique was sturdy. In the end, it was not the indestructible diamond immortal physique. At this time, even the hell-suppressing godly physique was on the verge of exploding. Junior, to be able to withstand my divine beast protector, you are clearly a prodigy amongst the younger generation. If you surrender now and submit to my heavenly southern kingdom, we will appreciate your talents and we will also groom you. Nantian Hudu gravely said. At this point, the azure dragon also opened its mouth and the voice of one of the 6 kings resounded, "Boy, I also appreciate talents. If you join under my banner right now and become my disciple, you will surely become the main disciple of the Jiangzhou clan." Their words caused everyone to secretly jeer in their minds. What was this about the appreciation of talents? It was all a bunch of nonsense that was only meant to trick Li Qiye in order to capture him alive for the 2 supreme laws. Your bullshit reeks. Li Qiye crazily laughed. Even when his body was stained by blood, he was still unbelievably arrogant. Not knowing your own limits. Nantian Hudu's expression turned cold. Immediately after, more rumblings resonated as the azure dragon and Pishio became even more powerful. Without a doubt, Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings wanted to crush Li Qiye. If they couldn't have it, then other people shouldn't even think about it. Crank crack, at this point, cracks gradually appeared on Li Qiye's head as he could bear it no longer. This junior is dead for sure now. Seeing such a scene, a person murmured to say, "Truly unfortunate for 2 supreme divine laws, ah." There was also a gifted youth showing a gloating look as he sneered, just an ignorant thing thinking that he is invincible. An ancient saint, of course, would crush him. Boom. At this time, Li Qiye's chest cavity was torn asunder as a god-fiend's breath instantly filled the entire world. ZZ12, there was a terrifying change occurring on Li Qiye's body. Long and thick green hair began to grow from Li Qiye's body. Each hair had the appearance of divine pins. Boom. At this moment, demonic energy poured out from Li Qiye's entire body and pierced the sky. In a flash, a black shadow rushed out of Li Qiye's body. It opened its mouth, wanting to devour Li Qiye with its god-fiend appearance. Activate. Seeing this scene, Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings, who initially had control of Li Qiye, immediately roared. Their power increased as their giant claws aimed for Li Qiye's sea of memories. They wanted to seize his knowledge. Bang! But before the claws could touch Li Qiye, the black shadow that initially wanted to devour Li Qiye suddenly turned around and knocked away the Pishio and Azure Dragon in an instant. Hold, at this exact second, in just a flash, Li Qiye suddenly summoned a treasure. This was a stone box that was held in his arms. The moment this stone box was opened, a light shot out and the black shadow's body suddenly became frozen. The great treasure of the Middle Continent ancient kingdom appeared amidst the explosions and thunder. Li Qiye's inner physique suddenly soared out from his chest and instantly locked onto the god-fiend shadow. In just a blink of an eye, the god-fiend shadow was dragged back into Li Qiye's inner body by his inner physique. Boom! Li Qiye's demonic glow drowned the sky as the green hair on his body grew even more. He took a step and even the sky was nefariously corrupted. The moment he turned around, his monstrous demonic lights turned into a pair of devil wings and blocked out the sun. At this time, Li Qiye seemed to be an uprising god-fiend. Even the earth corpses from afar were dreading his frightening gaze and started to gain some distance away from him. What is this? Li Qiye, all of a sudden, turning into a devil horrified everyone. This development was too strange and unbelievable. A physique tribulation. This is a physique devil. An immortal physique devil. With a grand completion saint physique, Jewel Pillar Saint Child was completely aghast from such a scene. Legends say that when an immortal physique tribulation descends, the physique devil would also be born. This was an evil existence countless times stronger than the user. In fact, before the physique devil came into being, Li Qiye's inner physique had always been suppressing his own physique tribulation. However, the moment Nantian Hudu and the 6 Jiangzhou kings crushed his body, the inner physique could no longer suppress the physique tribulation, thus, the physique devil was born and Li Qiye's tribulation finally came. Devouring the physique devil's body, under this display, Jewel Pillar Saint Child, who had always aimed for the hell-suppressing godly physique, lost his colors. Once a physique devil was born, it would devour the user until there was nothing left of his flesh before disappearing. Moreover, the physique devil was many times stronger than the real user's body. This was why an immortal physique was extremely difficult to achieve for cultivators who were training immortal physiques. Very few people were able to surpass the devouring of their physique devils, and thus, there were fewer than few grand completion immortal physique users since the beginning of time. That's impossible. Such a sight jolted Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings with distress. Li Qiye taking over his physique devil was such an unbelievable development. A supreme treasure. Someone noticed Li Qiye putting away the stone box and had a faint guess. Right when the physique devil turned around and struck Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings away, a once-in-a-million chance appeared. Li Qiye took this opportunity to use the supreme treasure from the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom to control the physique devil as his inner physique possessed the physique devil in a flash. Without Nantian Hudu and the 6 Jiangzhou kings taking action to distract the physique devil, Li Qiye wouldn't have been able to successfully take over. This is the feeling of being a devil, truly not a bad sensation. At this time, green hair covered Li Qiye's entire body, and he had a pair of black wings that blocked out the sky. At this very second, his appearance truly matched that of a devil. Kill. Feeling unrest, Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings suddenly worked together. Both of their energies erupted and performed their strongest blows. Boom! The azure dragon struck from the sky while the Pishio tore from beneath, causing blinding flashes as their strongest blows were unleashed. Open your eyes and witness the power of a supreme physique devil. At this time, Li Qiye burst out in crazy laughter just like a devil. His 2 wings spread out and tore the firmament asunder. Bang! After a loud blast, the azure dragon was cut in half and the Pishio was ripped apart. Nantian Hudu was blasted away from the impact while spurting out blood, and the 6 kings, along with the 1,000 experts, all fell down from their formation. Accept your death. At this time, Li Qiye spewed out a demonic energy as his devil wing slashed down. After a pathetic scream, Nantian Hudu was immediately sliced into halves as his innards and blood rained down from the sky. Meanwhile, Li Qiye's devil hands enveloped the sky as they came together and swallowed the 6 kings along with more than 1,000 experts. Blood flowed down like a river as he rubbed his hands together. No, the 6 kings bellowed miserably as they, along with the 1,000 experts of the Jiangzhou clan, were kneaded into mincemeat. This is way too mighty. At this point, the physique devil was unstoppable and created an impending fear in all of the spectators. Impossible. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's expression sank as he felt that something was amiss. Their school once had ancestors who cultivated immortal physiques, but the physique devils recorded in their annals were far from being this powerful. Of course, how could he have known that Li Qiye's supreme physique law came from the physique scripture? This was a supreme treasure born from the primordial chaos, a time even before the start of the world. Its physique laws were terrifying, heaven-defying, and could be considered number 1 since the start of time. All physique laws in this world could be said to have originated from this scripture. Thus, its physique devil, compared to other immortal physique laws, was much more horrifying. Naturally, once completed, this type of immortal physique would also be much stronger. Your turn. The now demonic Li Qiye turned towards young King Nantian and reached for him with his giant hand. Although rendered aghast, young King Nantian naturally would not sit and wait for his death. He roared and slammed forward with his sky-shaking bludgeon, but it couldn't hurt Li Qie in the least bit. No, the sky-shaking bludgeon shattered as young King Nantian was caught inside the giant fist. After a scream, he was squeezed into a rain of blood. Chapter 225, One Physique Surpassing the Great Tribulation. 1. This physique devil is too abnormal. A spectator couldn't help but murmur at such a scene. Legend has it that when a natural mortal physique cultivates an immortal physique, the physique tribulation will be much more powerful. An old undying shockingly exclaimed, there is a legend that states that when a mortal physique tries to cultivate into an immortal physique, it will face a much stronger physique tribulation. This is because it was a violation of the heavens' will. The heavens will not allow for a mortal physique to turn immortal. This was the reason why there are so few mortals capable of achieving immortal physiques since the ancient past. Today, I will massacre both of your sections. At this time, Li Qie's demonic eyes slightly narrowed, instilling fear into all of the spectators. He truly looked like a horrifying, demonic devil at this moment. His words left the disciples in the base of the heavenly southern kingdom and the Jiangzhou clan with dismay. 6 Jiangzhou kings were dead, along with Nantian Hudu. This was a great blow to their sections. His sky-blocking hands immediately reached towards the disciples of the 2 camps. Junior, you dare! In the blink of an eye, a deep roar resounded. This roar blasted the sky, and even the stars in the sky shook. Boom! In an instant, after a huge explosion, 2 coffins flew out from the bases of the Jiangzhou clan in the heavenly southern kingdom. Hands reached out from the coffins and struck Li Qie away. Bang! Li Qie fell into the underworld river. Suddenly, his green hair grew even faster. It was as if they were devil trees, setting their roots into the underworld river. This is too devilish. He has not been washed away even after falling into the underworld river. People took a deep breath to keep their composure after seeing such a scene. Legend has it that no matter how strong a person was, they would be uncontrollably washed away once they've fallen into the underworld river. However, Li Qie took root there without moving. So you 2 fossils are still alive in the coffins. Li Qie laughed like the devil and continued, climb out, otherwise, you aren't my match. This thing doesn't know life from death. A hand reached out from the Jiangzhou clan's coffin and went straight towards Li Qie. At the same time, another hand came out from the heavenly southern kingdom's coffin, wanting to strangle Li Qie to death. This won't do, you're hiding in the coffins. Li Qie shouted, and the floating Kuan-Pang on top of his head opened its mouth and swallowed the endless underworld river's water into his inner body. Boom boom boom. An unbelievable event happened. Once Li Qie swallowed an indiscernible amount of underworld water, his body, all of a sudden, grew from the ground up and turned into a giant. His hands also became as thick as the mountain ranges. This is too insane. Everyone became dumbfounded. One had to know that the underworld water was harmful to any cultivator, but this boy actually swallowed such a huge amount of underworld water like this, truly insanity. Get out here. Li Qie uttered out a loud scream and met the impending hands, resulting in a heaven-shattering explosion. If the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground wasn't so magical, then the underworld river would have been broken under this impact. The demonic Li Qie managed to stop the 2 giant hands. Even though he still had to take several steps back, it was still a successful block. Get out here. Otherwise, I will destroy your coffins, today, and drag you out of the Era Blood Stone. At this time, Li Qie glared intensely at the 2 ancient coffins from the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. At this time, the 2 ancient coffins opened. 2 people stepped out at the same time and exuded an endless divine aura, causing many cultivators to kneel on the spot. A giant with a pair of demon horns, whose body was countless times bigger than an ordinary person, stepped out from the heavenly southern kingdom's coffin while a small skinny old man stepped out from the Jiangzhou clan's coffin. These two elders were completely different aside from one similarity, they were both dying. Their blood energy had dried up and was next to nothingness. However, even though this was the case, these dying old men were still extremely frightening. It was as if the simplest of gestures were capable of tearing the 9 heavens and ripping the 6 Tao apart. Invincible Ancestor. Seeing the appearances of the two ancestors, the disciples from the Jiangzhou clan and the Heavenly Southern Kingdom cheered. This isn't the Heavenly Southern Kingdom's divine beast protector. Seeing the giant old man, a temple lord murmured to say, This is venerable emotion of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. In a flash, these once invincible characters were wielding their treasures and slashed straight down with a force capable of stealing the brilliances of the sun and moon and slicing the 6 Tao. Go, the monstrous Li Qie crazily shouted as his wings swept by. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions went off continuously as blood filled the sky. The devil wings were not able to stop the attacks from the two invincible existences and were cut apart. Truly frightening, worthy of being called invincible existences during their generations. Seeing the two old undyings managing to cut the devil wings down, everyone became shocked. Meanwhile, the disciples from the Heavenly Southern Kingdom and the Jiangzhou clan were celebrating. Boom! In a flash, a treasure appeared next to Li Qie. It was the myriad heavenly cauldron. At this time, the myriad heavenly cauldron poured down spirit energy to wash Li Qie's flesh. 13-13-12 An incredible thing happened as the energy from the myriad heavenly cauldron tempered Li Qie's body, all of the green hair on his body started to fall down. Rumbly. At this time, Li Qie's inner physique emerged. His body appeared to be a giant whale that swallowed the underworld water, and the water flowed endlessly throughout his body. At the same time, the myriad heavenly cauldron poured down an endless amount of refined flame and scorched the underworld water. Once it was completely evaporated, strands of underworld, fire went into Li Qie's inner body and frantically refined his physique. With a loud boom, Li Qie's fate palace opened wide above his head as the cauldron of life, tree of life, pillar of life, and spring of life appeared. In an instant, an endless amount of essence of life descended. The unbelievable thing actually occurred as the pillar of life and tree of life suddenly took root in the underworld river and crazily swallowed the underworld water. Splash splash. It felt as if the underworld river existed just for him as the endless energy from the underworld river poured into his body. Pee-pee-pa, with explosive noises of joints crackling, Li Qie's body suddenly sprung up from the ground, becoming increasingly bigger and taller. In the end, his head was as high as the stars, causing everyone to become dizzy. Physique connection, physique cleansing, life advancement. This is the second tempering of the body. This is too insane. The realm of this boy is still only of the purified rebirth realm. An old man was amazed with his eyes wide open. Everyone took in a deep breath to calm down. The purified rebirth realm was when cultivators refined their bodies the second time. Cultivators of this realm were barely considered powerful, but Li Qie at this realm was able to kill royal nobles, defeat enlightened beings, and challenge ancient saints. This type of realm-surpassing battle prowess was completely unfathomable. Surpassing a realm in a flash. Venerable Mo Shen and the wise monarch's descendant coldly scowled. Their life treasures turned into a torrential storm and aimed for Li Qie. There were 3 levels in the purified rebirth realm, but today, Li Qie wanted to complete the 3 levels along with the physique tribulation in one breath, rendering everyone dumbfounded. Pluff pluff pluff. The 2 life treasures slashed Li Qie's body, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. However, the endless flames formed from the underworld water refined Li Qie's body as it crazily grew bigger and bigger. No matter how fierce the life treasures were chopping, even a chopped hand would instantly grow back out again. Li Qie simply ignored them and their attacks. Once his body grew big enough to where his head became unseeable, Li Qie opened his mouth and drank the rolling underworld river that was pouring down from the 9 heavens. Finally, Li Qiye's body grew to the sufficient size. Suddenly, there was a ferocious growl emanating from Li Qiye's chest. It was as if the god-fiend was not willing. His inner physique became extremely bright. It seemed as if Li Qiye was about to turn into a god and ascend into an immortal. Universal laws began to descend along with majestic hymns. Not good, he wants to steal the heaven's fortune. The expressions of Venerable Mo Shen and the Jiangzhou clan's descendant greatly sank as they glanced at each other, then they roared, "Kill!" In an instant, drop after drop of longevity blood gently fell into their life wheels that had just appeared. Before, they were saving their blood energy and did not exert their true strength. Blood energy was very valuable, and since they were near death, they had very little longevity blood left. There was only a few drops like this. Chapter 226, 1 Physique surpassing the Great Tribulation, 2, 1 blood drop, 10,000 years. Legend has it that 1 drop of immortal emperor longevity blood could give a mortal 10,000 years of lifespan. The moment the longevity blood drops fell into the life wheels, the blood energy of the 2 old men immediately became as vast as the sea. It encompassed the entire heavenly ancient corpse burial ground with thunderous, rolling oceanic waves. At this moment, the appearances of the 2 old men changed. In just a blink of an eye, they were highly spirited as if they were 1,000 years younger, as they had a sweeping and domineering momentum. Everyone, including enlightened beings, shivered, for they could not withstand such a surge of invincible blood energy, and thus, they all knelt on the spot. Bang! The 2 old men waved their hands with a strength capable of bearing the myriad of Tao and shouldering the grand world. Their waves initiated a bloody rain, for Li Qiye's giant towering body was bombarded. Hole after hole, wounds began to appear on his flesh. There were even parts that were completely penetrated. However, Li Qiye did not worry about it. In his gigantic eyes, no matter how heaven-defying the 2 old men were, they could not deliver a fatal blow to him. The most lethal thing, at the moment, was his current situation. Boom boom. In the blink of an eye, at the deepest part of the 9 heavens, the source of the underworld river suddenly released endless amounts of violet lightning. The flashes of lightning became limitless like the ocean, and they all struck Li Qiye's body. Zxshhh, bang, bang. In a trice, Li Qiye's entire body was flooded with violet lightning as they pulsed all over his body. They were gigantic and continuously punished Li Qiye's body, resulting in a fragrance of cooked meat. The terrorizing violet lightning had roasted Li Qiye's body. Run! At this time, Venerable Mo Shen and the descendant of the Jiangzhou clan had recognized the danger. They shouted and immediately retreated. Too late, I was waiting for this moment. Li Qiye's voice boomed down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye clapped his hands together. Boom! In just a second, the endless thunderous arcs turned into an enormous electric field. Both Venerable Mo Shen and the Jiangzhou descendant were both trapped inside this immense electrical trap. Kill! At this point, they realized the horror and summoned all of their treasures. Each of these treasures was of incomparable strength and could easily slay ancient saints and heavenly sovereigns, but they couldn't break through. What is this? At this moment, everyone was aghast. They had never seen such a thing before. Controlling the devil physique and swallowing the endless underworld river to bring about the violet lightning, this was truly a miracle from the legends. No one had ever attempted such a suicidal approach, but today, it was accomplished by a junior. Even the last gate master of the 1,000 Emperors Gate opened his eyes that had bloody glimmers. He quickly closed them with a very shocked expression, then he murmured, "Physique devil stealing the heavens, lightning descending from the underworld palace like the legends. Activate." With frantic screams, Venerable Mo Shen and the Jiangzhou descendant immediately exploded with a loud boom. All of their fresh blood in their bodies, even if it was just 1 drop, was squeezed into their true fate. At this minute, they chose to give up on their bodies, and they used all of their blood energy to escape from the electrical trap with their true fates. I was waiting for your true fate. Li Qiye's voice was rumbling like the thunder. In a flash, his chest cavity flashed as a huge wound cracked and an immense shadow rushed out, exuding a tremendous amount of demonic energy. The physique devil has escaped. Seeing the demonic shadow covering the sky, countless people were horrified. Crack, the physique devil had escaped, and it initially wanted to devour Li Qiye's flesh but, in an instant, Li Qiye clapped his hands together as the endless violet lightning streamed downward, all of them stabbed towards the physique devil. The physique devil screamed and immediately tried to escape. Without a doubt, it was fearful of this type of violet lightning. In just a second, the physique devil was being chased by the endless violet lightning into the electrical trap. After entering the electrical trap, the physique devil crazily roared and immediately pierced through the true fates of Venerable Mo Shen and the Jiangzhou descendant. No, their true fates were instantly taken over by the physique devil, and their blood energy, along with universal laws, were devoured in an instant. After a loud boom, the physique devil's body carried a bloody shade and immediately became more powerful. You are mine. Li Qiye's thunderous voice rang down as his hands descended along with endless streaks of violet lightning that instantaneously surrounded the physique devil. Drowned in the violet lightning, the physique devil angrily screamed in complete hysteria and struggled to escape no matter what. However, it failed from breaking through the boundless violet lightning. All of the spectators stood still for the scene unraveling before their eyes was beyond their imagination, it even destroyed their sense of rationality. This was an impossible matter, but it was really happening. What is that thing? Everyone's mouths were wide open as one guy murmured. The turtle monarch from the flying dragon lake had been present for some unknown time. It took him a moment to regain his clarity. He then shivered with a shocked expression before murmuring, this might have been written down before. Physique devil stealing the heavens, underworld river attracting the gods, lightning descending from the underworld palace. Many people simply did not understand what the old turtle monarch was talking about, but they were still horrified by the spectacle. Junior, I can't allow you to live any longer. In a flash, an ancient hoarse voice rang as an ancient coffin appeared. The azure mysterious ancient kingdom appeared out of nowhere on top of a mountain while carrying an ancient coffin. At this time, the ancient coffin opened and an old man stood up straight, exuding a presence as if he was the only ruler in this universe. 8th ancestor Qing Xian, not the 9th ancestor. Someone shouted after seeing this old man. Boom! At this time, a life wheel emerged from behind the old man's back that carried a surging and endless blood energy as it immediately attacked with an emperor weapon. Boom! The emperor weapon, with its unlimited emperor power, attacked and disintegrated the sky as the myriad of Tao turned into nothingness. It seemed as if everything between the heaven and earth was beaten back to its primordial origin. Even the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground exerted numerous divine laws, yet more than half of them were annihilated. Imperial Violet Hammer, the life treasure of immortal Emperor Sandao. This immortal Emperor life treasure was unleashed by an existence that could be considered unbeatable. Even ancient saints were directly lying on the ground as everyone else was in complete and utter horror. At this moment, the entire Grand Middle Territory suffered a major turmoil as countless people felt the immense, majestic emperor power sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In just a second, all of their gazes looked towards the direction of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Go! At the same time, Li Qiye spread out his arms, and the physique devil, overwhelmed by the violet lightning, was suddenly released. Bang! In a flash, the imperial violet hammer struck the physique devil. With a miserable scream, the physique devil was slain by the imperial violet hammer and the violet lightning surrounding it also turned into a violet, clear liquid, floating in the sky. The imperial violet hammer instantly killed the physique devil and then, with the same unparalleled momentum, it cleaved towards Li Qiye. Everything go, now! At this moment, Li Qiye channeled all of the boundless violet lightning on his body into his 2 hands. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying amalgamation of lightning formed between his hands. He then reached out to stop the Imperial Violet Hammer like a mad dragon. Insanity. Using his bare hands to stop an Emperor weapon. All became aghast at such a sight. Using one's bare hands to meet an Emperor weapon, even a virtuous paragon wouldn't dare to do this, let alone a junior. This was absolutely suicidal. Bang! The power of the Imperial Violet Hammer was capable of drying the sea from its penetration. Under this invincible blow, the violet lightning, as vast as the sea, was still shattered and dried up. Another huge explosion occurred as Li Qia's entire body was knocked away by the Imperial Violet Hammer. The body as tall as the horizon had a crack, but there was not blood flowing out, for there was underworld water spraying about instead. At this time, Li Qia was a giant whose body was filled with underworld water. The water then flashed out green lights with the same size as his green hairs from before. In just a moment, they sewed up his wound the size of a valley. Kill. Even the old man couldn't believe that one Emperor weapon attack was not enough to kill a junior. He recalled the Imperial Violet Hammer and once again unleashed another murderous attack with a boom. The second attack of the Emperor weapon frightened all beings as they prostrated on the earth. I refuse to exist together with your azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Li Qia's expression sank as the Imperial Violet Hammer struck down yet again. He, very slightly, opened the stone box again. A mysterious light soared to the sky and hit the Imperial Violet Hammer. Thump. The Imperial Violet Hammer was knocked away by this mysterious light and flew away all of a sudden. This scene shocked everyone because the hammer was an actual immortal Emperor life treasure. Bang! Even though it was knocked away by this mysterious light, in an instant, it kept its invincible momentum to, once again, slash towards Li Qia with no intention of stopping until he was dead. Li Qia's countenance darkened. He no longer hesitated and directly threw the stone box outside to strike. Inside was the defining treasure of the Middle Continent. You fool! At the same time, a cold cry suddenly rang out as an unblemished white hand appeared. The stone box fell into this hand. With a slight shake, it exuded an infinite amount of mysterious light, illuminating the entire world. At this second, it was as if the world of immortals was opening as never-ending immortal lights spewed out. Bang! At this moment, the Imperial Violet Hammer was knocked away to the horizon and out of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. No, amidst the flames and lightning of battle, the white hand slightly angled the mysterious light from the box and immediately annihilated 8th ancestor Qing Xian, turning him into ashes. Chapter 227, Middle Continent Princess. 1. Unbeknownst to everyone, a woman had been standing in the air. She had a peerless elegance that would be considered rare in all the ages. She stood there like a moon goddess. With an extremely ancient style of attire, it immediately let people know that she was not born in the contemporary times. This woman, with her eyes shut while holding the ancient box, did not look at anyone. However, this did not diminish her beauty in the least. Earth Immortal, seeing this woman, shock was inevitable for all spectators. Even a few other Earth Immortals at this place changed their expressions. The last Gate Master of the 1000 Emperors Gate also lost his colors as he murmured to say, "It is her. Middle Continent Princess." A treasure lord that had dealt with Li Qia before, an extremely mysterious woman. While looking at her, no one ever thought that an Earth Immortal would lend Li Qia a hand. Despite their setback in ancient Sky City, the ancient kingdom did not give up their plans to bury their ancestor on an underworld boat, they simply became more low-key. However, when their ancestor noticed Li Qia's immortal physique reaching some success, with their hatred rekindled, they immediately tried to kill Li Qia. They absolutely couldn't allow for this kid to leave this place alive, but they didn't know that it would end with their own demise. We are the disciples of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. If you dare to touch us, the ancient kingdom will absolutely not let you get away with it. At this moment, the experts from the ancient kingdom were deathly pale regardless of whether they were named heroes, royal nobles, enlightened beings, or ancient saints. This was a great disaster to them. You all think too highly of your ancient kingdom. Li Qie leisurely smiled and added, to her, your ancient kingdom is nothing. When she was alive, she would still dare to destroy your ancient kingdom. At this point, Middle Continent Princess opened her fair hand and turned it towards the direction of the ancient kingdom's disciples. The ancient kingdom's experts became distressed in horror and turned around to flee. However, under this fair hand, no one was able to escape. No, the unwilling disciples of the ancient kingdom screamed and were finally crushed into a rain of blood. Awesome, awesome. Li Qie clapped his hands while smiling, but Middle Continent Princess didn't care for him. As for the rest of the people present, they naturally felt horrified because this woman was way too powerful and daunting. Unfortunately, no one knew her true background. What they all did not understand was why such an earth immortal would be related to this boy, Li Qie. No matter if they were treasure lords or earth immortals, they would not be happy to mingle with their descendants. However, this earth immortal before them actually helped Li Qie. This was utterly unbelievable. Compared to the experts of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, the disciples of the Jiangzhou clan and Heavenly Southern Kingdom were much more lucky, for they had escaped earlier and avoided this calamitous fate. You should give me back my treasure. At this moment, Li Qie smiled at Middle Continent Princess in a nonchalant and carefree manner as he slowly spoke. Middle Continent Princess was still coldly glaring at Li Qie. Even though her eyes were closed, it was easy to tell that it was not a friendly gaze. In the end, she threw the stone box back to him. Many people wanted to know what the treasure inside the stone box was. This was an item that knocked the Imperial Violet Hammer away. Of course, the more regrettable matter was that they lacked the power to stop the defeated Imperial Violet Hammer from flying away. If they were capable, then they would prevent it from flying back to the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, and an immortal Emperor life treasure would have been theirs. Li Qie held the stone box and gently touched it before finally glancing at Middle Continent Princess as he quietly said, I owe you a debt. Now you are speaking like a human. Middle Continent Princess exclaimed coldly. Li Qie didn't say anything else, he simply gave a gentle sigh. There were many things that he did not want to think about because not everything could be perfect in this world. There will always be some things that are lamentable. No matter if the events that year were intentional or not, regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding that year, even if he actually did not owe her, he still felt a dimming sadness in his heart. He did not want to tread on this path of memories, but there were many things that he would have to eventually face one day. Outsiders were puzzled by their speech. In fact, besides Li Qie and Middle Continent Princess, the secret in this matter was totally unknown to all. Bang! At this time, the void was penetrated with the neighing of horses. 4 bronze horses rushed out of the fragmented realm as they broke through the void. A thunderous explosion rang as the Tetrawar bronze chariot crushed space itself and suddenly appeared in front of Li Qie with Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao standing on top. Even though they were sucked into the fragmented realm, they were unscathed due to the protection from the chariot. There was a bronze horse with a treasure disc in its mouth in front of Li Qie. This was the fragmented realm spatial disc of young King Nantian, a supreme treasure of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Old buddies, truly amazing. I knew that you guys would not let me down. Li Qie took the fragmented realm spatial disc with great joy as he continued, I actually needed this thing. This will save me a trip from the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. The bronze horses neighed to Li Qie, showing their intimacy. Such a scene was greeted by eye-reddening jealously from countless people. The fragmented realm spatial disc, according to the legends, it was crafted from the true mantras taken from the space scripture, one of the 9 grand scriptures, by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. This item was no less valuable than an immortal emperor life treasure. Young noble. Seeing Li Qiye exulted Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. The ladies jumped down from the chariot, then Li Shuangyan immediately expressed her concern. Are you all right, young noble? Chapter 228, Middle Continent Princess, 2, How can anything wrong happen to me? Li Qiye shrugged with a smile, then he continued, dealing with them was as easy as a breakfast meal. Seeing Li Qiye safe and sound relieved both the ladies. They assumed the worst as they were trapped by the fragmented realm spatial disk without any means to escape. They didn't expect the Tetrawar bronze chariot to be so powerful. It actually broke out from the fragmented realm while subduing the disk. Tetrawar bronze chariot. At this time, Middle Continent Princess coldly stared at Li Qiye's group with her chilling focus on Li Qiye. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, after calming down, couldn't help but become shocked once again when they saw Middle Continent Princess standing in the air. They met the princess back on the transaction day, but they didn't expect to have a reunion today. He didn't tell you guys? Middle Continent Princess closed her eyes, then she turned towards Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao to say, he is the most deceptive liar in the world. Be careful, or else one day, you will be sold off by him while still not knowing who he even is. Having heard the princess' words, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao couldn't help but stare at Li Qiye, then back at the princess. Li Qiye looked a bit embarrassed and mirthlessly smiled without saying a word. Li Qiye's attitude truly confused Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Why did the princess call Li Qiye a liar? That day when they did the transaction for the Middle Continent's great treasure, both sides were completely willing. Even though they felt that something was strange about this matter, they wouldn't ask Li Qiye if he didn't want to talk about it. The battle had ended. Under Li Qiye's scheming, young King Nantian was not the only casualty. Even the old undying of the Jiangzhou clan, whom could be described as invincible, along with the old man from the heavenly southern kingdom died. In the end, the ancient kingdom's eighth ancestor that had swept through the world was also annihilated just the same. Such a result truly horrified everyone, and it created a creepy silence throughout the entire underworld fairy. At this time, regardless of the sect or heritage, sect master or royal lord, or even the old undying buried for many generations, there was only fear in their minds. From their perspectives, even though this little demon had a shallow cultivation, he was even more frightening than ancient saints. He, alone, carried two supreme invincible laws. However, his heavens will secret law and invincible immortal physique law were not the most frightening things, it was his schemes. With regards to cultivation, even though he cultivated both of the laws, he essentially could not compare to the ancient kingdom's eighth ancestor. Such an invincible existence like the eighth ancestor could crush him with one hand like an insect. It could even be said that the group of the six Jiangzhou kings and Nantian Hudu could kill him easily. However, today, he slew all of them, even the undying existences like Venerable Mo Shen and the wise monarch's descendant. He borrowed the physique devil of the tribulation as well as the hell lightning in order to massacre all of them. Even the eighth ancestor was still within his calculations. In the end, all of these invincible existences that had swept through an era were only poor victims that contributed to his tribulation. They were nothing but tools for him to surpass this ordeal. Having thought to this point caused many people to shiver with fear in their hearts. This little demon was too scary. He was clearly only 15 or 16 years old, but he was as wily as an old fox. He was always suppressing his physique tribulation. Just to wait for that moment. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's eyes became as cold as ice as he murmured. His heart couldn't help but feel a chilling sensation. He had surpassed his own physique tribulation and knew that the sooner it was, the easier would be to surpass such a trial. However, Li Qiye clearly suppressed his tribulation. Maybe he was waiting for the underworld river and wanted to take advantage of the underworld water. With this thought, Jewel Pillar Saint Child felt terror in his heart. This little demon will absolutely be his worst enemy for the rest of his life. After everything settled down, Qi Yun, from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, came out from a corner of the ferry and went towards Li Chia to speak in a low voice. "Young noble Li, the elders of the War God Temple want to meet you." With that said, he couldn't help but look at Li Chia one more time. However, there was nervousness in his heart, for he was very dreadful of Li Chia. He had witnessed the earlier battle with his own eyes. He understood Li Chia's monstrousness as he schemed against the old undyings of the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. When Li Chia glanced at him, he shivered uncontrollably. Li Chia gently nodded his head and followed Qi Yun. There was a sand beach at the underworld river. At the end of it was a cluster of rocks, and the elders from the War God Temple were hiding at this place. Their base and formations were far away from other sects and cultivators. Compared to the other great powers, a giant like the War God Temple was very secretive at this underworld boat's burial event. They did not show the slightest ostentatious gesture. Without a doubt, this person being buried was very crucial to them. Perhaps they even had a heaven-frightening status, and the War God Temple did not want others to know who they were burying. In fact, the person being buried this time affected their future rise and fall. Thus, the War God Temple couldn't afford not to be cautious. In their camp, all the elders of the War God Temple were sitting on the ground. All of them wore black robes and hats that had long curtains to completely hide their faces. They formed a circle on the ground with an ancient coffin in the middle. The style of this coffin was not particularly special, it was as if it was just a burial of an ordinary disciple. This was most likely the War God Temple deliberately lowering its specialness in order to dispel any possible guesses from outsiders. Qi Yun left after Li Chia entered. Even as a supreme elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he was not qualified to be present at this place. Li Chia arrived and quickly glanced at all the elders sitting on the ground. All of them were very mysterious, and they tried their best to suppress their own energy so that others could not detect their surging and howling strength. Truly low profile. Li Chia looked at all the elders before his glance fell onto the ordinary coffin, and he said, "Give me a little bit of time to guess who the person in this coffin is. I once heard a legend that stated that during the Desolace expansion era, when the Tetrawar bronze chariot arrived, even the gods retreated while the immortal emperors came to offer their greetings." The ancient voice from the wooden coffin resounded. Li Chia coldly interrupted him and dryly said, "Don't try to test me. Even if the War God Temple's power is great, there are some taboos better left unexplored in this world." The voice in the coffin also stopped after hearing Li Chia's words. He was wondering and perhaps even checking his memories. Little did they know that the day when Tian Tu unified the heaven and earth would be the date of demise for their Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom. The old man knew that the origin of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom was in dismay, because legend has it that the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom's background was no weaker than that of their War God Temple. The Ancient Kingdom was an unparalleled giant during that era in the mortal emperor world. The scene suddenly became quiet, with everyone staying silent for a long time. After leaving the War God Temple's camp, Li Chia went to the 9 Saint Demon Gate's base. Qi Yun had already settled Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao in. Both of them took a sigh of relief after seeing Li Chia's return, especially Li Shuangyan. She knew her young noble too well and was worried that his haughty attitude would provoke the War God Temple. It seemed like her worries were unnecessary. Li Chia sat in the camp, bored, while waiting for the underworld boats. Meanwhile, it was the first time Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao went to the underworld ferry, and it was also their first time witnessing such a sight. They were curiously looking at the great powers from all over the world, for there were truly too many of them at this place carrying coffins. At the same time, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were also moved to see the treasure lords and earth immortals at the side. Even though the two didn't know their backgrounds, they were listening to Qi Yun a little bit earlier. All of them had heaven-frightening origins. Who would have thought that they would appear again at this place millions of years after their deaths? Is the Thousand Emperor Gate truly that amazing? Chen Baojiao especially took note of the last gate master from the Thousand Emperor Gate, and she couldn't help but ask Li Chia. It was indeed amazing. Li Qiye looked at the last gate master from afar, and it reminded him of some old memories. He then added, 4 generations of immortal emperors through 4 continuous generations. It could be said to be one of the great marvels since the beginning of time. Elder Qi said that the 1000 Emperor Gate had the space scripture, one of the 9 grand scripture. Is this the truth? Li Xuanyan couldn't suppress her curiosity. She was only told by Qi Yun from earlier, and Qi Yun only heard it from some of the discussions from the great powers. Li Xuanyan paid special attention to this when Qi Yun brought this up because she clearly knew that her physique law came from the physique scripture, one of the 9 scriptures as well. Such a secret could only be known by them and forever buried in their minds. The space scripture and physique scripture were part of the 9 grand scriptures. This was an object born before the heaven and earth, peerless for all of eternity. Even the heavens will secret laws, the highest achievement of immortal emperors, could not compare to them. Having cultivated the supreme void imperfection immortal physique, Li Xuanyan naturally took interest in the legendary space scripture. Li Qiye came back from his recollection and gently nodded. To be exact, they only obtained a small part of the space scripture. It would have been wondrous if they actually obtained the full space scripture. With their unbeatable power of that year, maybe they could have even created an entire world. In that case, this world would not be the 9 worlds, but rather, the 10 worlds. But Elder Qi also said that the invincible 1000 Emperor Gate was ended by Empress Hong Tian. Just how powerful was Empress Hong Tian? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask. Li Xuanyan then replied, I have heard of legends relating to Empress Hong Tian. Chapter 230, Empress Hong Tian. 2. Li Qiye couldn't help but become lost in a daze while thinking of Empress Hong Tian. As the dark crow traversing through infinite moons, he personally trained many immortal emperors, and immortal Emperor Min Ren was not considered the most brilliant. Empress Hong Tian was definitely not the most naturally gifted, but she was one of the greatest immortal emperors. When they swept through the heaven and earth to reach the apex, she cried with tears of joy. During the torturous moments of suffering, she wept in sorrow. No matter if it was during their conquest or time spent for the Grand Tao, there was always a secretive shadow accompanying her in both happy and sad times. There was a time when all of this laughter of happiness, along with cries of anguish, was embedded in their memories. Unfortunately, they eventually went their separate ways and even nearly turned into enemies. Everything turned into nothingness in a flash, becoming scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. The most painful thing in this world was not watching your loved ones die, but to break into a life or death feud with each other. Thinking about the past, the bygones, and the moments forgotten by time, Li Qiye was lost in a daze for a long time without being able to regain his composure. Empress Hong Tian. Millions of years had passed. No matter whether it was that year or the present, he did not blame her. There were some things that were against his wishes, but he had to make a decision. No matter if it was the most difficult era or the most miserable year, he, from beginning to end, always had a bottom line. He always persevered no matter what happened. Empress Hong Tian. A distant memory of their fight was still clear in his mind. Even when it was millions of years later, Li Qiye still couldn't help but become sullen in the end. Young noble, what is wrong? Chen Baojiao and Li Xuanyan wondered about the strangeness in their young noble's demeanor. Li Qiye then regained his mind. He let out a smile and shook his head to say, it is nothing. Afterwards, he became silent. The two girls looked at each other. They felt that their young noble's mind was preoccupied with heavy thoughts, and it didn't look like he was worrying about the matter of the underworld boat. The underworld boat still did not appear after 2 or 3 days. There were very few sects that arrived during this time. The sects that were going to make it were already present, while those absent would most likely not make it in time. However, in the last 2 or 3 days, more than 10 treasure lords along with 3 earth immortals arrived. They were all extremely frightening existences that were invincible during their own eras. In the end, these treasure lords and earth immortals could not resist the temptation of the underworld boat even though they hesitated for a long time before coming. Leaving their feng shui treasure earths and dragon veins meant that they were using their lifespan that had been accumulated from countless years. They had no backup plan. The two options were to either successfully increase their longevity and leave the burial ground, or to become earth corpses forever in the future. Treasure lords and earth immortals were different from earth corpses for they had their own intelligence and awareness. Even though a few of them were buried after their deaths, at this moment, they could still be considered living beings. All of the earth corpses were squeezed into their own group, far away from the living. They were true corpses without awareness and intelligence. Their only instinct was to board the underworld boat. The treasure lords and earth immortal occupied their own area without any interactions with the others. They all carried solemn expressions for this was their last battle. If successful, they could gain a few hundred years or even a few thousand years of lifespan to leave the burial ground and escape from its chains. However, if they were to be unsuccessful, becoming an earth corpse for all eternity was a worse fate than death. Legend has it that the dead can still enter the reincarnation cycle, but earth corpses will never have that chance. At the ferry, the atmosphere was very tense as everyone quietly waited while gazing at the underworld river's silently flowing stream. Finally, on the fifth day, the underworld boats finally came out. Inside the vast underworld river, the first underworld boat flew out from the layers of fog. An underworld boat. When the first boat came out, the entire ferry became rowdy because no one could sit still at this time. They all stood up, both the dead and the living. At the same time, the eyes in the coffins opened. Outside of actual dead people, all of the undying beings covered in Era bloodstones opened their eyes one after another to look at the approaching underworld boats. The boat that flew from the layers of fog was completely silent and entirely black, including its sails and hull. It gave off the feeling of a ghost ship as it quietly floated out from the fog. One boat, two boats, three boats, four boats. After the first one flew out, there were more and more underworld boats flying out from the layers of fog. Here we go. The moment the first boat flew out, Li Qie stood up right away with his gaze fixed on the underworld boats. At this moment, his eyes were like flames, lighting up each underworld boat without missing a single detail. In a flash, the war god temple's camp made their move and all of the elders immediately lifted the ancient coffin and appeared right behind Li Qie. Their speed was lightning fast and didn't make the slightest of sounds. When the first ship flew out, everyone at the ferry all stood up, including the earth corpses. At this time, even the spectators who only came for the entertainment were also tense, let alone the great powers who wanted to bury their coffins on the boats. Inside the fog, boat after boat flew out in complete silence, creating a ghastly scenery. Rumble. The earth corpses were the first group to take action. Countless earth corpses, like dumplings jumping into a steaming pot, all rushed towards the underworld river. Keep in mind that the underworld water was very harmful to most cultivators, especially those with ordinary physiques. It would destroy the life essence of mortal bodies, but it had very minimal effects on the earth corpses. Boom boom. At this moment, all the earth corpses rushed into the underworld water, wanting to get on the underworld boats. The scramble began immediately with earth corpses activating their life treasures in order to kill those who aimed for their boats regardless of whether it was the dead or the living. Earth corpses did not have plans nor schemes, everything came down to their instinct, its sole purpose was getting on the underworld boats. They would kill everything as long as it pertained to the competition for the boats. In a trice, many life weapons deafeningly soared to the sky as the first wave of massacre was led by the earth corpses. They were the first to successfully reach the boats that were floating into the vast underworld river that was covered in fog. Board the ship, now, the great powers from all over the world did not sit still as their experts personally paved the way while their disciples carried the coffins towards the boats and competed against the earth corpses. There were also ancient coffins that flew up by themselves towards the boats. Boom boom. Mixed with screams and pitiful bellows, different explosions resounded along with the cracking noises of broken bones. In a flash, blinding lights filled the sky with powerful auras sweeping the underworld water surface. The treasure lords also took action right after as they rushed towards the boats. Each of them aimed for a particular one, and right when they believed that it was possible to board, they recklessly rushed forward. In just a moment, even the Earth Immortals became impatient. Within a few moments, both Treasure Lords and Earth Immortals all opened their eyes, releasing extremely frightening bloody glints. One shouldn't underestimate Earth corpses. Even though they belonged to the lowest level of dead corpses, the truth was far from so. There were a few powerful Earth corpses beyond imagination. At this time, along with its encompassing corpse energy, there was an Earth corpse wielding a divine saber with extreme might. This divine saber did not only slay other Earth corpses, even a treasure lord was killed. 3 coffins from the great powers were split open as the 3 living ancestors inside were slashed to death on the spot. Kill. In a flash, countless ancient coffins that were rushing towards the underworld river all opened up. Dead existences from the legends initiated their advance to seize the underworld boats and to kill all of their oppositions. Over there, isn't that the wise Heaven Sect's 8th generation sacred Buddha? An ancient Buddha rushed out from a coffin, with a momentum capable of suppressing all evil beings, to slay all of his enemies and to board an underworld boat. That is the Skyblood Reservoir's Fu Shimo, Wa. Rumor has it that he died 80,000 years ago. A bloody shadow rushed out of a coffin, instilling terrifying fear into all spectators. Ah! However, this once extremely powerful existence couldn't board onto an underworld boat. Another treasure lord descended from the sky and slashed him into 2 halves, then he used this unbeatable momentum to board as the boat gently wafted along the underworld river. Fush! At this time above the underworld river, an old woman fought in the sky with another treasure lord, shattering everything in their path. Both sides wanted to seize another boat. The life treasures of these 2 caused all creatures to tremble the moment they swept through the world. Damn! This old woman is the protector of the sacred river mountain, she actually managed to stay alive till now. Her opponent is the legendary treasure emperor Junsheng from immortal Emperor Tun Ri's era. They are both invincible existences from their eras. Witnessing the earth-shattering battle between the 2 caused a spectator who recognized their backgrounds to exclaim in horror. Finally, the old woman, with a tyrannical and unbeatable aura, slayed the treasure lord and boarded an underworld boat. Chapter 231, Contention for the Underworld Boats. 1. At this moment, both the dead and the living were competing for the underworld boats. As the battle became more heated, more and more people died pitifully in the underworld river, even Earth Immortals and treasure lords were no exceptions. Many experts, including treasure lords, fell into the underworld river. This river was very ghastly, not everyone could do what Li Chia did with his green hair taking root in the underworld river. Some experts no longer came out once they fell into the river, they simply floated downstream until they disappeared in the layers of fog. The earth corpses had a great advantage in this regard. It was as if they were especially blessed by the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. They could climb up from the underworld river much more easily than other cultivators and treasure lords. At the end of the day, they were the dead and thus, they had a much higher affinity with the river. One peerless treasure lord channeled the entire universe in his palm. He wanted to use this invincible momentum to pull an underworld boat towards his direction. However, the moment the boat became separated from the underworld river, it became the size of a palm. In addition, it was only a rotten wooded plank. There was no resemblance of a boat at all. Moreover, when this piece of rotten wood left the water, it immediately turned into dust and floated along the breeze down into the underworld river. Such a scene surprised everyone, including the undying old men, treasure lords, and even the unbeatable Earth Immortals. They all had one question on their minds: just what on earth are the underworld boats? There were more than 10,000 underworld boats floating on the vast underworld river. In the end, Earth corpses were the most successful in boarding these boats. At this place, they had the numbers advantage along with powerful strength. And not to mention, they did not fear the underworld water. As the dead, they had an advantage that cultivators and treasure lords could not compare to. The great powers within their coffins suffered the heaviest losses. However, not all undyings inside the coffins were actually dead. In fact, many of these undyings buried in dust still had one remaining breath, and they were extremely heaven-defying. Once they were near a boat, they would exert one last blow. To put it simply, they would kill gods if gods blocked their way and slay devils if devils deterred their path. There were also a few great powers who were invincible during an era who actually brought their dead ancestors here. They wanted to bury them on the underworld boats, hoping that their ancestors would have a chance to come back to life and regain their supreme prestige. This type of the dead found it even harder to board an underworld boat. It required numerous experts from the sect to make a path in order to bury the coffin on a boat. Unless this great power was extremely formidable, it would be even harder to bring the dead onto a boat compared to reaching the heavens. This was why, within this grand battle, countless experts from these powers fell and ultimately died in the underworld river. After waves and waves of killing cries amongst endless merit laws in the sky and ringing universal laws, one treasure after another rode the wind. A bunch of legendary characters crawled out of their coffins, causing many spectators by the ferry to be lost in this spectacle. 7 Celestial Heavenly Monarch, War God of the Stone Golem Race, Demon Emperor of Long River, Evil Saint Flood Dragon, Sacred Lord Myriad Poison, seeing a bunch of undyings coming out of their coffins made many people lose their minds. The old turtle monarch from the Flying Dragon Lake possessed extensive knowledge and, after seeing so many legendary undyings who had been dead for a long time coming out, he lost his colors as if he was bleached white. These characters were all unbeatable during their own eras. Today, all of these undying old men climbed out of their coffins contrary to the rumors of their deaths. Since the immemorial times in the 9 worlds and 8 desolaces, no one actually knew how many undyings were holding on to their life using the blood-halting property of the era bloodstones. For these invincible old men, the main reason why they chose to prolong their life was to protect their descendants and sections. Of course, there were some who buried themselves in the bloodstones for the hope of staying alive as well. Li Chie's gaze was fixed on the underworld boats the moment they flew out from the fog. At this time, his eyes became as bright as divine torches. He didn't let go of a single intricacy from the boats. In this world, outside of hell itself, no one understood the underworld boats better than him. One could even say that because he had lived from the desolate era until now, as the dark crow floating through time, he had lost count of how many times he had observed the underworld boats. It would not be an exaggeration to state that he had come to see the underworld boats every generation when they made their appearance. He even went as far as to use a heaven-shattering treasure to seize quite a few underworld boats and sealed them for his own investigations. His mind concealed a great secret of knowing how to detect lifeboats and death boats. This was his biggest accomplishment after collecting many underworld boats throughout the years. Which underworld boat is right? In contrast to Li Chie's calmness, an elder of the War God Temple couldn't maintain his composure. After seeing different people climbing on the boats as they floated downstream through the layers of fog, he couldn't help but frantically urge Li Chie for an answer. "Don't bother me, do you want to go on a death boat?" Li Chie angrily replied as he gazed towards the underworld boats. His reply annoyed the War God Temple's elders, but they could only acquiesce with silence. This burial trip was too crucial for them and only success was acceptable. "You, pick that one over there." Suddenly, Li Chie shouted at Middle Continent Princess and pointed towards an underworld boat that had just arrived at the ferry. At this time, there were more than 1,000 underworld boats and all of them were basically identical. The one Li Chie pointed at had no discernible characteristic compared to other boats from the spectators' perspectives. Middle Continent Princess stayed silent and simply stared at Li Chie. Meanwhile, Li Qie immediately raised his voice again, "Hurry up, it will be too late if someone else takes it." At this time, even the ancestors of the war god temple were moved with their own thoughts. There were so many floating boats, yet Li Qie picked this particular one. There must be a reason why. However, their forefather had warned them against underhanded actions. Meanwhile, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were puzzled and thought that their young noble and this middle continent princess seemed to be former acquaintances. Chapter 232, Contention for the Underworld Boats. 2. Li Qie remained silent while focusing his gaze on each boat as they came out. Just a moment later, the last gate master of the Thousand Emperors Gate finally made his move. He quickly stepped on top of an underworld boat. The moment he took action, everyone could clearly hear the crisp and clear sounds of bones breaking. Everyone who competed with him for the boat was grinded into mincemeat. Such a domineering scene caused everyone's hearts to shiver. Truly worthy of coming from the Thousand Emperors Gate. Even the ancestor of the war god temple murmured in astonishment. As the boats floated out, there were more and more people who aimed for them. However, there were too many earth corpses. Even when more than 10,000 boats came out, each one was still highly contested. The truth was that it was a huge gamble to climb up on an underworld boat. More than 10,000 boats flew out in every generation, but they were essentially death boats. The legendary lifeboats numbered at no more than 3. Moreover, each of them prolonged one's life for a different amount of time. A few gave dozens of years while others gave several hundred or even several thousand years. There was even a legendary one that flew out from hell and granted an entire lifetime. That one. Finally, Li Qie selected a boat for the war god temple's forefather and immediately shouted towards the person inside the ancient coffin. After Li Qie's words came out, with a whoosh, the wooden coffin rushed out and soared towards that underworld boat. This underworld boat was also contested by hundreds of people, with the majority being earth corpses. Zhang, the person inside the wooden coffin, did not climb out. Instead, he only slashed a sword light outward. This sword light illuminated the 9 spheres with a "foosh" sound. The brilliance of this single sweep of the sword annihilated all undyings, treasure lords, and earth corpses as the wooden coffin flew towards the boat. Stars in the Sky Sword. A grand character recognized the origin of this one sword after seeing the sword light. This sacred lord, with a shocked expression, exclaimed, "It's the war god temple." Upon hearing the words, "War God Temple," everyone felt a shiver inside. The War God Temple. This could be said to be one of the oldest existences in the mortal emperor world, for its inception was during the Desolate Era. It still stood strong and had secret ties with many immortal emperors. It was both mysterious and powerful and had an unshakable foundation in this world. Around this time, numerous people looked at the group of men dressed in black who were standing behind Li Qie. They finally understood that Li Qie was working for the war god temple and helping their matter of burial. At the same time, many intelligent men were interested in the low-profile attitude of the war god temple. Just who was the person being buried from the war god temple? As the boats gently floated downstream, Li Qie finally told Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, "This is my time to board. Both of you, along with the 9 Saint Demon Gate, should go back with these old men. No one will dare to cause trouble with them around. If I don't come back in half a month, go back to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect with Niufan's group. You don't need to worry about me." What? There were 10,000 words and questions in the minds of Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, waiting to be spoken. They naturally didn't want their young noble to board the underworld boat, but there was no way to persuade him. "You want to go on the underworld boat?" At this time, even the ancestors of the war god temple had their mouths wide open. Was this brat going insane? Only people near their death, with no other choice, would board the underworld boats. Everyone was aware that going on the underworld boat was akin to dying. He's alive and well like this, yet he's running to his death. Many people became dumbfounded seeing the last boat drifting into the foggy layers down the river. A few people found this to be unfathomable as they murmured, "This kid must be haunted by a suicidal longevity spirit." Only people who are tired of living would board the underworld boat. At this moment, no one understood the reason. It was understandable for the dead to board the ship, but a young person. Truly suicidal. Jewel Pillar Saint Child, with bright flashes in his eyes, was very excited. Li Chia simply sought his own death by boarding the ship. If Li Chia didn't come back, then that would be one less powerful enemy for him. What was regrettable was that this brat carried the supreme immortal physique to die. Bai Jianjun, the descendant of the sword god's sacred ground, was still cold and emotionless as always. She stared at the last ship floating down the river and couldn't help but contemplate. This matter was really strange. Meanwhile, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao dejectedly sighed. They silently prayed for their young noble and hoped that he could return safely. They believed that he would be able to work a miracle and come back alive. In fact, they were just as lost as the others. No one knew where the end of the underworld river was. Once one boarded an underworld boat, only the people on the lifeboats would come back alive, the rest will never return. People began to evacuate after the end of the underworld boats because the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground will soon recover its energy. If they did not leave now, then maybe they would die inside the burial ground. Of course, many experts at their time of withdrawal started treasure hunting one last time before the burial ground recovered its strength. Naturally, many of them still died at this time, for the burial ground was still a dangerous location even when all the earth corpses had not returned. A great power was unlucky, for they looted treasures on a treasure lord's territory. One could only imagine the outcome. A treasure lord climbed up from the ground and annihilated everyone, causing heavy losses to this great power. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, they went along with the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the War God Temple's elders to leave the burial ground, to return to ancient Sky City to wait for Li Chia. The underworld boats floated silently, and they were completely soundless inside as well. One did not know where they were floating. Even if they opened the door, they couldn't see the scenery outside. It was a vast nothingness with no visuals. Even the other boats were nowhere in sight. It was as if there was only one boat gliding above this endless river and all the other ones had disappeared. Inside the underworld boat, there was nothing else besides a bed. Li Chia sat on it with a calm demeanor as if it was his own home. Li Chia then took out an item from his fate palace. This was a stone tablet that was not too large, however, it was extremely heavy. The tablet had many holes and complicated runic lines were carved on top. These were completely undecipherable by others. This stone tablet was taken by Li Chia from the treasure armory of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. Its elders did not know the usage nor effects of this stone tablet. The truth was that no one knew what it did, where it came from, or who took it. Everything was unknown ever since the historical annals of the sect were created. The moment he obtained it, Li Chia immediately knew that this stone tablet's origin was frightening. Afterwards, he had always been researching this stone tablet. One had to know that he had lived for an endless amount of time and had even trained immortal emperors. He had trod on the 12 burial grounds and 6 great immortal former Earths, the places that humans didn't dare to intrude. What had he not seen in this world? However, he had never seen this stone tablet before. Recently, he had a little breakthrough while researching this stone tablet, so he came up with an idea. For eons, many people tried to find the heaven's path, including immortal emperors and even Li Chia. At this moment, it seemed like the heaven's path was not necessarily inside the burial ground, and the same applied to the divine stone. Li Chia took a deep breath, then he slowly drove his chariot upward along the heaven's path. The moment he exited the boat, it turned into a piece of rotten wood and dispersed with the wind. This meant that Li Chia was on a path of no return without an underworld boat. Chapter 234, Myriad Star Water, 2, as Li Qie was driving the chariot along the heaven's path, his eyes maintained a careful focus, for no one knew what would be at the end of this path. It could be the heavenly coffin or something else entirely. Underworld appears, rebirth begins, heaven's path revealed, divine stone initiated. Entered heavenly coffin, achieving myriad old. Awakened corpse earth, heaven bringing eternality. Li Qie kept on thinking about these words. The reality was that the heavenly coffin might not necessarily be at the end of the heaven's path. Li Qie rode his chariot for a very long distance and an unknown amount of time before finally reaching the end of the heaven's path. It was a mountain deprived of a notable stature, and it was not comparable to the monstrous mountain with the hanging wooden coffin found in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. However, this particular not-so-mighty mountain was befriended with the sun and the moon, with hovering stars and galaxies encircling it. It was as if this mountain was the center of the sky, or the beginning of the heaven and earth. Li Qie went up the mountain and found that there were no other things besides a pool of water. In the middle of the mountain was a large pond that had slow-flowing water. A spurting spring existed at the middle of the pond. It did not spray high, as it was only around 3 feet up. Li Qie was shaken the moment he saw the water in the pond. Its water was not much different from common water, but with a more meticulous observation, one would find that this water was not ordinary. This tranquil water had a faint shimmer, but with a careful glance, this faint shimmer was not from light. Instead, they were stars along with suns and moons. The Grand Tao accompanied each of these shimmers. To simply put it, this was its own heaven and earth. Inside the glossy lights, these heavenly bodies were hundreds of times smaller than a speck of dust. This was the reason why they looked like faint shimmers from a quick glance. Myriad Star Water. Even Li Qie was astonished at the sight of this pond. After living for such a long time, what type of treasures had he not seen? Even the treasure considered number one in the world by mankind had been bestowed with his gaze. Li Qie had only seen the Myriad Star Water once, and it was a long time ago. It was just a single drop of Myriad Star Water back then, but it brought about a war throughout the entire 9 worlds. At that moment, immortal emperors and immortal physiques at grand completion tried to seize this one drop of Myriad Star Water, and it brought about an immortal emperor-level war. Li Qie took a deep breath as his gaze fell upon the spring in the pond. The spring was only 3 feet high. It was as if it was raising a piece of treasure metal. This treasure metal was filled with primordial chaos, as if it was born during the inception of the heaven and earth. Its voice was very, very indistinct, yet it sounded as if an immortal king was preaching the scriptures with the hymns of true gods. They exuded a majestic brass sound of majestic drums, allowing listeners to be enlightened with perfect wisdom. The even more frightening thing was that there were 9 runes upon this piece of treasure metal. They intertwined into one existence, a supreme true mantra. This one true mantra alone formed its own world and was turned into an unparalleled heavenly testament. However, this was only the first form of the heavenly testament. It was not yet at grand completion. Li Qie's eyes shot out a blinding brilliance to analyze the golden runes within the metal, resulting in his body shaking. In a flash, he clearly read the golden runes within this piece of metal. Pristine worldly metal. With a shocked expression, Li Qie took in a cold breath and couldn't help himself from murmuring. Li Qie had seen so many treasures throughout the ages. Regarding Grand Tao treasure metals with innate runic words to create life treasures, a 9 Grand Tao golden rune metal was the most valuable. However, a Grand Tao treasure metal with 9 Grand Tao golden runes was not the most invaluable. There was a saying amongst cultivators: treasure metals with 9 runes were not as great as treasure metals with 3 runes and 1 true mantra. If 1 Grand Tao treasure metal contained 9 Grand Tao golden runes, but if these golden runes were just fragmented pieces, it could only be considered a treasure metal reaching its own limit regarding golden runes. However, if this Grand Tao treasure metal contained 3 Grand Tao golden runes that were able to turn into 1 true mantra, in the eyes of many people, its value would be much greater than a 9 runic Grand Tao treasure metal. The reason was very simple. When these Grand Tao golden runes are able to form into a true mantra, its power would double. The power of 3 runic true mantra would be no less than a 9 runic Grand Tao treasure metal. Therefore, some people referred to these golden runes that were capable of forming true mantras as mantra treasure metal or true metal, and they even placed it above immortal metal. He couldn't wait for this pristine worldly metal to turn into a heavenly scripture or heavenly treasure. In the end, he couldn't wait for such a long time. As long as he could seize this pristine worldly metal, create a supreme life treasure from it in the future, and, at the same time, shoulder the heavens will to become an immortal emperor, this life treasure would be unbeatable in this world. Even immortal emperor true treasures would not be able to compete with it. This pristine worldly metal was just a legend that existed only during the primordial chaos of the heaven and earth. However, Li Qiye didn't think that he would actually see one today. Boom, boom, boom. During his time of astonishment, thunderous noises appeared, causing Li Qiye to immediately turn around. Looking at the scene of the empty void ahead of him, even Li Qiye became dumbfounded as his eyes became wide open. Ants, one after another, were carrying a coffin from the mountain forward into the void. Ancient ants moving the coffin. Li Qiye murmured as if he was in a trance. Not long before this, he had seen these ants carrying a wooden coffin towards the deepest area of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. And that time was not the first time he had seen this phenomenon before either. He just didn't expect to see these ants again at this time and place. Li Qiye was certain that these ancient ants were the same ones that he had met not long ago. Such a situation even caused Li Qiye, who had seen many strange things, to be stuck in a daze. Li Qiye felt an urge to chase after and open the wooden coffin, but he managed to calm himself because he had heard of a different legend, a legend with a bad ending. The moment the ancient ants and the coffin disappeared into the void, Li Qiye finally regained his wits and looked at the pond ahead. After taking a deep breath, he took out an item and aimed it towards the water in the pond, then he shouted, "Go!" However, the water in the pond did not move in the slightest. One had to know that the jade bottle in Li Qiye's hand was a universe pouch. Not to mention a pond of water, it could even hold an entire river. But at this time, there was not the slightest hint of movement. Regardless of how he tried to suck in the myriad star water with his jade bottle, it was all for naught. At this moment, Li Qiye realized that this water was not something that could be carried by his jade bottle. One had to know that every small drop of this water carried a star, sun, or moon. How could an ordinary universe pouch be able to hold such a thing? At this time, he thought about an item, so he took it out, the myriad heavenly cauldron. After taking it out, he didn't do anything else. The myriad heavenly cauldron flew out from his hand and, with a boom, it fiercely swallowed a big mouthful of myriad star water. However, the myriad heavenly cauldron did not drink a huge amount of myriad star water to store for Li Qiye, it recklessly tried to digest the water. In the blink of an eye, it emitted a faint brilliance and many tiny stars appeared. It was actually undergoing a transformation. However, when it digested almost half of it, the cauldron was like a drunkard as it shifted back and forth before finally falling flat to the ground with a plop. Damn, this is too messed up, you're devouring such a treasure for only yourself. Li Qiye was speechless and had no choice but to recall the myriad heavenly cauldron. This guy was not trustworthy at all. It ate a large amount of the water and essentially left nothing for Li Qiye. Since it was impossible to rely on the cauldron, Li Qiye thought about a different item. He took out one immortal writ and folded it into a small cup, then he used it to scoop the myriad star water. Truly worthy of being called an immortal writ, it is definitely matchless since the ancient age, ah. Li Qiye was ecstatic that the immortal writ was able to accept the myriad star water. Chapter 235, A Stone Egg Was Born. 1. Li Qiye felt very helpless at this moment. If he could obtain this huge pond of myriad star water, then he would simply be the richest person in this world, it would be enough for him to squander crazily. At that point, it would be difficult for him not to rule over the world. However, he had nothing that could store such a large pond of myriad star water, so Li Qiye could only let out a wry smile as he sighed. Finally, Li Qiye gave up on the idea of capturing this pond of water. His gaze fell on the pristine worldly metal instead. This treasure metal could be considered the number one metal since the ages of. Li Qiye took a deep breath and reached for the metal above the surging spring, but no matter how he tried to grab it, it wouldn't budge. Move! Li Qiye screamed out and exerted his maximum strength to grab this piece of metal, but it still remained immobilized. His utmost effort was not enough to move this metal at all. Bang bang bang. Li Qiye became riled up and decided to use his body to slam it, a sword to slash it, and a treasure to hit it. Nothing was capable of shaking this piece of pristine worldly metal. In the end, Li Qiye became a bit discouraged and angry. He finally struck the stone tablet forward while cursing, "Damn thing, boom." The stone tablet smashed the metal flying away. Fortunately, Li Qiye's reaction was fast enough to immediately catch the soaring metal. "Please don't fly away, my little treasure." Li Qiye couldn't help but excitedly exclaim after catching it. Rumbly grumbly, a swallowing sound appeared right when Li Qiye caught the metal because the stone tablet sank into the pond. It blocked the surging spring, and an unbelievable thing happened. The stone tablet crazily swallowed the water inside the pond as the water began to disappear at a rapid pace. What the hell? Li Qiye was dumbfounded while watching the stone tablet sucking up the myriad star water. His myriad heavenly cauldron had a frightening origin, but it couldn't handle drinking the water, yet this stone tablet was able to crazily devour it. It was drinking the myriad star water as if it was just ordinary water that could be drank without any difficulty. "Please, leave a little bit for me. I still want to try to see if my body can handle some myriad star water or not." Li Qiye shook his body a bit and regained his wits as he immediately shouted, "XSH." But right at this time, the stone tablet had already drank all the water, leaving behind a dry pond. Li Qiye wanted to cry after seeing this scene, myriad star water ah. Not to mention an entire pond, even one cup alone would be enough to drive the 9 worlds crazy, even true gods would climb out from their graves. However, this broken stone, in the end, actually swallowed all of the water in the pond. Damn it, since the ages, I always consider myself to be the most prodigal man and the most extravagant spender. I didn't expect that a broken stone like you would be 10,000 times more wasteful than me. Li Qiye looked at the dried-up pond and wanted to cry. He jumped down into the pond and kicked the stone tablet while cursing, "Get the hell out for me, don't block this spring. I want to see if there is more myriad star water pouring out." However, Li Qiye's kick did not knock the stone away, instead, a crank-crack sound appeared. The stone tablet shattered all over the floor, revealing a stone egg. This stone egg was only a little bit smaller than the stone tablet. It was completely gloomy and dull and was seemingly cheap at a first glance. Egg. Seeing the cracked stone revealing an egg, Li Qiye also widened his eyes in surprise at this seemingly insignificant egg. Even a few elders of the war god temple did not leave. They chose to stay behind in ancient Sky City to wait for news regarding Li Qiye, for they wanted to see if he could come back alive. If he was able to, then their confidence in this trade would be much greater. 20 days has passed already. Inside the mansion, Chen Baojiao sat next to the window with her chin propped up by her hands while staring at the sky. Chen Baojiao could be considered a crazed cultivator even though she was a supreme beauty. She crazily trained harder and put out more effort than anyone. No matter the occasion, she wouldn't waste time sitting idly by without cultivating. But in the last 20 days, Chen Baojiao was quite restless and had no desire to cultivate or to eat. Day by day, she waited for her young noble to come back. However, as the days passed by, she became increasingly worried about the absence of their young noble. He will come back. He is even more powerful than our imaginations. Li Xuanyan sat to the side with her cold and aloof demeanor. However, at this minute, there was a lingering sorrow unhideable in the middle of her beautiful brows. Even though Li Xuanyan was saying such things, her heart was still at a loss. In the end, this was the underworld boat they were talking about, and 20 days had passed as well. Li Chia told them that, if he did not return in half a month, they have to leave and bring the juniors back to the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, 20 days had passed and they were not willing to leave. They were still hoping for their young noble to return. Today, ancient Sky City was sunny with a cloudless sky. This was a good day. XSHH, at this moment, in the wide cloudless sky, there was a sudden sharp noise piercing above as a star passed over ancient Sky City. Meteor, many people looked up and said, "No, it is not a meteor, it is a person." A person was shooting across the sky with an extreme speed, just like a burning meteor, as his entire body was bursting in flames. It is Li Chia. Even though the speed was very swift, there was still a royal noble with sharp eyesight and was able to discern the person burning with raging fire in a flash. Having heard this, many cultivators present were shocked. A great character lost his voice in exclamation, "Impossible, I clearly saw him ride an underworld boat, flowing away. It really is Li Chia." At this time, more than just one person recognized that the burning man was truly Li Chia. Momentarily, many great characters were amazed that Li Chia came back alive. This kid is truly too scary. No matter whether they were royal lords or sect masters from the previous generations, or even some secluded undyings, all of them were greatly alarmed. Being able to come back alive after riding the underworld boat, this is extremely devilish. In just a second, countless people glanced at each other and felt that this matter was impossible. Boom! With a loud knock, the heavenly grotto of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was pierced through, frightening everyone inside. What happened? The group of Qi Yun jolted because, after the attack from the Heavenly Gods sect last time, the 9 Saint Demon Gate became more vigilant. Countless disciples rushed to the scene of occurrence. Chapter 236, A Stone Egg was born. 2. Inside the compound was a huge hole that extended for quite a bit of distance, resulting in a chasm. At this second, everyone went to look at the hole, and they only saw black smoke that carried a burnt smell. Inside the hole was a person whose body was burnt to a black crisp. It was as if he was thrown inside a furnace. This burnt person was holding a stone egg tightly in his chest. At this time, everyone was amazed. Where did this guy that was burnt to a dark crisp come from? Fuck, it really cooked me. I will sooner or later break the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. At this moment, the burnt person inside the large hole swore loudly. Young noble Li, hearing this familiar voice, Qi Yun, along with the elders, were suddenly shocked on the spot. Young noble, at this time, the group of Li Xuanyan had also just arrived along with Tu Buyu and the juniors. After hearing the familiar voice that couldn't be any more familiar, Li Xuanyan almost cried and immediately rushed down to the large crater and picked up Li Chia, who was carrying the stone egg. Young noble, it really is you. After helping him up, Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao couldn't contain themselves from hugging him with teary eyes. Two great beauties, as your young noble, I naturally do not mind your passionate advances. However, I am already burnt to a crisp. If you both hug me like this, then would I not be burnt even more by desires until I become ashes? Li Chia spoke with an indescribable grace and calmness with his blackened body. At this time, the extremely emotional Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao finally calmed down and realized that countless eyes were on them. This caused them to blush and couldn't help but cry out. After Li Chia was carried up, Tu Buyu, along with the 9 Saint Demon Gates elders, couldn't believe their eyes. Returning alive and kicking after boarding an underworld boat was truly an amazing thing. Huh, aha. Oldest brother, I knew you were invincible in this world. The underworld boat is nothing, even hell itself would not dare to take you. You will surely mess everything up down there if it takes you. Seeing Li Qiye returning alive, the juniors of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect were ecstatic, especially Nan Huiran, who exclaimed with laughter. The blackened Li Qiye smacked his neck with a playful scold, "Stop sucking up, I was almost burnt like a roasted duck." "Heh, young noble, this kid speaks the truth. Only young noble is invincible in this world. To be able to come back alive after boarding an underworld boat at a young age, this could be said to be a miracle throughout the ages." Niufen couldn't help but say with admiration. "Young noble Li, you are truly extraordinary. I'm afraid that you are the number one person of the younger generation, you're the only person to come back from an underworld boat." Qiyun also couldn't help but add. His words were not flattery, but sincerity. This was too incredible to all the disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Only a few of the Undyings with only one breath left ever came back after being buried in the underworld boats, let alone a living young person. At this moment, the elders of the War God Temple also came. They saw Li Qiye alive and well and couldn't believe their eyes. This was truly a miracle. This guy actually came back alive after only 20 days. Well, it is normal that your old eyes are bad. However, I came back alive. Li Qiye looked at the War God Temple's elders, who were rubbing their eyes, and leisurely stated. This embarrassed the elders as they were dazed on the spot. They still felt amazed, however, for they would never believe such a thing unless they saw it with their own eyes. Both the Nine Saint Demon Gate and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect were celebrating with excitement. "Although I know everyone means well, you should at least let me take a bath, I am almost a roasted duck over here," Li Qiye smilingly said with a carefree manner. Eventually, everyone left and Li Shuangyan, along with Chen Baojiao, prepared a bath for Li Qiye. After the bath, Li Qiye changed into a set of clothes with a newly rejuvenated spirit. However, nothing else mattered to him right now outside of understanding this stone egg. Do you need to be this focused on just a stone egg? Seeing their young noble in a trance caused Chen Baojiao, who was taking care of him, to coquettishly complain with peerless charm. With such an enchanting beauty along with an alluring expression was irresistible, people would have no choice but to lose their minds. However, Li Qiye paid it no mind as his eyes were focused on the stone egg. "Girl, you don't know. This egg is truly unfathomable, very unfathomable." Li Qiye gently petted the stone egg as if he was gently caressing a lover. He wanted to feel the pulse of this egg, but there was not the slightest response. His myriad heavenly cauldron was quite amazing with a heaven-frightening origin and could be considered the number one cauldron in the world. However, it became drunk after just one big gulp of myriad star water. Yet this stone egg swallowed an entire pond without any reaction. He started to wonder if this egg had any life essence at all. If it truly had some life in it and swallowed a pond without any reaction, then it was too terrifying, he didn't even dare to imagine it. If this was the case, then what kind of existence was this? Li Qiye would dare to say that there were no existences in this world that he had not seen before. However, if there was a creature in this world that could swallow a pond of myriad star water without any reaction, then Li Qiye really had not seen it. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to do so, for they essentially could not refine the water without some time. What is this thing? Li Shuangyan noticed that Li Qiye was not joking, so she meticulously looked again, but the result was still the same. Li Qiye shook his head and answered, "It would be nice if I knew so that I won't have to think about how to break it. In fact, I still don't know what creature it is." After returning, Li Qiye had always thought about this stone egg, but it remained a mystery. He was sure that this egg hid a great secret. It did not have any relationship with the burial ground, but with hell instead. However, this was the only thing he could come up with. Underworld appears, rebirth begins, heaven's path revealed, divine stone initiated. Entered heavenly coffin, achieving myriad old. Awakened corpse earth, heaven bringing eternality. Li Qiye kept on recalling this phrase and wanted to connect the stone egg with it, but he still didn't have a clue at this moment. On the second day since his return, Li Shuangyan told Li Qiye, an ancestor of the war god temple wants to see you. See me? Li Qiye batted his brows a bit before saying, let him come. Does he actually want me to go and see him? It is him asking me for a favor, not the other way around. Li Shuangyan became a bit speechless. Not to mention her, if the world heard this, they would be quite stunned. A war god temple's ancestor was an invincible character, even a virtuous paragon would not dare to act recklessly when facing this ancestor, but their young noble was an arrogant mess. In the end, the war god temple's ancestor actually came. The truth was that the war god temple didn't have just one ancestor. This ancestor stayed behind while the rest all went back to the temple. He came in and sat down. This time, he did not wear black and was dressed in a hemp robe instead. He suppressed his blood energy so that he was just like an ordinary old man. In fact, when one was at an invincible level like him, blood energy could be freely controlled. This old man's name is Mu Chen. Even though this ancestor was not arrogant, he was still a bit reserved. In fact, with his status and power, he was qualified to have a threatening arrogance. Mu Chen. If others heard this name, they would piss their pants from horror. Don't even mention existences like the Heavenly God sect, even an ancestor of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would lose his colors. Li Qiye's eyelids simply lifted a little bit while looking at him. He was just a bit surprised. You being alive is outside of my expectations. That year when the old war god Mu was buried, I heard that you were one of the pallbearers. Old man Mu had always thought highly of you. Li Qiye's words shook Mu Chen. Even the disciples of the war god temple did not know of such a tale, let alone an outsider. This was an extremely ancient matter. Besides the living ancestors, no one else knew about this matter. It was only through the usage of an era bloodstone to last till now. Mu Chen spoke. If it wasn't for bringing their forefather to this place, he would not pay such a monstrous price such as leaving the era bloodstone. At this point, Mu Chen looked at Li Qiye and said, even though forefather Mu lived for another generation, he couldn't make it to the present. Li Qiye waved his hand and said, don't try to test me. The old man from the hidden immortal hall didn't dare to inquire, do you really want to take this gamble? Mu Chen immediately turned silent. The truth was, to both him and the war god temple, Li Qiye was too devilish. He felt that Li Qiye wasn't only something as simple as the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, their forefather had talked about this, so he no longer dared to try searching for Li Qiye's background after Li Qiye's warning. War god Mu had lived for 2 generations, plus he buried himself in the era bloodstone for a long time. This was already heaven-defying. The old heaven had soon not tolerated him. It was already a miracle to live that long. It is already good that the old man from your hidden immortal hall is now buried on the underworld boat, so don't be too greedy. Li Qiye glanced at Mu Chen once, then he continued on, your war god temple is great in all aspects, but its conservative air is too heavy. This has a lot to do with having too many old men alive. Li Qiye's words caused Mu Chen to contemplate silently. Their war god temple had been standing strong since the desolate era until now, and it was due to 2 reasons. The first was because there were many great geniuses that appeared, the second was because they always had ancestors who were willing to be buried in the dark in order to protect the temple. The younger generation created the future while the old generation protected the heritage. Because of this, the war god temple continued to exist until this day. Well, we will not waste time. If you have something to say, go ahead. Out of respect for your war god temple's great contribution to the human race, I will let you know certain things as long as the situation permits. Li Qiye slowly said. Li Qiye's words, once again, shook Mu Chen's heart. These words were not simple. He became serious and looked at Li Qiye to say, I want to ask young noble Li, the end of the underworld boat, what is that place? Could young noble Li describe the circumstances and details regarding the drifting boats? Chapter 237, Refining the Pristine Worldly Metal. 1. Regarding Mu Chen's question, Li Qiye simply gave him a stare before finally answering, I know you want to inquire about the burial ground secrets. Unfortunately, I do not know the answer either. As for what I saw at the end of the underworld boat's destination, I'm afraid I can't tell you. War God Mu used to think highly of you. Did he tell you about the matters regarding the underworld boat and how he was reborn for another life? I'm afraid that he didn't tell you what he saw at the end of the trip. Mu Chen was shocked because Li Qiye spoke the truth. The heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, the other 12 burial grounds, and even the 6 grands ancient immortal grounds, there are too many taboos. Unless you personally experienced it, it would be meaningless to hear about it. There are also a few matters that you wouldn't believe just by listening because they would break your common sense. Li Qiye slowly explained. Mu Chen could only gently sigh after hearing Li Qiye's words. He understood that Li Qiye was not willing to tell him. Where is our forefather? In the end, Mu Chen asked for this was the most important matter to him. Li Qiye slightly flicked his hand and spoke, if I dared to do this business with you, of course I am certain. The old man from the hidden immortal hall will come back sooner or later. 1 year if fast and 2 years if slow, but he surely will return. At that time, remember to bring me the items I want. There is no one in this world who can owe me anything and get away with it. That item, Mu Chen couldn't help but ponder for a moment when this transaction was brought up. Li Qiye glanced at him and spoke, so. Your war god temple is regretting it. Unfortunately, it is already too late. This is not what I mean. Mu Chen wryly smiled. He pondered the question before answering, regarding this item. I have only heard of a few rumors and I don't know if they are true or not. If you all don't even know if it is real or fake, I can only say that you bunch of old men have been living for so long in vain. Li Qiye continued, you and the Heavenly Tao Academy should have worked together sooner. The War God Temple and the Heavenly Tao Academy are the most ancient heritages of the human race with great contributions. If you guys worked together, then it wouldn't be the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom's turn to be so arrogant like this, and the soaring immortal sect would not consider itself invincible. Humph. During Tian Tu's era, if your heritages had combined forces sooner, then would the mortal emperor world deteriorate to this state. The matter about Li Qiye buzzed everywhere throughout the secret channels. However, Li Qiye didn't care for these matters. After staying at ancient Sky City for a few days, he immediately prepared to depart from the city back to the cleansing incense ancient sect. The elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate sent him off while the War God Temple was not present. Qiyun told Li Qiye that the remaining War God Temple's group had already left 1 day before Li Qiye. Li Qiye coming back alive increased the 9 Saint Demon Gate's trust that this transaction would be successful. One had to remember that they paid a great price for this deal between Li Qiye and the temple. If it was successful, then the 9 Saint Demon Gate would not only earn the temple's support, but also its protection. Through the warping of the Tao Gate, the group of Li Qiye quickly returned to the cleansing incense ancient sect in a short time and was greeted in person by Gu Taizhou and the other elders along with the protectors. All of them were quite ecstatic to see everyone come back safely. Of course, they also wanted to know the result of this trip. However, Li Qiye was not in the mood to discuss it, so he left everything to Tu Buyu and said, Junior Tu, you report everything to the elders. Tu Buyu accepted this trivial matter and didn't want to bother Li Qiye. However, Li Qiye only noticed that the elders and protectors were present. His circumstantial master, who happened to be the sect master, Su Yonghuang, was not. He asked with some surprise, where is the sect master? The sect master is in secluded cultivation. Sect master said that her physique tribulation was approaching, so she is carefully preparing for it. Gu Taizhou quickly explained to Li Qiye. Under the strong support of Li Qie, Su Yonghuang's position at the sect became well established. In fact, it was a joyous event for the sect to accept this sect master from the outside as well. One had to remember that Su Yonghuang was a natural-born saint physique. Such a talent had unparalleled potential. Any natural-born saint physique would be competed for by all the great powers. In fact, with the status and power of the current cleansing incense ancient sect, it essentially did not have the ability to recruit such a talent. Today, the sect was even more appreciative after accepting such a talent. Natural-born saint physique, truly amazing. Li Qie also complimented as he nodded approvingly. Even though Su Yonghuang did not cultivate the solar physique like immortal Emperor Min Ren, the extreme yang physique was not any weaker than the solar physique. Li Qie and Gu Taizhou chatted for a bit before Li Qie retreated back to his place. Gu Taizhou and the others knew that Li Qie had his own matters, so they didn't bother him. They spoke to Tu Buyu, instead, to inquire about the situation. The first thing Li Qie did was to take out the pristine worldly metal. This was the number one metal throughout the ages. He must refine such an item into a treasure. If this pristine worldly metal became a life weapon, then it would absolutely be the number one weapon in the world in the future. This metal floated inside Li Qie's second fate palace. At this moment it was still surrounded by the primordial chaos along with the hymns of the Grand Tao that were like the preachings of immortal kings and true gods. One could faintly see an immortal scripture being excavated, causing Li Qie to become praisingly astonished. Such a metal was indeed supremely peerless. At this time, Li Qie channeled his law and activated the cauldron of life inside his palace. In the blink of an eye, the cauldron's fire blazingly struck down and began to refine the pristine worldly metal. Cultivators had many different techniques to refine their treasures. However, most cultivators chose to use the cauldron of life's flame in order to refine their treasures, especially those made from Grand Tao treasure metals. However, the moment Li Qie wanted to refine it with his flame of life, the pristine worldly metal suddenly flashed a glint of brilliance and immediately suppressed the flame of life. Not even a trace of flame remained. Li Qie was a bit taken aback. Such a good treasure, truly supreme, it had its own awareness. At this time, Li Qie channeled his merit law along with his divine sense in order to communicate with this metal. However, the metal ignored him as if it was an existence at the apex and didn't care for Li Qie's divine sense. No matter how much Li Qie tried to communicate, the metal didn't react at all. Li Qie was angry to the point of vomiting blood from such a scene. Even though this metal was peerless in this world, if there was no way to refine it, then it was still useless in the end. He couldn't use this number one metal in the world as a brick and throw it at his enemies. As Li Qie was enraged with exasperation, the stone egg stored inside Li Qie's fate palace began to move. Boom! The stone egg ferociously slammed the pristine worldly metal and caused it to gradually lose its brilliance. The metal seemed to be chastened after being ferociously smashed by the stone egg. Back when Li Qie tried to communicate with it, it had a superior arrogance and didn't care for him. However, after being smashed by the stone egg, it withdrew its conceitedness. Chapter 238, Refining the Pristine Worldly Metal, 2, with a pop sound, the pristine worldly metal suddenly knocked little Silly's Tao bone flying away. It had always been stored inside Li Qie's second fate palace before being knocked away by the metal. One has to know that little Silly had a heaven-frightening origin, but at this moment, it could not compete against this metal, so its position was robbed away in an instant. Oh my God, so overbearing. Li Qie didn't have anything to say and had no choice but to put away little Silly's Tao bone. One fate palace could only grow one treasure, there was no way around this. However, Li Qie was not too surprised at such a scene. In the end, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the number one metal in the world. Right when the pristine worldly metal replaced little Silly in the true fate position, it actually automatically called for the water of life from the spring of life. With another, the pillar of life also exerted its essence and mystical runes. In just a moment, the pristine worldly metal was bathing in the water of life, essence of life, and mystical runes of life in complete enjoyment. As time passed by, it began to change after being strengthened and bathed by all these different powers. A spirit energy was gradually formed as this metal engraved the mystical runes of Wuxia on its body. As the Grand Tao intertwined, its own 9 runic true mantra, along with these mystical runes, was seemingly becoming a chapter of immortal scripture. Wuxia was moved by witnessing such a scene. This was auto-refinement. One has to know that life treasures and true treasures needed cultivators to refine. In order to increase their powers, cultivators would not only use the world's essence, life essence, and blood energy, but they would also use supreme merit laws for this refinement process and to engrave these laws onto the treasures. However, this piece of pristine worldly metal was able to start the refinement process by itself without Wuxia's interference. Wuxia was speechlessly happy regarding this matter. As day after day passed by, the pristine worldly metal sucked up a large amount of Wuxia's life force and started to slowly change. It was no longer just a piece of metal, but had been turned into a refined weapon. As even more time passed by, it slowly turned into a bow. Since it refined itself into a natural life treasure, Wuxia couldn't help but praise it. It will absolutely be unfathomable once it formed. It will be the best weapon in the world in the future once he shouldered the heavens will and became an immortal emperor. Wuxia couldn't contain his excitement thinking about how the utmost pinnacle of weapons will come from his hands in the future. He had lived through the ages witnessing immortal emperor true weapons and true gods' arsenals, even the more mythical and ancient mysterious treasures were seen by him. Since the ages, many weapons were praised as the world's ultimate weapon under the heavens, such as Immortal Emperor Gu Chun's bronze sword, Immortal Emperor Fei Yang's banner, Immortal Emperor Buzhan's spear, or even Tian Du's flag. Cultivators of these two realms were referred to as named heroes and royal nobles, respectively. In today's world, named heroes and royal nobles were the main force, especially royal noble cultivators. They had a prominent position in today's society. Heaven's primal had 3 levels. From lowest to highest, they are in the following order: wisdom opening, fate tempering, and bridge creation. When cultivators reached the bridge creation level, they would be able to soar through the span of thousands of miles without the need for any treasure. This was the foundation for cultivators to reach the sky and enter the earth in the future. They would be able to pillar the 9 heavens above and explores the 9 worlds below. During his cultivation, Wuxia used the revolving crescent sun law to channel his life wheel while the Kunpeng's 6 variants turned into a Tao foundation to raise his true fate. At this moment, this Tao foundation resembled a supreme Tao chapter. As it opened, magical runes started to move, and it seemed as if this Tao chapter was preaching the immortal scripture to the true fate. As the essence of the heaven and earth was poured in with the tapping of the fate merit, sounds of the Grand Tao resonated within the true fate, taking the shape of a Kunpeng. However, Wuxia did not imagine that his 4 symbols and his fate palaces themselves were all affected by the pristine worldly metal. When the fate palace was growing, the metal that was filled with primordial forces also affected the fate palaces. Unknowingly, Wuxia's fate palaces were filled with primordial power. This scene left Wuxia in shock. This was a symbiosis process as his fate palaces and the pristine worldly metal were working together, exchanging life essence for primordial power. Otherwise, Wuxia's life force would not be able to nurture the immensity of the pristine worldly metal by itself. In the end, if a life treasure was too powerful, then a fate palace would not be able to nurture it. If a life treasure absorbed way too much life essence, then it would be a lose-lose situation, just like a fisherman draining the pond to get to the fish. At this moment, Wuxia's fate palace was growing this metal while the metal returned primordial energy back to the fate palaces. This was a win-win situation for both sides as they both reaped the benefits. Wuxia cultivated non-stop once he was back at the cleansing incense ancient sect. He did not care about foreign affairs. In the end, his cultivation was not powerful enough. Even if he had many schemes to destroy his enemies, the true and correct path was to have a powerful self-cultivation. Of course, Li Qiye was not the only one practicing hard back at the sect. At the moment, the sect's atmosphere was great. All of its disciples, especially the younger generation, were extremely diligent. Luo Fenghua, Zhang Yu, Chu Daili, and Su Pei's groups were great role models for the other disciples. Zhang. Waves of melodious music rang back at the Zither Pavilion, formerly known as the Ghost Pavilion. Li Qiye gently stroked his ancient zither as he played his tune. During his leisure moments away from cultivation, Li Qiye couldn't help but come to this place to play a song. Today, his ancient zither was no longer an emperor's possession. The battle at ancient Sky City had completely expended its emperor's power and immortal intent. This ancient zither was given to immortal Emperor Min Ren by him. There were too many memories attached to this place, so Li Qiye couldn't help but sigh after he finished his tune. During his reminiscence, another soft sigh appeared as a shadowy figure who was always there to quietly listen to the music as if she was spellbound. Flowing water mortal home. Su Yuha could only lament as she was only a yearning sentiment. She wasn't even a ghost nor human, she was only a yearning sentiment without any trace of life. In the end, I can't play it as well as little brat Min Ren. Li Qiye finished playing and smilingly spoke. Su Yuha was melancholic as she replied, the immortal emperor only felt pity for me. Your excellency is different, you are supreme for all generations, so your song is different from the immortal emperor's song. Li Qiye gently shook his head and said, why must you do this? It has been too long, there is no need for you to suffer like this. Su Yuha, a yearning sentiment, became silent and didn't say anything. Never mind, Li Qiye gently continued on, how about this, I will go to the eastern 100 cities and take your remains. Just let everything dissipate. 1,000,000 years of being neither ghost nor human. Even if little brat Min Ren was here, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. Su Yuha prostrated and said, if I could be buried under the peach tree, I will no longer have any yearning sentiment. That year, I buried you under the yearning lunar peak. Your fateful connection with Min Ren was also because of me. Li Qiye said with some helplessness, now, I will bury you under the peach tree, and this could be considered the end of your fateful connection. This is a lamentable connection, so it should just end in peace. Yuha will not be able to repay your excellency's benevolence. Su Yuha very gratefully replied. Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve and sighed before speaking, this started because of me, so it should end by my hands. You should rest after being buried under the peach tree to avoid eternal lamentation. Little brat Min Ren, he didn't say anything else at this point. He didn't have much to say about immortal Emperor Min Ren. He had trained many invincible existences. One could say that little brat Min Ren had always supported him no matter what. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had never questioned him and absolutely stuck with him to the end. Chapter 239, Heaven Protector Goddess, 1. The only thing Li Qiye regretted was little brat Min Ren being in love with someone he shouldn't have fallen for. There were too many women in this world. In that era, he could have matched Min Ren with any peerless beauty even when Min Ren had yet to shoulder the heaven's will. Unfortunately, this little brat only loved that woman. What was even more damnable was that that pure woman was blind to the point of stupidity and loved that hypocrite, virtuous monarch Jiangzhou. If immortal Emperor Min Ren didn't beseech him that year, he would have already brought his invincible generals to massacre the Jiangzhou clan. The truth was that among the geniuses trained by Li Qiye, despite immortal Emperor Min Ren not being the most exceptional, he had the highest evaluation from Li Qiye, even to this present day. One could even say that in order to train immortal Emperor Min Ren, he had to steal the fortune from heaven and earth itself. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had always shown the utmost respect to Li Kai for being his teacher. The only barrier between the two was that woman. Li Qiye wanted immortal Emperor Min Ren to forget about the unsavable pure woman, but it was also impossible to change immortal Emperor Min Ren's mind. His heart was hellbent on loving this woman, and he never married anyone else in his life because of her. Also, because of this woman, General Su, who had always been in love with immortal Emperor Min Ren and held utmost loyalty towards him, left for the heaven's edge. This matter had almost caused the master and disciple to become enemies. One could say that immortal Emperor Min Ren respected Li Qiye throughout his entire life, but because of this event, a great feud had arisen between them. And since Li Qiye didn't want to care for Min Ren's mess, by the end of it all, he chose to enter his hibernation early. Immortal Emperor Min Ren sacrificed too much for a foolish woman. If it wasn't for her, how could virtuous monarch Jiangzhou have had the qualifications to compete against immortal Emperor Min Ren for the heavens will that year? Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, should have killed that hypocrite much earlier, but unfortunately, immortal Emperor Min Ren did not want to hurt that woman. And so, under immortal Emperor Min Ren's request, Li Qiye showed mercy and did not slaughter every last one of them. In that era, the divine generals under him could have turned over the sky. How could a meager Jiangzhou clan dare to oppose them? He could have killed their entire clan at any moment. Alas, immortal Emperor Min Ren had already set his mind on this matter. Such a shame for the Wise Heart Jewel Box. The Wise Heart Jewel Box was a supreme protection treasure that he gave to Min Ren when he started his cultivation road. Unfortunately, immortal Emperor Min Ren, as if possessed, gave this treasure to that simple woman for her protection. What was even worse was that the hypocritical virtuous monarch Jiangzhou used convincing words to trick the innocent woman into giving him the Wise Heart Jewel Box. This matter had once enraged Li Qiye, and he even ordered his generals to trample over the Jiangzhou clan. However, immortal Emperor Min Ren managed to interfere. This was why the Wise Heart Jewel Box became the clan-protecting treasure of the Jiangzhou clan. Damn, one day, I, your father, will massacre the entire Jiangzhou clan. Such a waste of my Wise Heart Jewel Box. At this moment, Li Qiye was very upset. If he had not been sentimentally considerate regarding immortal Emperor Min Ren's love, then he would have sent people to destroy the Jiangzhou clan in later generations. As for Su Yuha listening to Li Qiye's cursing, her mood became melancholic. She was the one who had stayed at the cleansing incense ancient sect for the longest, and she knew one or two things about the matters that year. It was not a secret that immortal Emperor Min Ren was smitten with that woman during that era. Let us forget about the past. In the end, Li Qiye didn't want to dwell on it any longer. He spoke to Su Yuha, since the end is coming, prepare your heart for it. In a short period of time, I will take your remains to the eastern 100 cities and bury you under the peach tree. Su Yuha bowed and gently sighed before suddenly disappearing. Li Qiye couldn't help but wryly smile. After millions of years, he still had to sort out the mess left behind by little brat Min Ren. Li Qiye left the ghost pavilion and called for Gu Taizhou to say, carefully prepare these materials, I will start a Dan refinement cauldron. The main force of the cleansing incense ancient sect is not good, so we should give the middle-level disciples some fate pills. I plan to leave for some time to the eastern 100 cities, so I will leave the training of disciples in the future to all of you. Going to the eastern 100 cities? Gu Taizhou was a bit taken aback. The eastern 100 cities was very far away from the Grand Middle Territory, but in the end, he didn't ask for why Li Qiye was going. He trusted Li Qiye, so he wouldn't inquire about such matters. After planning a trip to the eastern 100 cities, Li Qiye carefully prepared for his departure. On the contrary, Li Xuanyan was not going to embark on this journey. I want to open my 6th Fate Palace. Li Xuanyan told Li Qiye her thoughts. At the moment, Li Xuanyan was not only a Grand Dao noble with 5 Fate Palaces. In fact, her cultivation had reached grand achievement and she could step into the enlightened being realm at any time. However, Li Xuanyan had an even greater ambition. She wanted to open her 6th palace. Keep in mind that 6 Fate Palaces was the limit for the royal noble realm. In this generation, anyone that was able to open 6 fate palaces at the royal noble realm was not far off from being the #1 genius in the world. Royal nobles with 6 fate palaces were called supreme nobles. Just this name alone should be indicative of how heaven-defying they were for having 6 palaces in the royal noble realm. This is a good idea. Li Qiye was very approving towards Li Shuangyan's ambition. He nodded his head and said, "You don't need to rush your physique tribulation at this moment. Your aptitude is very good. If you can open your 6th palace, then surpassing the minor physique tribulation will not be an issue in the future. You could even surpass it with complete perfection." As a supreme noble with 6 palaces along with a minor completion void imperfection physique, Li Shuangyan's potential could surpass all the other geniuses in this world. This was her intention from the very start, so after gaining Li Qiye's approval, she became even more confident. Chen Baojiao also wanted to go along with Li Qiye on this trip to take care of him, but in the end, Li Qiye ordered her not to do so. You and Li Shuangyan should cultivate together. Your effort will always be rewarded. Regarding innate talents, you are a bit worse than Li Shuangyan. However, your willpower is void of any possible complaints. Your tyrannical valley immortal spring physique is also not weaker than the void imperfection physique. Your goal does not have to be like Li Shuangyan's goal to open 6 palaces. If you can open 4 palaces in the royal noble realm, it will be enough to be considered flawless. You also sprinted to the royal noble realm again. As long as you have confidence in yourself, you will also absolutely be able to open the 4th palace. Chen Baojiao's innate talents really were not as great as Li Shuangyan. However, Chen Baojiao had a persevering spirit regarding her cultivation. She was absolutely the most hardworking. After hearing Li Qiye's advice, Chen Baojiao decided to stay behind with Li Shuangyan and attempt to break through to royal noble. When Li Qiye was ready to leave for the eastern 100 cities, Gu Taizhou came in a panic. He was not here to bring Li Qiye medicinal materials but a piece of news instead. Someone from the Heaven Protector city came. Gu Taizhou spoke with some anxiety as he met Li Qiye. It was not his fault for being anxious. The Heaven Protector city, no matter whether in the past or the present, was an awe-inspiring name. It didn't matter whether it was the mortal emperor world or the outside worlds, the only responses upon hearing this name were shock and awe. The Black Dragon King's fame was like a spell filled with endless charisma. He lived and dominated for 3 generations without resorting to external power. Even immortal emperors respected him. The Black Dragon King never became an immortal emperor or competed for the heaven's will, yet he still rampaged and reigned over the 9 worlds. Even an invincible immortal emperor would not dare to challenge the Black Dragon King without some consideration. The Heaven Protector city was founded by the Black Dragon King at the Northern Grand Sea. Under the reign of the king, this city was a prestigious power that once had expeditions all over the earth. Humans, demons, even heavenly devils, stone golems, and charming spirits, whom were considered the favored children of the heavens, all lost their brilliances during the Black Dragon King's era. There was a sect named Soaring Immortal that considered itself unbeatable. However, during the Black Dragon King's era, even the Soaring Immortal sect had to take a step back. From true gods to devil sovereigns, they all lost their colors from hearing his name. It could be said that during his era, for 3 generations, the Black Dragon King along with the Heaven Protector city was a giant palm that covered the entire world, nothing else was comparable. 30,000 years ago, he fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong and tore the heavens will apart. From then on, the Black Dragon King had disappeared from sight. Even though this era was no longer his, any heritage or great power, including immortal emperor lineages, still trembled from the words Heaven Protector City. At the present day, the people from the Heaven Protector City suddenly visited the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, so it was natural for Gu Taizhou to become worried. The Cleansing Incense Ancient sect of today compared to the Heaven Protector City was like an ant to an elephant. Finally, just as they should. Li Qiye simply smiled calmly and told Gu Taizhou, "Elder Gu, there is no need to panic. Even if the sky falls down, someone will shoulder it. Gu Taizhou was still an experienced character. Li Qia's words, to his ears, were like a calming medicine. He took a deep breath and finally regained his composure to say, "The people from the Heaven Protector City want to meet you specifically." Who came and how many people are there in total? There were too many memories when he was the Dark Crow as he sat above the 9 heavens with the Heaven Protector City. Gu Taizhou continued on, only one person, the descendant of the Heaven Protector City, Heaven Protector Goddess, Zi Queening. In fact, he was also confused. The Northern Grand Sea was too far away from the Grand Middle Territory. Logically speaking, Li Qia shouldn't know the Heaven Protector City's descendant, Zi Queening, but today, Zi Queening specifically wanted to meet Li Qia. This greatly perplexed him. Descendant of the Heaven Protector City. Li Qia narrowed his eyes after hearing this before resuming, "If she has arrived, then let her come see me." Gu Taizhou was out of words after hearing this. This was the Heaven Protector City, an existence that once ruled over the 9 worlds for 3 generations. Even though the Heaven Protector Goddess, as the descendant of the city, was part of the younger generation, she had an exceedingly high status in the mortal emperor world. Even mortal kings of ancient kingdoms and supreme saints from the great sects had to personally welcome her at the moment of arrival, let alone the younger generation. At this moment, Li Qia's behavior was the exact opposite of the status quo as he wanted her to come see him in person. This attitude was a bit too much. This was a descendant of a supreme heritage, even the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would be dreadful of it. This is the descendant of the Heaven Protector City, Gu Taizhou couldn't help but to remind Li Qia. This was not giving her any face at all. Li Qia looked at Gu Taizhou and still calmly spoke, "I know she is the descendant of the Heaven Protector City." Chapter 240, Heaven Protector Goddess, 2. The helpless Gu Taizhou had no choice but to follow Li Qia's wish. Although Li Qia did not personally go to greet Heaven Protector Goddess Zi Queening, Gu Taizhou, on the other hand, didn't dare to have the slightest sign of tardiness. All of the elders and protectors welcomed her in person while using the highest level of ceremonial reception. After Zi Queening sat down, Gu Taizhou passed on Li Qia's message. He naturally twisted the words with finesse in order to keep Zi Queening content. After he finished speaking, his hands were filled with cold sweat out of fear that Zi Queening might suddenly wave her sleeve in anger and leave. But to his surprise, Zi Queening showed no signs of dissatisfaction. She simply pondered for a bit and agreed to go meet Li Qia. At the lonely peak, Zi Queening finally met Li Qia while he gauged her with a glance. The girl's aura was vast and calm like a mountain yet roaring powerful like thunder. She was like a goddess with an ethereal, mighty ocean roaring behind her with its torrential waves. Meanwhile, Zi Queening also observed Li Qia. He was absolutely ordinary with nothing noteworthy. However, there was an indescribable calmness like the water in a well. It was as if even when the heaven and earth was meeting its demise, he would still be able to maintain his composure. The focus of his eyes was an unfathomable depth, a pair of eyes that were seemingly able to surpass time itself and see through all generations. At this time, Gu Taizhou also silently retreated and didn't dare to disturb them. "You are Li Qia." Heaven Protector Goddess Zi Queening's voice was very pleasant to the ears, just like the gentle ocean waves cleansing a lustrous jade fragment. She handed a piece of paper with engraved magical runes over to Li Qia and asked, "Do you recognize these magical runes?" Li Qia looked at these magical runes and did not answer her question. He instead stared at Zi Queening and inquired in the most serious of tones, "Is the Black Dragon King still here in this world? Tell me the truth." At this time, Li Qia's voice was filled with majestic authority. He was like an unquestionable, solemn true god. Her eyes turned serious after hearing these words. She had met countless illustrious characters, but Li Qia's austere expression, at this moment, had an authority that left others with no chance for denial. Queening glanced at him in silence for a while before finally answering, "The patriarch has not appeared after the fight with immortal Emperor Ta Kong 30,000 years ago." This was not a big secret at all. Everyone in the world knew that the Black Dragon King had not shown up again after the fight that year. In fact, even immortal Emperor Ta Kong never appeared again as well. Li Qiye sighed softly after getting the confirmation from Queening even when he had this premonition beforehand in his heart. However, after getting such a definite answer, his heart was still not at peace. He was clear on one thing: immortal Emperor Ta Kong wouldn't have been able to kill Little Black. Is High Elder Lu still around? After a long period of silence, Li Qiye recomposed himself with a deep breath and asked. Queening was taken aback because very few outsiders knew this name, yet this seemingly ordinary young man said it without any gravity. If it was someone from their Heaven Protector city, they would absolutely not use this title in such a frivolous manner. Sacred Ancestor underwent his death cultivation seclusion a long time ago and did not come out in the end. If it was necessary, she would definitely kill without any hesitation. Her origin was a secret even within the Heaven Protector city. Even though she grew up in the city, unless there were people who had the authority to touch such a matter, her origin was something that couldn't be discussed. Only a few people at the Heaven Protector city had such clearance. However, an outsider just easily revealed this secret. How could Queening's urge to kill not be aroused? Since you came from the Little Sea Village, you should be aware of your mission. Who I am does not matter, and what I know does not matter either. The most important thing is your mission. Even as the blade edge met his neck, Li Qiye still maintained his composure. Queening's soft body quivered as she took a deep breath. In the end, she withdrew her blade and looked at the young man ahead while feeling even more perplexed. "Take out the Black Dragon Spear," Li Qiye demanded while staring at Queening. Another earthquake shook her heart. After looking at Li Qiye for a long time, she finally took out the Black Dragon Spear. The moment it was free, an aura permeated the sky as if a true god was descending down, or as if an immortal emperor had just arrived. It suddenly shocked the entire cleansing incense ancient sect. What is that? The group of Gu Taizhou felt the supreme aura and became astonished. He had an illusion as if the cleansing incense ancient sect's immortal emperor true treasure had returned. You still haven't mastered the Black Dragon Spear. Li Qiye shook his head and said after seeing the spear. He then flicked his hand and the Black Dragon Spear fell into his palm. Right when he was gently caressing it, its momentous aura slowly converged back to the spear and disappeared. It was as if an arrogant and haughty stallion had met its fateful master, suddenly becoming docile. A light jumped around as if it was showing intimacy in the hand of Li Qiye. The Black Dragon Spear was completely black with a faint violet shimmer. It resembled a black dragon, one that could fly up to the 9 heavens at any moment. From a black shade changing to violet, this was a symbol for a flood dragon turning into a true dragon, the spear of the heavens itself. Queening couldn't believe her widened eyes, for this was unbelievable. One had to know that when the Black Dragon Spear was passed down to her, it had an invincible and arrogant aura. It had followed her since her youth, but she still couldn't force this spear to accept her as its master even now. But today, a stranger was able to tame it like a haughty stallion meeting its master. This was truly an incredible sight. Keep in mind that the Black Dragon Spear was the weapon used by their patriarch, the Black Dragon King, as he swept through the world. It brought all existences down to their shivering knees. This was an invincible spear, yet it was tamed by a stranger today. No one would believe such a tale. Even she herself didn't dare to believe it. Black Dragon Spear. Li Qiye gently stroked the Black Dragon Spear as it made a gentle and clear sound as if it felt Li Qiye's soul. Li Qiye had too many memories regarding the Black Dragon Spear. It originally came from him and was with the Black Dragon King as he fought against the world, sending chills down all of his enemies' spines. Clang clank clank. At this moment, there was a transformation in the Black Dragon Spear in Li Qiye's hand. Even Z Queening was not able to clearly see the technique employed. After the sounds of the spear resonated, the black dragon spear became smaller then larger, and even its color was changed. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye was a magician, and the black dragon spear finally became a short spear. The short spear had a crimson shade that was pretty and alluring. Since the Black Dragon King paid such a high price, Li Qiye, as his master, did not wish to personally destroy his continuously growing foundation in the future. Meanwhile, Gu Tiesho's entire body was in a cold sweat. The descendant of the Heaven Protector City personally arrived. This was such a grand matter. The current cleansing incense ancient sect essentially couldn't fall into the sight of a giant like the Heaven Protector City. However, their goddess personally came today, so it gave him a lot of pressure. He was truly afraid of angering an existence like the Heaven Protector City. The Heavenly God sect was nothing compared to the Heaven Protector City. Thus, only after sending Z Queening off did Gu Taizhou, who had been in fear this whole time, finally take a sigh of relief. Will there be any trouble from the Heaven Protector City? After sending her away, Gu Taizhou came to see Li Qiye and tested the waters. He didn't know what they talked about nor why she came to see him. I'm the only one who will find people to cause trouble. If others seek me out to cause trouble, then they are tired of living. Li Qiye nonchalantly replied. Gu Taizhou could only stay silent and wryly smile at Li Qiye's arrogant words. This was the Heaven Protector City, damn. But alas, he was already used to Li Qiye's arrogance. Li Qiye looked at Gu Taizhou and shook his head a bit to say, our cleansing incense ancient sect's real power is too weak. We didn't have a lot of resources before. Gu Taizhou replied with some helplessness. As someone who had protected the sect for so long, how could he not wish to see the sect grow stronger? Unfortunately, his heart was willing but his capabilities were insufficient. Keep working hard, we are starting to gain some resources now. Li Qiye could only speak such words of encouragement. One cannot become fat from just one bite. There was still a long way for the cleansing incense ancient sect to go, and the most important thing was to train the young talents. I will bring the spirit medicines and Dan grass here for you in 2 days. Gu Taizhou had tried his best for the cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qiye nodded his head and replied, we should start to recruit more disciples. Let Luo Fenghua take care of training the new disciples. This brat is rather gifted regarding this matter. Gu Taizhou nodded and agreed with Li Qiye's course of action. In fact, compared to before, there had been big improvements in the sect in the last 2 to 3 years. Many newer disciples were not bad, especially the group of disciples from the cleansing Jade Peak, they were particularly excellent. At the same time, the group of disciples brought back by Su Yonghuang also increased the sect's power quite a bit. However, there was still a long way to go and they required good governance before they could compare to existences like the Heavenly God sect and the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Gu Taizhou brought the medicinal materials desired by Li Qiye 3 days later. It was enough to fill an entire hall. One could say that the sect's entire inventory was all in this one place. Having heard that Li Qiye wanted to refine some pills, Elder Sun, as the best alchemy master of the sect, was the first to come running. One had to know that Elder Sun greatly valued Li Qiye's talents regarding Dan creation, and he even wanted him to become an alchemist master of the sect. In fact, Li Qiye also wanted to teach Dan refinement methods to Elder Sun and the others, so he not only allowed for Elder Sun to come observe, but also the other alchemy masters that had a high aptitude as well. Take all the medicinal materials for the first and second transformations and prepare them well. We will place them in soon. Li Qiye directly commanded after seeing the arrival of Elder Sun's group. Putting in the materials so soon. Elder Sun glanced at the mountain of herbs and said, there are so many materials here. This would take 2 or 3 years to refine all of these into first and second transformation fate pills. I have a plan. Li Qiye commandingly spoke. Seeing Li Qie filled with confidence, elder son did not dare to linger and commanded the disciples to follow Li Qie's command. He wanted to see what miracle Li Qie will pull off. Chapter 242, Immortal's Blood Spear. 2. For alchemy masters, the hardest thing to create was the fate pill, not longevity medicines nor physique pastes. This was due to the very stringent requirement for fate pills regarding an alchemist master's power along with their ability to control flames. Then there were the Dan refinement techniques along with flame controlling techniques as well as the Dan synthesizing art. Any mistakes throughout any of these steps would result in a swift failure during the creation of a fate pill. At the same time, one cauldron with a batch of medicinal materials could only be refined into one fate pill. Also, out of the three, fate pills were the most demanded by cultivators. Keep in mind that not all cultivators needed longevity medicines or physique pastes, but all of them required appropriate fate pills. This was the reason why fate pills were so much more valuable compared to the other two. Fate pills had 9 transformations, and there were several deciding factors. For example, if the leading soul grass ingredient along with the main materials were only of the 3rd transformation, then the created fate pill would also only be at the 3rd transformation and would absolutely not become the 4th transformation. Another factor was the skill of the alchemy master. If they were lacking, then even if the ingredients were of the 3rd transformation, the resulting fate pill could only be at the 2nd transformation. With a mistake in the process, it could even result in a cauldron explosion. Not only would the materials be destroyed, but the heavenly cauldron would also be damaged. Because of this, it required extreme caution when alchemy masters refined their fate pills. They would not do it unless they were absolutely confident because it was not an easy task to develop a good heavenly cauldron. Begin. After the group of Elder Sun prepared everything, Li Qie shouted out and summoned his myriad heavenly cauldron. It fell to the ground and turned into a gigantic frog. It opened its monstrous mouth that was capable of holding a countless amount of medicinal ingredients. Boom! At this time, the cauldron spewed out its blazing flame and the impossible occurred. The cauldron seemed to be a giant tree, piercing the sky, and its flames suddenly dispersed apart like the blossoming flowers in full bloom. 1, 2, 3, counting the medicinal contraptions created by the cauldron flame left Elder Sun and the rest of the alchemy masters of the sect in complete astonishment. During the Dan refinement process, the cauldron's flame was heavily relied upon. The cauldron's alchemical treasury itself did not matter as much for it was only there for support. The most important thing was the flame of the cauldron. During this process, it was simple for one cauldron to form one medicinal contraption, 2 contraptions were also possible. 3 became more difficult, but it was the sign of a true master to be able to refine pills using 3 contraptions at the same time. The exceptional alchemy masters were able to form many contraptions at the same time. Even though the medicinal contraptions that were basked in the cauldron flames had a lot to do with the cauldron's rank itself, this was not all there was to it. The real skill was determined in how proficient the alchemist was able to control these contraptions, not just creating them. But at this moment, Li Qie's myriad heavenly cauldron was like a gigantic tree blooming with flowers. Flame contraptions appeared one after another like the coming of spring, creating a spectacular scene. Impossible. This is impossible. At this time, all the alchemy masters of the sect were dumbfounded at such a display with their eyes wide open. No one would believe that the scene unraveling before their eyes was the truth even if they were told. It was impossible for a cauldron to form 100 flame contraptions, unless. Before they realized it, the fate pills of each of the flame contraptions were refined in a flash. This was such an impossible matter because pill refinement was a meticulous process. It started from the addition of ingredients to the flames. However, in the hands of Li Qie, there was no process, it was as if these fiercest of flames were enough to refine the pills in an instant. Where is the medicinal gourd? Li Qie shouted while Elder Sun and the others were completely stunned. Elder Sun was the first one to calm down and immediately took out the medicinal gourd. Li Qiye then thunderously roared, "Open!" Suddenly, all the flame contraptions exploded like drops of water, and the cauldron flames were like the receding tidal waves as they completely withdrew from the fate pills. At this moment, the medicinal gourd swallowed all the completed fate pills like a whale, resulting in a shocking scene to all. They had never seen such a method of closing the cauldron to finish the process, nor have they seen one cauldron producing so many pills with such a fast speed before. Elder Sun and all the alchemy masters of the sect were completely at a loss. Was this still pill refinement? This was even easier than roasting soybeans. I need at least 4 to 6 hours to refine just one first transformation pill, and I could only create 5 to 6 contraptions at best. This is just magical. Elder Sun was at a complete loss for words. Regarding the materials of the fate pill refinement, no matter whether it was the leading soul grass or side ingredients such as the scarlet flame core, jade blood bamboo stalk, or red sago palm ECT. The greater the age of these ingredients, the greater the amount of their transformation would be. Of course, the limit was set at 9 transformations. Fate pills created from 9 transformation medicinal ingredients were called 9th transformation fate pills. The higher the transformation amount, the harder it was to refine these fate pills. Plus, the time it required took even longer. For example, Elder Sun would need 4 to 6 hours to refine a first transformation fate pill and 1 to 2 days to refine a second transformation fate pill. In other words, alchemy masters like Elder Sun could only refine 5 or 6 fate pills in 6 hours at maximum production. In addition, they were the lowest-ranking first transformation fate pills. Now, Li Qiye managed to roast 1,000 soybeans, no, 1,000 fate pills in one breath. This was an impossible and unbelievable matter. The group of Elder Sun, at this time, rubbed their eyes to dispel the notion that this was merely a dream. One alchemy master refining more than 1,000 fate pills would require a year, but Li Qiye did it in just a moment. This will be a legend, truly a miracle. This is just him roasting soybeans, right? An alchemy master said in a stupefied tone. If someone told him, before this second, that Dan refinement could be as easy as roasting beans, he would have absolutely laughed at this arrogant idiot. But at this moment, Li Qiye's stunning refinement was indeed easier than roasting beans. How could they not become silly from such a scene? Did you all see my technique clearly? At this moment, Li Qiye caught the medicinal gourd that contained all the fate pills and asked the group of Elder Sunday. They tried to regain their composure again as they glanced at each other with their mouths still open. In the end, Elder Sun forced an awkward laughter as his old face became red while answering, it was too fast, we couldn't clearly see the technique. How could they see Li Qiye's Dan refinement technique? They were all scared silly and basically didn't see Li Qiye's technique at all. Then look again carefully, there will not be another opportunity. Li Qiye said in an indifferent manner. The alchemy masters present all shivered at this time after hearing this. However, they were moved with excitement as well, especially Elder Sun, whose aged face became red with expectation. Chapter 243, Refining Dan like roasting beans. How heaven-defying would a technique have to be to refine Dan as if one was simply roasting beans? The word demonic was inadequate to describe such a peerless Tao of alchemy. Maybe even the alchemy god of the legends would not be any better than this. At this time, a fiery excitement burned in the hearts of these alchemy masters. The cleansing incense ancient sect was filled with hope with such an alchemy Tao. Even if the cleansing incense ancient sect could not use force to compete for the world in the future, it will surely be able to control the world with alchemy. Excitement was inevitable as the group of Elder Sun thought to this point. They all wanted to stand up and cheer. Let's look at the purity of these fate pills a little bit. Elder Sun could not contain his excitement and spoke. Li Qiye conveniently poured out a bunch of fate pills from the medicinal gourd. A refreshing aroma that permeated to one's soul filled the air. Each fate pill was around the size of one's thumb and had a faint golden color. Each of them had a Tao that had turned into a rune. This meant that the fate pill only underwent one transformation. The higher the transformation, the more transformation runes it would have. A first transformation fate pill would have one transformation rune, a second transformation would have two. Barely has the purity of 4 attainments. Li Qie looked at the faint golden fate pill for a little bit before speaking. If it has a 5 attainments purity, then it could be considered to be of the finest rank. Elder Sun and the others all took a deep breath as they became frozen again. An alchemy master couldn't help but stutter, barely have 4 attainments of purity. At this point, not only him but even Elder Sun, who was the best alchemist of the cleansing incense ancient sect, had the urge to commit suicide. This guy considered 4 attainments of purity as just barely good. Keep in mind that this was only a first transformation fate pill. I don't want to live anymore. This is too frustrating. Another alchemist who normally was quite proud wanted to jump off a building. Such words destroyed all of his self-esteem. Barely 4 attainments of purity. Our little ancestor, your standard is way too high. Do you want to kill all the alchemists in this world by saying those words? Even those who consider themselves Saint Alchemist Masters would have to jump off a building as well. A first transformation fate pill is the lowest mortal fate pill, even 1 attainment of purity is more than enough. You said that 4 attainments of purity was barely acceptable, how will others manage to live? Elder Sun became speechless for a long time after this. Physique pastes and longevity medicines had 9 refinements while fate pills had 9 attainments. The distinction of purity for fate pills correlated to the particular cultivator's realm. If a fate pill had 5 attainments of purity, then after using this particular pill, the cultivator's cultivation would increase by 5 parts within their realm. It meant that the person could gain 50% more cultivation without any actual training. So the purity was a measurement of how much a fate pill increased one's power by. However, this was only in principle. For example, for a 5 attainments purity fate pill, cultivators in the same realm would increase their cultivation by 5 parts. In reality, one could not gain a 50% increase after consumption, for they could not absorb all the medicinal effects. At the same time, the more pills they consumed, the less effect it would have later down the road. This situation was similar to taking longevity medicines. The highest possible grade of purity was at 9 attainments. This was complete perfection that only existed in the legends. Moreover, the number of transformations of the medicinal ingredients directly affected the fate pill's purity. For example, a first transformation fate pill's ingredients only underwent 1 transformation, so its medicinal effect was highly limited. This was why 1 attainment was plenty sufficient. At this time, Elder Sun's group smiled awkwardly and Elder Sun began to lament. I'm afraid I won't ever be able to refine a first transformation fate pill with a 3 attainments purity, yet you consider 4 attainments as barely passable. Even a legendary alchemist would not be much better. You definitely have the qualifications to become an alchemy emperor. 9 transformation ingredients contained much more powerful medicinal effects, thus the resulting fate pills would have much better quality. The acceptable requirements for alchemists was 1 attainment for a first transformation fate pill, 2 attainments for a second transformation fate pill, 3 attainments for a third transformation, and so on and so forth. Because of this, it was extremely difficult to refine fate pills with high purity. For example, reaching the high heavens was easier than refining a 9 attainments 9th transformation fate pill. Because of this, the defining standard for an alchemist's skill was his mastery of Dan refinement. Alchemy. Li Qie shook his head and smilingly declined. Alchemy is only a minor path, it's only suitable as a hobby. There's no need to focus on it. He, along with the alchemy god, had traveled far enough on the Dan refinement path in the past. It would still be difficult for someone in the future to catch up. Otherwise, the guidelines established by the alchemy god would not still be the standard for all alchemists in the present day. Elder Sun, along with the other alchemy masters, all wryly smiled in helplessness. Alchemy Emperor, this was such a prestigious and honorable title, the aspiration for all alchemists. However, this fella didn't even care for it. Unfortunately, the fella truly had the qualifications to be so arrogant. Just his method of Dan refinement like roasting beans alone indicated his talents and probability of becoming a future alchemy emperor. Refining Dan like roasting beans, I'm afraid even the supreme Tao path of the alchemy god that year was not any better than this. An alchemist said with some feelings. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh after hearing these words. This was indeed the supreme alchemy Tao of the alchemy god. Unfortunately, this quintessential essence of this alchemy Tao was not passed down that year. At the moment, we have more than 1,000 first transformation fate pills with 4 attainments of purity. This should be enough to train a group of our disciples. Another alchemy master said with a lot of excitement. 3 of these pills was enough for a new disciple to approximately increase 1 realm of cultivation. One had to know that all cultivators before the inner longevity realm could use first transformation fate pills. This type of pill was too crucial and necessary to the current cleansing incense ancient sect. No. Do not let disciples with great potential use the pills. At least, give them as little as possible before inner longevity. Wait until afterwards, then they can use second transformation fate pills. If we let them use too much, they'll build up an immunity to the medicinal effects, thus reducing its potency in the future. This will be our policy. The disciples who are lacking in potential, we will let them use first transformation fate pills early on, but not the gifted ones. We will give them second transformation fate pills after inner longevity. As for the most exceptional ones with a fortified Tao heart, we will wait for as long as possible before letting them use third transformation fate pills. This is to increase our productivity to the maximum in the future. Even though Li Qiye could refine Dan very easily, he still made Elder Sun enforce these strict standards. A first transformation fate pill was appropriate for inner longevity, the second and third transformations were suitable for inner longevity to purified rebirth, for transformations was fitting for heaven's primal to star plucking, enlightened beings, 5 transformations was proper for ancient saints, 6 transformations was meant for heavenly sovereigns. Any promising cultivator would limit their fate pill usage early on to avoid early resistance to its medicinal effect. Because of this, many geniuses with great talents only started taking fate pills during the royal noble realm. This arrangement is indeed necessary. Elder Sun was very supportive of Li Qiye's arrangement. Good, then forget about this matter for now. Watch closely at my technique. I do not wish to demonstrate the same technique twice. Li Qiye handed the medicinal gourd to Elder Sun as he spoke. After hearing his words, all the alchemy masters present shivered inside and gathered their focus. They did not want to miss a single detail of Li Qiye's actions. This was a supreme alchemy Tao in their eyes, one that was comparable to the alchemy god's Tao. This was the dream and desire of all the alchemists in this world. They would rather be beaten to death than miss this opportunity of learning such a rare alchemist technique. Li Qiye then refined pills for the next 3 months, including longevity medicines and fate pills. The higher-ranking ones required a much longer time. To Li Qiye, if first transformation fate pills were as simple as roasting beans, then second transformation pills were akin to cooking rice while third transformation pills resembled stirring up a pot of soup. The higher-ranking ones did not require a long time, but they were also much harder to refine. Even so, Li Qiye's showcase of his alchemy Tao was still enough to horrify the group of Elder Sun. It was truly the showcasing of a miracle. Li Qiye not only refined all the alchemy ingredients of the sect within these 3 months, but he also imparted his knowledge to the group of Elder Sun that crazily tried to absorb everything. Regarding alchemy, Li Qiye's alchemy Tao was like a palace filled with treasures for them. Even though they couldn't absorb everything, it was a benefit that will last them their entire lives. After 3 months, the tired Li Qiye closed his cauldron and stopped the refinement process. At this point, the other alchemy masters reluctantly left the lonely peak. They simply wished to stay at the peak forever to watch Li Qiye refine Dan through the days and nights. In fact, Li Qiye was so sick of Dan refinement that he started to feel nauseous whenever he saw any medicinal ingredients. So after withdrawing his cauldron, the thought of further Dan refinement escaped his thoughts completely. After hanging around the sect for 2 more months and noticing that everything was well prepared, he intended to leave for the eastern 100 cities. But before he could leave, Li Xuanyan came with bad news. The situation over at the War God Temple is not good. They not only refuse to let go of Master, but they expressed their dissatisfaction with our 9 Saint Demon Gate. It has almost been a year, but there has been no news regarding their ancestor that was buried in the underworld boat. After hearing this, Li Qiye couldn't do anything besides putting off his visit to the eastern 100 cities. He shook his head and said, "These old men from the War God Temple. I, their father, am not in a rush to take my item as part of the transaction, yet they already became impatient before even me. These old men are truly becoming increasingly less progressive, they can't even show some restraint regarding such a minor matter." Chapter 244, Heavenly Jewel. Mortal King Li Xuanyan remained silent and thought that, in this world, only Li Qiye would dare to comment on the War God Temple like this. "I'm afraid the situation is not looking good for us. Without the temple's support, not only would it be detrimental to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but it is also disadvantageous to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect." Li Xuanyan gently sighed as she spoke. Li Xuanyan's words quickly came true. It hasn't been even 2 days since she received the news from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but there was a loud boom at the Heavenly God sect that was followed by an endless divine light. A royal carriage from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's capital directly left towards the direction of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Bang bang bang. With resounding thunder, a person stepped on the divine carriage and headed straight for the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The moment this person went on their journey, a royal yellow light gathered endlessly along with a soothing emergence of the Grand Tao as universal laws descended from the sky like a waterfall. This royal aura encompassed the entire Heavenly Jewel Kingdom with its torrential vastness. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing the person on the divine carriage traveling 10,000 miles with each step. Above the carriage was a middle-aged man who was seemingly taking a stroll in his own backyard. Each step spanned 10,000 miles as he aimed towards the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Even though this man's stature was not huge, his majestic presence was no different from a golden mountain or jade pillar. It was enough to pierce the heavens. Regarding this man who was adorned with a dragon robe and a royal crown, he towered above all others with an unmissable aura of a generational tyrant. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King. Seeing as how this person's domineering aura was filling the sky with his tyrannical presence, people couldn't help but murmur. In the Grand Middle Territory, many lords, sect masters, and even the undying old men from the previous generation were very wary of the Heavenly Jewel Mortal King. Previously, there were 2 great geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. The first was the Mortal King of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and the second was Demon King Luan Ri of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Even though they were born during the difficult Tao era, they still powerfully trod forward with their cultivation paths. Both had looked down on the world before as they traversed the mortal emperor world. During their era, even the seclusive old men that accomplished ancient saint or heavenly sovereign had nothing but praises for them. Some people commented that if they didn't live during the difficult Tao era, the Mortal King and the Demon King would have been able to aim for a mortal emperor. Another one said this about the 2, the Heavenly Jewel Mortal King, with his despotic aura, was an overlord of a generation. Demon King Luan Ri, with his penetrating insight, was a wise ruler of a generation. Many people were attracted to the sudden journey of the Mortal King, for they knew that a storm was coming. The Mortal King who once dominated the world had been silent for 100 years. And now, he suddenly began to take action. How could people not become shocked? Cleansing incense ancient sect, I will give you 1 day to hand over Wuxia. Otherwise, I will annihilate all of you. As he stood on the sky outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect, he looked down on everything with a mighty expression as if he was an emperor sitting in the clouds. The warning bells of the sect instantly resounded loudly as the entire sect quivered. All the disciples and upper echelons were preparing for war. In a short period of time, lights pierced the sky from inside the sect as defensive formations were initiated. The heavenly jewel mortal king looked down at Gu Taizhou with an encompassing momentum and continued, even if you have currently reached the enlightened being realm, this outcome will still be inevitable. Gu Taizhou was an enlightened being with an emperor law as his fate merit. This was an extremely powerful enlightened being. However, the mortal king did not pay it any mind, and this shocked many spectators. In recent years, many people were speculating the cultivation of the mortal king and the demon king. Some said that they were already heavenly sovereigns while others maintained that they were actually heavenly kings. Their actual cultivations, however, were still a mystery. Today, when the mortal king did not think anything of Gu Taizhou, it was very indicative of his strength. The mortal king's words are quite bold. Gu Taizhou coldly spoke, "Our cleansing incense ancient sect isn't a pinch of flour that's so easily needed by anyone, and not just anybody can offend us. If you want us to surrender our disciple, then you must first crush our sect. What is difficult about crushing your sect?" The mortal king glanced down at the sect and said with a chilling tone, "I know that your sect still has a few secret powers from an immortal emperor, but what can 1 or 2 emperor possessions accomplish? Emperor possessions and immortal emperor life treasures aren't things that only your cleansing incense ancient sect have." Boom! The moment the mortal king finished speaking, a strand of emperor's aura surged from his body and caused earthquakes to spread throughout the sect. In the blink of an eye, all the weak disciples inside the sect were slumped on the ground. They could not resist the suppression from the emperor's aura that was controlled by the mortal king. That's an immortal emperor's life treasure, right? The moment the mortal king controlled this emperor's aura, many people were greatly shocked. If this was really an immortal emperor's life treasure, then the cleansing incense ancient sect was in great peril. If the sect did not have a supreme grand formation to stop it, then this one life treasure with the power of the mortal king might be enough to sink the entire sect. It's only an emperor's possession of immortal Emperor Sandao, yet you still have the nerves to bluster. At this time, a lazy voice appeared. "Wuxia!" a person exclaimed after seeing the guy who had just arrived. Wuxia sat on the Tetrawar bronze chariot with a sleepy look. Li Shuangyan, with a sword, was to his right and Chen Baojiao, with a saber, was to his left, dual maids with both the sword and the saber. The Tetrawar bronze chariot. The heavenly jewel mortal king gravely said with a serious expression as he saw Wuxia approaching from afar on his chariot. This chariot was taken from the cleansing incense ancient sect by the heavenly god sect and then gifted to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. No one expected for it to return to its original owner. As the chariot stopped in the air, Wuxia glanced at the mortal king and said with composure, "Regarding emperor's possessions and true power, your heavenly god sect is still too young. Don't think that you will be able to crush my sect just by borrowing 1 or 2 emperor's possessions from the ancient kingdom. They are nothing more than broken junk. I wonder which immortal emperor's life treasure you managed to borrow from them. It seems like the lesson from last time was not enough. The imperial violet hammer was almost finished, yet you still dare to cause even more trouble." Such bold words. Some experts standing from afar were annoyed with Wuxia's tone. As for a few masters and lords who actually went to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground and saw Wuxia annihilate the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom's ancestors, they couldn't help but wryly smile. This brat had the power to be arrogant. Today is when I reclaim the Tetrawar bronze chariot. The mortal king coldly proclaimed as he raised his hand. With an explosion, a path appeared behind him as a giant Dao gate opened. Bang bang. With waves after waves of roaring explosions, battalions of cavalry rushed out from the Dao gate. In the blink of an eye, almost 10,000 cavalrymen rode the air with a magnificent aura. It was as if they wanted to trample the void. In a flash, 10,000 cavalrymen, that resembled a flood made out of steel, suddenly surrounded the cleansing incense ancient sect with their murderous intent permeating the sky. In just a short amount of time, the entire sky became silent as a foreboding sense of war loomed over the atmosphere. Prepare for battle. After seeing such a scene, Gu Taizhou, with a darkened expression, knew that this battle today was absolutely unavoidable. The heavenly god sect came prepared and wanting Li Qiye was merely an excuse. Chapter 245, Our heroic blood is not cold and our magnificent aspiration reaches the clouds, witnessing the entrapment of the 10,000 cavalrymen where even a drop of water could not drip through. The atmosphere of the cleansing incense ancient sect was extremely tense. All the disciples went back to their stations as the sect used a huge amount of refined jade without a care to open all their defensive formations. The battle was drawing close and Gu Tieshou's expression had turned cold. However, his was not the only one. Many sect and gate masters observing from afar were quite emotional. In these last 10,000 years, the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom rarely mobilized like this against the other powers in their kingdom. Today, the Heavenly God sect was determined to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect, and this greatly alarmed many heritages inside the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. If they dared to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect today, then tomorrow, it could be another heritage's turn. These are all the elites of the Heavenly God sect. A few people were in dismay as they looked at the 10,000 cavalrymen and their tight blockade. Even the sects that were not situated inside the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom were alarmed. A sect lord murmured, even though the cleansing incense ancient sect lost the battle 30,000 years ago, the Heavenly God sect also suffered great losses, so they rarely underwent grand-scale invasions like this. I'm afraid that this has been in the works for a long time. It's not just a sudden whim. At this moment, everyone became aware that surrendering Li Qiye over was just an excuse. Destroying the ancient sect was something that the Heavenly God sect must do. The cleansing incense ancient sect is at a disadvantage. No, to be exact, the 9 Saint Demon Gate is at a disadvantage. I heard that it has lost the support from the War God Temple, and even their demon king Luan Ri is being suppressed at the War God Temple. A Saint Lord knew a bit of information and gently lamented, this is a 1 in 1,000 chance for the Heavenly God sect. Without the support of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the backing of the War God Temple, while they have the backing of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, this is their best opportunity to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect. Not only this, this might also be their best chance to annihilate the 9 Saint Demon Gate as well. The cleansing incense ancient sect sought its own death by having a disciple like Li Qiye. Making enemies everywhere, it would be a miracle for the cleansing incense ancient sect to not be destroyed. Some people who had grievances with Li Qiye were having quite a good time since the cleansing incense ancient sect was not able to escape from its impending doom. At this moment, the 10,000 cavalrymen surrounded the sect, but Li Qiye remained calm. He glanced at the cavalrymen and was still as leisure as before while commenting, not bad. It seems like revenge for Dao Child Xingtian is only an excuse. I am a bit sad for the group of Dao Child Xingtian. They are being taken advantage of even after their deaths. Hand over all of your virtuous paragon and emperor laws, then I might withdraw my troops. At this time, the Heavenly Jewel Mortal King coldly exclaimed. He revealed his fangs and his true intentions. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King's words sent chills to all the spectators. As for the cleansing incense disciples, they glanced at each other and exclaimed with outrage, even if we are killed to the very last one, we will not let them get what they want. Emperor laws. Virtuous paragon laws. These were the things craved by everyone. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect had declined, in the end, it was still an immortal emperor lineage. It had lost the majority of its powerful laws after the battle that year, but it still had powerful ones, such as the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. Daylight sky immortal secret. The heavens will secret law. Someone murmured. At this time, many great characters felt a burning heat rising in their hearts and even some temptation. Li Qiye had performed the heavens will secret law at the burial ground. If the cleansing incense ancient sect was to be destroyed at this moment, it would be a good time to take advantage of the situation to obtain this law. Heavenly Jewel Mortal King, even if we are killed to the very last man, we will absolutely never hand the Emperor laws over. Gu Taizhou said coldly with a commanding attitude. The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King's eyes glimmered with a flash as sharp as a sword and chillingly spoke, "Since your sect seeks its own demise, I shall help you. Engage." Gu Taizhou cried out to let the disciples prepare for battle. "This is the last warning, will you hand them over or not?" The Heavenly Jewel Mortal King gazed down at the sect below, then at Gu Taizhou and Li Qiye. 10,000 cavalrymen. However, Li Qiye was still calm as he spoke. "I wonder if the azure mysterious ancient kingdom behind you also came or not. If not, then 10,000 cavalrymen is not enough as an appetizer." Li Qiye's arrogant words left Gu Taizhou dumbfounded with a wry smile. The 10,000 cavalrymen before them were all elites from the Heavenly God sect. They were absolutely capable of breaking their sect. They essentially could not stop such a force. This kid turned crazy from fear. These 10,000 elites is plenty enough to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect even if they do not use all of their power. He's still speaking nonsense at the verge of their sect's destruction. Someone shook their head and commented. "Foolish little thing. Wait until I destroy your sect, then I will take my time interrogating you." The Mortal King shouted, "Go, kill without mercy." There was no doubt that the Mortal King wanted to capture Li Qiye alive for his heavens will secret law along with his immortal physique law. Boom! At this time, the 10,000 cavalrymen took a step forward with a power that overwhelmed even the mountains and rivers with an extremely orderly formation. Their formation gave off a cold-blooded and murderous aura, causing the entire ground of the sect to shake. Everyone could only imagine the fate of the sect once this cavalry descended from the sky. How could the cleansing incense ancient sect deter this unstoppable cavalry? Stop! At this time, a shout resonated through the sky, shaking even the mountains and rivers. Even a character like the Mortal King changed his expression with some surprise. An old man void stepped in the sky to arrive at the scene. Each of his steps seemed akin to the movement of the celestials as the heaven and earth shifted. His blood energy resembled an endless wave. With extreme domination, it was as if his blood energy was able to overturn all things. Even people who did not recognize him still became astonished by the old man's blood energy. One lord recognized his identity and exclaimed in horror, "Elder Jiang, an outer sect elder of the War God Temple." An elder of the War God Temple. Hearing such words, even people who didn't recognize him were in dismay. The War God Temple was the most ancient existence in the Grand Middle Territory and was built during the Desolate Era. After millions of years passed by and as immortal emperors came and went, countless sects had disappeared amidst the river of time and numerous heritages were destroyed, but the War God Temple still stood strong. The sudden arrival of this old man caused the Mortal King to be greatly alarmed. They had received news that the War God Temple no longer supported the 9 Saint Demon Gate and even locked the Demon King in their temple. Because of this, he led the troops to annihilate the cleansing incense ancient sect and even to destroy the 9 Saint Demon Gate in one breath. He was 100% sure of victory due to the support of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. If this battle was successful, then he will achieve a peerless status at the Heavenly God sect. In the future, his prestige will be equal to the progenitor of the Heavenly God sect. It would be more than enough to go down in the historical annals. His heart sank as he knew that the matter was not looking good with the arrival of the War God Temple. Heavenly Jewel Mortal King, this matter ends here. Quickly withdraw your troops. Elder Jiang looked at the cleansing incense ancient sect, then he ordered the Mortal King. At this moment, the cavalrymen all stared at the Mortal King, waiting for his order. The War God Temple is extending your grasp a bit too far. At this moment, a cold voice appeared. A man emerged from the void. This man wore a court official hat while standing in the clouds. A blue energy surrounded his body like a flying immortal in the sky. The Imperial Advisor of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. After seeing this person, a person exclaimed with a pale face, then he murmured, that year, even the 9th ancestor of the Ancient Kingdom praised his exceptional aptitude. Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and observed this Imperial Advisor of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom that had just arrived. At this time, the Mortal King also glanced at the Imperial Advisor. He needed the powerful support from the Ancient Kingdom. Even though their heavenly god sect was formidable, they did not have the capability to oppose the War God Temple. However, it would be a different story with the backing of the Ancient Kingdom. Qingxian Xiong. Elder Jiang of the War God Temple glared at the Imperial Advisor and gravely said, "Don't make a mistake. Opposing the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect is akin to being enemies with our War God Temple." His words changed everyone's demeanor, including the Mortal King. Before, the 9 Saint Demon Gate had the support of the War God Temple, but a third-rate sect like the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was not valued by the War God Temple. Today, the War God Temple showed their stance in front of everyone. This truly shook everyone's mind. The War God Temple strongly supported the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. They didn't even mind being enemies with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Why the sudden change? Keep in mind that the sect was no longer the same as it once was. This caused everyone to glance at each other in confusion. As for the group of Gu Taizhou along with the Cleansing Incense disciples, they were extremely excited and emotional. They didn't think that the temple would actually support their sect. It was unbelievable that they have obtained the temple's support even though they had never managed to get into such a giant power's grace before. Even Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan glanced at each other. At this moment, they seemed to be aware of something. Only Li Qiye was calm and nonchalant and no one knew what he was thinking. Your War God Temple's heroic spirit can even devour the heavens, Ya. Imperial Advisor Qingxian Xiong of the Ancient Kingdom snorted and continued on, "I'm afraid that even your War God Temple in the present day cannot protect yourself. Your temple is too rotten. You should worry about yourselves first, don't reach out beyond your grasp. The Grand Middle Territory is not a domain for just yourselves." He had challenged immortal Ta Kong before, even though he was flicked away by just one finger from immortal Emperor Ta Kong, it was a defeat filled with honor. In contemporary times, some people placed the 9th ancestor of the Ancient Kingdom on the same level as the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect. Today, the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect was considered invincible and unreachable by the royal nobles all the way to the ancient saints. Why did he come here? A few old undyings exclaimed as they noticed Mu Chen, sending shivers all over their bodies and draining their faces of color. This is a monster of the legends. Shouldn't he be suppressing his blood in the Era Bloodstone right now? Why did he come here today? A previous generation supreme elder of a great sect took a deep breath with chills running down his spine as he started to murmur, "What is the current situation of this Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? To actually make a War God Temple's ancestor personally take action for them. This is really unexpected. Go back from where you came." At this time, Mu Chen decisively spoke. In his eyes, even the 10,000 cavalrymen and the absolutely talented mortal king of the Heavenly God sect and even the Azure Mysterious Imperial Advisor could not stop him. He threw in one carefree phrase that symbolized his supreme will. With an aghast expression, the Heavenly Jewel Mortal King didn't dare to say anything. Even if their ancestor came here today, he would not be able to change the situation. "You want to leave?" However, the forever calm Li Qiye, at this time, spoke, "Since you have arrived, don't think about leaving." The moment his words came out, many named heroes and royal nobles who were spectating became confused. The mortal king and Qin Xian Xiong immediately changed their expressions as well. Little demon, don't be so unreasonable. Qin Xian Xiong continued on with a cold tone, today, it is not because I am afraid of your cleansing incense ancient sect, it is simply sparing some face for the war god temple. Although he could not contend with an existence like the war god temple's ancestor, but as the imperial advisor of the ancient kingdom, he simply did not consider the cleansing incense ancient sect as anything and especially did not care for Li Qie. The war god temple's face. Li Qie nonchalantly retorted, even without the war god temple, I will still massacre all of you today. Anyone who offends me shall be killed without mercy, even if they have an immortal emperor backing them. Many people now assumed that the arrogant Li Qie had become too defiant and unruly just because of the war god temple's backing. However, no one dared to say anything in the presence of an existence like Mu Chen. Qin Xian Xiong quickly glanced at Mu Chen, but Mu Chen did not reveal any attitude. He then glared at Li Qie with a fierce gaze and coldly asked, Little demon, if we want to leave, you think you can stop us with just you? Kill all of them. Li Qie was too lazy to glance at Qin Xian Xiong and slowly declared, Let everyone in the Grand Middle Territory know that there is no mercy for those who offend me. After his words fell, no one took any action. Gu Taizhou was in a daze for he was without any option at this point. He then bit his teeth and shouted, Go, kill all of them. Is the cleansing incense ancient sect crazy? They just avoided a calamity yet now they want to go on the offensive. A sect master couldn't help but murmur. Just with your cleansing incense ancient sect. Qin Xian Xiong snorted while the mortal king's gaze also turned cold. If the war god temple chose to not interfere, then their 10,000 experts would absolutely massacre all of these people. I'm not talking about you guys. Li Qie shook his head towards Gu Taizhou, then he signaled with a hand wave to tell the cleansing incense disciples to stop. Boom 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 boom. The moment he finished speaking, 4 stone giants descended from the sky and stood around Li Qie's Techuar bronze chariot. After seeing these 4 stone giants, Demon King Luan Ri was astounded and almost cried out. Even Mu Chen was shaken as his eyes became serious with a profound light, Techuar stone protectors. Today, I shall let you experience the true power of my cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qie calmly stood above his chariot and declared, Kill all of them. Kill. The 4 stone giants actually spoke in human language and took action in the blink of an eye. They walked forward step by step before stomping down. Open the formation. The feet that were as gigantic as the heavens itself rendered the mortal king in horror. He crazily roared and commanded his disciples. The grand formation initiated as the 10,000 cavalrymen of the heavenly god sect chanted their battle cry, Kill. In an instant, blades and blades of gigantic divine sword lights soared into the sky, wanting to stop the monstrous feet from stomping down. Boom! But after an explosion shattering the heaven and earth itself, all the gigantic divine swords were broken, they could not repel the 4 giant stone feet. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the sky as a rain of blood poured down when the giants' feet stomped on more than 1,000 experts of the heavenly god sect, crushing them into minced meat. At this moment, no life treasures nor foreign Dao mysterious weapons were able to stop the 4 stone giants. Retreat, retreat, retreat. With a horrified expression, the mortal king realized that he greatly underestimated the terrifyingness of these 4 stone giants. He opened a Dao path into a Dao gate and ordered the cavalry to immediately retreat into the Dao gate in order to teleport away from this place. We reign over the 9 worlds and sweep through the 8 desolaces. Even though Li Qie maintained a nonchalant expression, his heart was quite moved. He recalled when his Techuar bronze chariot soared in the sky with the 4 Techuar stone protectors as its defense. In the battle to massacre the immortals, it was a bloody battle all the way until the heavens' destruction. How great was that battle? How many legendary existences lost their lives? It was one battle to massacre even immortals as their heroic spirits covered the sky. Today, he once again witnessed the noble aspiration of that year. Chapter 247, Boom. Another deafening explosion occurred, and the Tao path that was supported by numerous refined jades began to crack. The 4 stone giants would not allow for the cavalry of the heavenly god sect to retreat. One stone giant stomped the path into nothingness. Even the refined jades ornamented on the path while exuding an endless world's essence could not stop this gigantic foot. Fight! The heavenly jewel mortal king's eyes turned red and crazily roared. Suddenly, a wisp of emperor's aura flew to the sky. He held an emperor's possession as its emperor's power and immortal intent turned into a war hammer as he mustered an invincible force to slam it towards this stone giant. The emperor's aura filled the sky the moment this emperor's possession appeared, sending shivers to all the spectators. They knew that, even if they were more powerful, death would be inevitable once they were to be struck by this emperor's power. Zhang. However, this stone giant exuded universal laws in the shape of stars flying to the sky. It was like a heaven-defying waterfall pouring down on this stone giant's hand. At this time, it ferociously unleashed a fist and split even the heaven and earth. The primordial void appeared as the stars in the sky fell down while the earth began to crack. The power of this fist slamming down made even ancient saints lose all their strength as they quivered, struggling to stand still. Boom! The stone giant's fist that was covered in divine universal laws slammed straight towards the warhammer formed from the emperor's aura. Following a loud explosion was the shattering of the firmament. The stone giant slightly trembled, and the warhammer took great damage for it lost its brilliance as a huge amount of emperor's aura was expended in just a flash. This immediately prompted the mortal king to use his emperor's possession for protection instead. His emperor's possession could not slay the stone giant in front of him. What is this thing? Such a display of might quaked everyone's hearts. The stone giant was able to counter the emperor's aura, the aura couldn't even slay him. This was reaching a legendary level. Elder Xiong, what are you waiting for? Even the mortal king was ghastly pale and screamed towards Qingxian Xiong. Go! At this time, Qingxian Xiong, with a terrified expression, screamed and did not mind wasting a huge amount of blood energy. He summoned an immortal emperor life treasure that emitted an sound. A divine bridge actualized. It sucked in a large amount of cavalry from the heavenly god sect and saved them from the 4 stone giants' massacre. This immortal emperor life treasure was also a foreign Tao mysterious treasure. It allowed for a heaven-defying method of flight. No one would be able to stop the retreat once this treasure was summoned. Keep in mind that the 4 stone giants were the heavenly protectors of their 9 Saint Demon Gate, but the gate didn't know just how powerful the stone giants were. Today, after witnessing their might, Demon King Luan Ri was extremely shocked. This was the real strength of their 9 Saint Demon Gate. With the protection of these 4 stone giants, it would be difficult for the 9 Saint Demon Gate to be destroyed even if they were to wish for it. Today, he actually saw the invincibility of their heavenly protectors. No wonder why their patriarch left them behind to protect their 9 Saint Demon Gate. In a very short period of time, all the disciples that were left behind from the heavenly god sect were annihilated, and their blood stained the earth while the corpses were scattered everywhere. More than 10,000 cavalrymen arrived in the sky, but the ones that were able to escape with the help of the Azure mysterious immortal arch numbered less than half. The rest were completely massacred in this place. In a short amount of time, there was a scene of utmost silence outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Everyone held their breath and didn't even dare to make a single noise. Tetrawar stone protectors, Tetrawar bronze chariot. At this point, Mu Chen couldn't help but murmur while staring at the protectors surrounding Li Qia's chariot. He had heard his senior brothers talk about a legend. This legend stated that the Tetrawar bronze chariot was the carriage of a supreme existence, and the Tetrawar stone protectors were the vanguards that opened the path. In an era long ago, even gods had to retreat at its sight and immortal emperors quickly gathered to personally greet its coming. He never thought that these two things would both appear today. The more frightening thing was that they swore their allegiance to a young disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This was truly inconceivable. Mu Chen couldn't understand why a young disciple like Li Qie was able to control the chariot and the four protectors from the legend. Even a legendary character like him could not master such existences. Go back now. Li Qie's heart was filled with numerous sentiments. Ever since he brought the four protectors from that area, they had always been together with him. Later on, he bestowed them to the 9 Saint Demon Gate because of the prestigious merits of 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. Ever since then, the stone protectors had been sleeping inside the earth vein of the sect and borrowed its essence to power their hibernation. Whoosh! The 4 stone giants traversed the sky in a flash and disappeared. Even though the 9 Saint Demon Gate was very far away, this distance was nothing at all to existences of their level. Within the 9 Saint Demon Gate, all the elders, protectors, and even the supreme elders were in a daze. The 4 stone giants suddenly left, so they thought a great matter had happened, but not long after, all 4 returned. They didn't know what event had actually transpired. In fact, even the cleansing incense ancient sect at the scene didn't know the exact details. They didn't know who the 4 stone giants were, outside of Nan Huiran and Protector Mo. The outsiders, however, were greatly alarmed. Many experts mistakenly believed that this was the cleansing incense ancient sect's true strength. They thought that the giants were its protectors. Isn't the calamity god the protector of the cleansing incense ancient sect in the legends? And didn't it disappear? Where did these 4 stone giants come from? A person puzzlingly murmured. At this point, the experts of the great sects and powerful countries underwent some depression. An immortal emperor lineage was truly unfathomable. Even the declining cleansing incense ancient sect still had such terrifying might. No wonder why the heavenly god sect didn't dare to attack the cleansing incense ancient sect for the last 30,000 years. At this moment, a few named heroes and royal nobles speculated such thoughts in their minds. At this time, Mu Chen slowly declared, "Everyone, disperse. Today's matter is over." With Mu Chen's declaration, all the spectating experts could finally relax as if they had been pardoned. Even all the hiding undying old men quickly escaped and used their swiftest speed to leave this place. This matter was a great disturbance throughout the Grand Middle Territory as it set off many monstrous waves. Before, countless people desired the cleansing incense ancient sect's emperor laws, but all the great powers had anxiety in their hearts at this moment. Now, very few people dared to have thoughts about its emperor laws. Not to mention the 4 stone giants, it already gained the support of the war god temple beforehand as the temple's ancestor personally came to help. This fact alone was dreadful enough to all the powers, for none of them wanted to oppose the war god temple. The cleansing incense ancient sect used the highest honor to greet Mu Chen. To Gu Taizhou and the rest of the elders and protectors, today was the most nerve-wracking day of their entire life. Even Gu Taizhou, who had experienced countless waves and winds, had cold sweat dripping on his forehead. In fact, he had always wanted these 3 keys before, but the war god temple had always considered them to be their treasure child. This time, the war god temple had met a dead end and became willing to use these 3 keys for the deal. Before our forefather went into a deep hibernation within the Blood Era stone, he wanted to ask whether if young noble Li was interested in joining the hidden immortal hall or not. At this time, Mu Chen asked with a serious expression. Hearing this left Demon King Luan reshaken. Joining the hidden immortal hall was an amazing matter. Even the disciple with the highest aptitude of the war god temple was not qualified for such things. The forefather of the hidden immortal hall had always been hibernating and basically never took in disciples. Take me in as a disciple. Li Qie smiled for a bit and shook his head. Your hidden immortal hall is indeed amazing. I also know the items hidden inside are craved by everyone. However, I don't want to be tied up by a bunch of stinky rules of the war god temple. Plus, if I have to live with old men like all of you, maybe one day, I will become rotten with outdated doctrines as well. Young noble Li, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this time, Demon King Luan Ri couldn't help himself from trying to convince Li Qie. No one should be able to reject such an opportunity. One had to know that the hidden immortal hall was the most mysterious and fear-inducing existence of the war god temple. If the hidden immortal hall wanted him, he would join it without any hesitation. I know the level of the hidden immortal hall, but I am not interested. Li Qie gave a smile towards Demon King Luan Ri and shook his head. Demon King Luan Ri couldn't help but wryly smile as he lamented the irritating unfairness of this world. The rest of the world dreamed about joining the hidden immortal hall while Li Qie essentially didn't care for it. If young noble Li is interested, how about becoming a disciple in name for our war god temple? You will not be restricted by our temple. And I trust that young noble Li could always use our assistance. Mu Chen did not give up and gave Li Qie another offer. You finally understood. At this time, Li Qie's eyes narrowed while looking at Mu Chen as he slowly spoke. I am a bit interested in an offer like this from you. Mu Chen was quite glad to hear Li Qie's reply. The war god temple, of course, would not let go of such a talent like Li Qie. He was someone absolutely worthy of an investment in their eyes. If young noble Li becomes our war god temple's disciple in name, we are willing to protect your path of Tao. Mu Chen expanded his offer. Li Qie slightly waved his sleeve and shook his head, no need for Tao protection. How about this, I will register my name under your war god temple as a disciple in name. After I travel the 9 heavens and shoulder the heavens will, the future glory will have a part of your war god temple. In my generation, I will protect the war god temple. I promise that I will lend you a hand in the future if your war god temple becomes rotten. In return, I need your people. Even though your old men are a bit conservative and outdated, there is no doubt that your teachings are great, just like the Heavenly Tao Academy. My cleansing incense ancient sect wants to borrow a few old men to teach our younger generation. How about it? Li Qie looked at Mu Chen and slowly continued, this deal is definitely worth it for your side. Demon King Luan Ri was amazed at Li Qie's confidence. To be able to say without any sense of doubt about ascending over the 9 heavens and carrying the heavens will. Keep in mind that there will only be one immortal emperor with the heavens will for each generation. Mu Chen stared at Li Qie in silent contemplation. In this short period of time, the focus of everyone was on him. In the end, not many young people could barter with an ancestor of the war god temple. In the end, Mu Chen slowly placed a token on the table and slowly pushed it before Li Qie as he spoke. This is the order of our war god temple. There are only a few of these. How about we make another little bet? Our war god temple has enough resources, and we can support you. We don't want a lot. In the future, once you shoulder the heavens will and reach the peak, just leave behind one immortal physique law, one emperor weapon, and some karma. What do you think? Mu Chen's words truly shocked everyone present. Today, Li Qie was but a mere junior. Mu Chen's condition was truly unbelievable. Could it be that Mu Chen really thought that Li Qie will be able to climb to the peak and accept the heavens will in the future? At this time, even Elder Jiang was quite astonished and needed to take a long breath. This bet was a bit too grand. As the outer elder of the war god temple, Elder Jiang began to think again more carefully. Li Qie was able to prolong the life of their forefather, maybe this was not just luck. 1 out of 10,000 was not an optimistic chance. Maybe it was not so simple, and Li Qie was worthy of an investment. You ought to know that there are several different kinds of immortal physique laws, and some of them are priceless. Li Qie gently shook his head and said, even emperor laws are not as valuable as immortal physique laws. Mu Chen slowly replied, our requirement is not high. Once you reach the apex, the physique law we want does not have to be priceless, it only needs to be complete without defects. I know that there are different types of immortal physique laws in this world, but my war god temple can use our full power to support you. Li Qiye began to ponder while narrowing his brows. Of course there were several different types of immortal physique laws. Some were created by immortal emperors or other great paragons, while others were formed by invincible existences with grand completion immortal physiques. Naturally, his immortal physique laws were the number one in this world, truly priceless existences. Even emperor weapons were not necessarily more valuable than immortal physique laws. This was because these laws were even more rare on this earth. I am a bit tempted with your words. My sect really does need quite a bit of materials for support. Li Qiye squinted his eyes and answered. To Li Qiye, his supreme immortal physique laws were not up for trade, but fortunately, he also knew a few other immortal physique laws in this world. Even though he did not have them in his memories at the moment, but one day, he will be able to find those created by someone else. Chapter 249, A Long Journey, So, It Is a Deal. Mu Chen looked at Li Qiye and handed the token over to him. The War God Temple had stood strong from the immemorial times till now. They had ancient laws, emperor laws, and even immortal emperor true treasures. However, they wanted immortal physique laws even more. Li Qiye nodded and finally spoke, "This will do. Wait until I reach the peak and accept the heaven's will, all these promised things will happen." Li Qiye made such a deal not for himself, but for the cleansing incense ancient sect. He couldn't spend too much time training the sect, so he needed a heritage with power and experience, like the temple, for its protection. Regarding disciple training, the War God Temple was truly great. Eventually, Li Qiye and Mu Chen settled on a deal, and Li Qiye used his true fate to formalize it while Mu Chen used the prestige of the War God Temple. This time, by coming into being, I have spent enough time in the mortal air. I'm afraid I will be spending time and suppressing my lifespan again inside an era bloodstone. Before leaving, Mu Chen told Li Qiye, however, the War God Temple will still be able to satisfy your demands, just directly communicate with Elder Jiang from now on. A person who had lived through eras like Mu Chen could not last so long by just relying on himself. He needed to borrow the era bloodstone to seal himself and suppress his blood. The price necessary for an ancestor like Mu Chen to come into being was inconceivable. This time was because Mu Chen wanted to bury their forefather. Moreover, before sealing himself again, he wanted to do a good job negotiating with Li Qiye, for this young disciple was completely worthy of the temple's support. To someone like Mu Chen, time was gold and he didn't want to linger around much longer. He quickly left along with Elder Jiang after the pact. The moment when the group of Gu Taizhou found out that the War God Temple will send people here to teach the cleansing incense disciples, they became extremely excited. The sect of today was not only lacking resources, the most crucial thing was the absence of wise teachers. Even though they had lost many emperor laws, there were still numerous virtuous paragon and heavenly king laws. These were enough to strengthen the sect, however, they still needed good teachers. Now, not only will the War God Temple pour resources into the cleansing incense ancient sect, but they will also be sending teachers to guide their disciples. How could the group of Gu Taizhou not be stirred from excitement? This is really amazing. I really can't even dare to imagine this. Gu Taizhou was a bit at a loss for words when he saw Li Qiye. He knew that Li Qiye strived for this ending just for the sect. Compared to their excitement, Li Qiye was still calm and collected. He slowly spoke, "No matter how much they will be supporting us, there will always be a limit. Their resources are not left entirely to our request. Their wise teachers will not always be here at our sect. To us, the support of the War God Temple is nothing but a chance for us to rise up, a simple pillar. However, true strength must be won by our own abilities. In order to sweep this world with powerful strength, we can only rely on ourselves, we can only develop and work on it ourselves. If we just rely on the War God Temple, it will be nothing more than being a dependent." We want to become a powerful lineage and be able to rely on ourselves alone. Li Qiye spoke without haste, each word contained an air of solemnity and gravity. Li Qiye's words were like bells waking up the excited Gu Taizhou. Li Qiye was correct, the War God Temple will not always support the sect without other conditions. They must rely on themselves alone in order to become powerful. I will remember these words well, and the rest of the cleansing incense ancient sect will also remember. At this moment, Gu Taizhou reached a moment of clarity, for Li Qiye words had awoken him. Good. Li Qiye nodded. Even though Gu Taizhou was old, he was still worthy of an enlightenment. Even though he will never be able to reach virtuous paragon in this life, he still has room to grow. Moreover, within the cleansing incense ancient sect, his insight was not bad. For this reason, Gu Taizhou brought together all the elders and protectors of the sect for an overnight meeting. During this night, the entire cleansing incense ancient sect became excited with ambition and surging motivation. All of their hearts contained a renewed heroism of wanting to revive the sect. Demon King Luan Ri stayed as a guest for a few days at the sect. Before leaving, he formally spoke to Li Qiye, "As long as you say the words, no matter what it is, my 9 Saint Demon Gate will muster all of our strength to complete the task." Even Mu Chen was willing to help Li Qiye, so needless to say, their 9 Saint Demon Gate will also do the same. There was no one else more worthy of investment than Li Qiye in Demon King Luan Ri's eyes. Regarding Demon King Luan Ri's powerful rhetoric, Li Qiye simply smiled and did not reject it. If other people were willing to become his friends, he'll be happy to make an ally. Li Qiye became even more assured after winning the support of the War God Temple for the sect. He wanted to go on his path without having to worry about the sect's matters. After Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao formally began their isolated cultivation, Li Qiye started his trip to the eastern 100 cities. Li Qiye took out Su Yuha's coffin from the yearning lunar peak and started on his trip. Before leaving, Nan Huiran and Niu Fen also wanted to come along. However, Li Qiye did not bring them. What he did do was pass down the true solutions to Niu Fen. Niu Fen's loyalty was able to withstand the test, so Li Qiye passed it down to him. In the future, the sect needed a heavenly ancestral snail like Niu Fen. Just like the calamity god in the past who was the sect's divine beast protector. As Li Qiye's henchman, Nan Huiran naturally wanted to follow by his side and exert his strength for him. Unfortunately, Li Qiye thought that his path would be long and tortuous, so he didn't bring Nan Huiran along. The eastern 100 cities was truly too far from the Grand Middle Territory, they were separated by millions upon millions of miles. Who knew how many years it would take to reach it just by walking or flying? Because of this, the sect didn't mind consuming a huge amount of refined jade to open the Dao Gate for Li Qiye to go to the eastern 100 cities. Li Qiye immediately went to a place the moment he reached the eastern 100 cities territory. He wanted to first bury Su Yuha at a particular place because he had promised her. In a deep green forest and mountain, at an empty place with weeds and wild grass everywhere, there were only beasts and birds at this place, there wasn't any sign of humans. Under a small hill was a peach tree. The peach tree nearly died of old age, but it still stubbornly survived in this place. Its roots had grown here for who knew how many years, as young shoots were growing from it. It did not seem to have much time left, as it seemed as if it could die at any time. However, for those with discerning eyes, they would be able to see that there were marks of lightning at the roots of the peach tree. This was a punishment from the heavens. In the end, it could not reach grand accomplishment for its grand Tao. The old heavens will not allow it. Seeing the lightning scars on the peach tree's roots, Li Qiye murmured, "Who knows how many more years this will take?" Li Qiye had too many memories about this humble, old peach tree. Who actually knew that this old peach tree had been blessed and lectured by immortal emperors? A very long time ago, there used to be a village at this place. This was immortal Emperor Min Ren's home when he was still a young boy in love with martial arts. There was a peach tree planted in front of his house. After his parents passed away, this old peach tree was the only thing by his side. As the Dark Crow, after taking Min Ren in as a disciple, Li Qiye had spent a long time at this place. Under this peach tree, he accepted immortal Emperor Min Ren as his disciple and led him on the long and tortuous path of the Tao. It was not until much later before he brought immortal Emperor Min Ren from this place. Below this peach tree was the sweat and blood of immortal Emperor Min Ren. There were also times when immortal Emperor Min Ren happily smiled as Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, stood watching him atop of this tree. Later on, once immortal Emperor Min Ren carried the heaven's will and became an immortal emperor, he came back here and opened this peach tree's mind to grant it sentience. He used to preach the scriptures to this old peach tree hoping that, one day, this old peach tree will be able to be reborn again out of its grand Tao. However, to reach the grand Tao as a tree was not so easy. This was not tolerated by the high heavens, so this old peach tree had withstood more than just one heaven's punishment, and it struggled from the ancient era all the way till now. Even though it could not reach the grand Tao, it was still able to survive till the present. Eventually, Li Qiye dug a grave under the old peach tree and placed Su Yuha's coffin inside. Li Qiye then gently sighed and also placed the ancient zither into the grave before saying, "This zither followed little brat Min Ren his entire life. Now, I have buried you in the place that gave birth to immortal Emperor Min Ren. This can be considered as the fallen leaves returning to their root." The last yearning sentiment of Su Yuha was buried at this place, a place filled with immortal Emperor Min Ren's laughter and sentiments. After becoming an immortal emperor, even Su Yuha's yearning sentiment rarely saw immortal Emperor Min Ren smiling happily. Even as an immortal emperor, he was not happy like he was during his youth, and his brilliant luster was no longer there. It was especially so after Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, disappeared into his hibernation. Immortal Emperor Min Ren talked to her the most about this old peach tree. He couldn't forget about it for there were too many memories at this place. Because of this yearning sentiment lingered for a long time without dispersing. Its final aspiration was to be buried under this old peach tree. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.